Mr. Speaker.
E te atua kaharawa, ka tuku whakamumiti ati mātou mōna karakia ko waihotia mai ki runga i a mātou. Ka waihio i o mātou pānga whaioro katoa ki te taha, ka mihi mātou ki te kingi me te inoi atu, mo te arahitanga i roto i o mātou whakaaroarohanga, kia mōhio ai, kia whakaiti ai tā mātou whakahaere ngā take o te whare nei, mo te oranga, te maungarongo me te aroha o Aotearoa. Āmene.
No petitions have been delivered to the clerk, but ministers have delivered 18 papers.
2023-24 annual reports of ACC, Crown Irrigation Investments, Crown Law, Inland Revenue, Kāinga Ora, LINZ, MB, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, NZQA, Remuneration Authority, Stats NZ, reports on the 2023-24 non-departmental appropriations for Vote Education, Vote Housing and Urban Development and the Emergency Management and Recovery Portfolio. Government response to the Climate Change Commission's monitoring report, Emissions Reduction 2024, ACC 2023-24 Climate Report and 2024-25 Service Agreement.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. No Select Committee papers have been presented, no bills have been introduced. We come now to oral questions. The first the name. Point of order, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I seek leave to make a personal explanation to correct an answer I gave during oral question number 1 yesterday.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection?
I was asked a supplementary question regarding funding for flood risks in South Dunedin. I replied that the previous government had declined a proposal. What I should have said was that the previous government did not fund the proposal. The South Dunedin Future Programme was not included in the National Resilience Plan projects which the former Labor government funded on the 18th of September 2023.
The oral question number 1 in the name of James Meager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
Mr. Speaker, good news. This morning, Statistics New Zealand released the latest inflation figures, which are for the September quarter of this year. This release shows annual CPI inflation of 2.2% in the September quarter of this year. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time inflation has been below 3% since March 2021. We have broken the back of the inflation beast.
James Meager.
How did this inflation result compare to expectations?
Mr. Speaker, annual CPI inflation of 2.2% was around the level most forecasters, including the Reserve Bank, were expecting. Prices for tradable goods and services actually fell by 1.6% over the year, which is good news for New Zealanders, with petrol prices dropping 8%. Non-tradable inflation, on the other hand, is proving stickier with an annual rate of 4.9%. Rents, rates and insurance were again. Mr. Speaker, it is sad to have the Leader of the Opposition interjecting and to show such disregard for the New Zealanders who have been pummeled by price increases that were crushing for years.
Thank you. That might have been a point of order, but certainly not an answer to a question.
I think in the spirit of debate, for the back and forth, this is something that all members of the House should celebrate together, because what it represents is a time in which New Zealanders will cease having the crushing price increases that became the norm under Labor.
Supplementary. How does this compare to previous inflation results?
Mr. Speaker, New Zealand recently endured a cost of living crisis, with annual inflation peaking at over 7%. From the last quarter of 2020 to the last quarter of 2023, consumer prices rose a total of 19% in just 3 years. And over that period of the previous government, life got more expensive for New Zealanders by almost 20%, and people's savings were eroded by almost 20%. Inflation is now back within the Reserve Bank's target range. The genie is back in the bottle, and the era of high, persistent, crushing price increases is over.
Supplementary. What is the target range for inflation?
Mr Speaker, the remit I issued in December states that the Monetary Policy Committee's objective is to achieve and maintain future annual inflation between 1 and 3% over the medium term, with a focus on keeping future inflation near the 2% midpoint. The fact that inflation is within that band and close to the 2% midpoint means the Reserve Bank has the confidence to begin reducing interest rates. The bank is now easing off the brake it has been pressing firmly down on for the last few years.
Question number 2, in the name of the Right Honourable CHRIS HIPKINS.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, and especially our actions to get on top of inflation. This morning, Stats New Zealand confirmed that inflation fell to 2.2% in the September quarter, the lowest rate in more than 3.5 years. And it is clear that our plan, our economic plan, is working, which is why under our government we're getting on top of inflation fast. Just before the election last year, Treasury picked that inflation would have only fallen to 3.1% by this time and wouldn't have reached 2.2% until the end of next year. And that's despite all the scaremongering from the opposition, that fully funded tax relief, which Labor didn't support, for supporting working families with the cost of living would actually push inflation higher. Didn't do that. But instead, our economic plan is delivering lower inflation, lower interest rates, 2 interest rate cuts in 10 months versus, I think, 6 or 7 increases over the last 6 years. And importantly, what we're seeing is the foundations for economic growth to get New Zealand back on track are in place.
Supplementary question. Why did his government cut funding for apprenticeships in critical infrastructure sectors when apprentice numbers are already in decline, compounding the skills shortages in the trades sector?
Well, what I'd say to the member is the apprenticeship boost was actually another case of Labor leaving behind another fiscal cliff. We've made funding for apprenticeship boost permanent, so the program wouldn't expire like it would under Labor, and at the same time we're targeting it at the skills that we need.
Supplementary question. Why has he and his government cut funding for apprenticeships in areas such as pipeline construction, bitumen resurfacing, road construction and maintenance, and drinking and wastewater treatment, when this country is facing major challenges in those areas, and this will only exacerbate skill shortages?
Well, we have to make sure we are spending money carefully, and that's what we do on this side of the House. We don't waste money. We make sure that that's only a very small proportion of those that are actually using Apprenticeship Boost. And what I'd say to you is that we are making sure that we've got support for the skills we need, like building and agriculture and manufacturing, forestry, food and hospitality.
Supplementary question. Why was providing over $200 million in tax breaks to the tobacco company Philip Morris more important to his government than keeping people in apprenticeships?
I think, just a minute, I think there's a word in there that probably shouldn't have been in. You want to ask that question again?
What's that?
I think you referred to the entity belonging to someone, which you didn't. So I think it's just ask the question again.
Why was providing over $200 million in tax breaks to companies like Philip Morris, the country's largest supplier of cigarettes, more important to his government than keeping people in apprenticeships?
Well, I reject the characterisation of that question. What I would say to that member is that on this side of the House, we are very committed to lowering daily smoking rates. We are determined to deliver on smoke-free 2025, and we're going to make alternatives available. And also what I'd say is, with respect to the so-called tax that he talks about, all we've done is make sure Treasury is conservatively estimating the loss of excise tax by any shift that happens to an alternative product other than cigarettes.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker.
Supplementary, right on Winston Peters.
Prime Minister, how often have you met someone whose logic is that when the tax on cigarettes go up, as it did December last year, it somehow is a concession to some business?
Yeah. It's just prudent to actually set money aside, and for the most extreme scenario, if we get a shift from cigarettes to alternative products, and that's all we're accounting for.
Supplementary question. Why should the construction sector have trust in his government when they are cutting apprenticeships, and in their first 10 months in power they have spent their time gutting school building programs, shelving state housing projects, cancelling major infrastructure projects, and leaving the industry staring down a pipeline that's looking more like an empty barrel?
Again, what you see is a business confidence at a 10-year high. Why is that? Because they know this is a government dealing and improving the economic fundamentals. We are making sure there's financial discipline and no wasteful spending. We're making sure that inflation now for the first time in 3.5 years is within the band. Interest rates cuts are coming down. Confidence is up. That leads to economic growth and people in work.
Supplementary question. If things are so good for the building and construction sector, why are there 10,000 fewer people employed in the building and construction sector now than there were the day he became Prime Minister?
Very good. Because this economy is dealing with the lag effects of woeful economic mismanagement by that member and his former government. What is good news is that consents are up 2%. The Infrastructure Commission's latest pipeline estimates total over 6,000 projects, $147 billion worth, and the Transport GPS put in $33 billion for the next 3 years. And if the member cares a lot about it, I look forward to his support of our fast-track legislation, because that was a great idea from David Parker. We've built on it. There's 149 fantastic projects, 55,000 potential new homes, 30% increase in electricity generation, and 180 kilometres of new roads, rail and public transport.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. Why won't he admit that his government doesn't care about the damage it causes to New Zealand's infrastructure, workforce and economy, as long as his favourite pet projects like tax breaks for landlords and tobacco companies get billions of dollars that could so desperately be spent elsewhere?
Oh, it's a terribly sad day for the Leader of the Opposition. We have good news, which we have inflation in the band. We've delivered income tax relief for low and middle income working New Zealanders, people the Labour Party used to care about but don't anymore. We've got fast-track legislation sitting there and he refuses to support it. Come on board, do something positive.
Question 3, Joseph Mooney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Development and Employment. What recent data has she seen on the welfare traffic light system?
Mr Speaker, data from the first full calendar month of the traffic light system is very encouraging. It shows 98% of beneficiaries are at green, meaning they are successfully meeting their obligations. Just 2%, around 5,900 people, were sitting at either orange or red, meaning they had not taken the steps required of them to find or prepare for work. While it is early days, this data indicates the new system is helping beneficiaries to understand what is expected of them and helping them to stay on track with their obligations.
Supplementary. How has the traffic light system impacted the number of obligation failures and benefit sanctions?
Since the implementation of the traffic light system, we've already seen a positive impact. In September, there were about 500 fewer obligation failures and 600 fewer sanctions imposed on beneficiaries than the month before. Again, while it is still early days, this is an encouraging sign that the system is working as intended by providing clear, straightforward information to beneficiaries about their obligations and helping them to take proactive steps towards employment.
Supplementary. What message does the government have for beneficiaries who are work ready but not fulfilling their obligations?
These numbers show that about 4,500 of the 4,600 beneficiaries who are being sanctioned for not fulfilling their benefit obligations are work-ready job seekers. Our government's position on this is clear. We will fully support job seekers who are motivated to find work and improve their circumstances. But we will not tolerate those who are capable of working and choose not to take the necessary steps to prepare for or find work. Receiving a benefit comes with obligations that reflect the expectations of hard-working New Zealanders who fund the welfare system through their taxes.
Supplementary. What are the future plans for the welfare traffic light system?
Mr Speaker, next year we will introduce new non-financial sanctions and increase accountability measures for those who repeatedly fail to comply with their benefit obligations. We will also implement a requirement for individuals on job seeker support to reapply every 6 months to continue receiving payments. These changes are designed to ensure the welfare system remains fair and that beneficiaries remain engaged in the process of finding a job. Our overall goal is to have 50,000 fewer people on the job seeker benefit by 2030, as we work towards a society where more New Zealanders are in employment and able to support themselves and their families.
Before I call question 5, I need to present the 2023-24 annual report of the Controller and Auditor General. That paper is published under the authority of the House. Question, well, I can pass it over to you if you want to.
I'll have a copy.
Would you mind reading and giving us a one-page summary? Call on question number 5 in the name of the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Whakawailahi, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. Does she stand by her statement, quote, what New Zealanders can have confidence in is that they have a government that is delivering what it said it would, unquote? If so, now that the family boost has begun being paid, how many families have actually received $250 a fortnight promised in the National Party's election campaign?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, to the first part of the question, yes. And to the second part of the question, the member's assertion is wrong. The commitment was for up to $250 a fortnight, and I am advised that in some circumstances families could get even more than $250 a fortnight. At the time of the budget, Treasury's modelling indicated that around 1.9 million households, 3.5 million New Zealanders, would benefit from tax relief and family boost, on average by $60 a fortnight, and households with children would benefit on average by $78 a fortnight. I'm also advised that at least one party in the election was guaranteeing precisely $0 a fortnight in tax relief.
That's not true, actually.
Oh,
Supplementary.
Hang on.
What a triumph it was.
In silence. Respect for your amendment. Point of order.
If I come to the House with the Labor Party's policies, which showed that we were actually offering tax reductions for New Zealanders, will Nicola Willis have to withdraw and apologise for that?
Just a moment. I am going to hear that again because I couldn't hear it because of the outburst. It's a point of order. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
I've just finished.
Yeah, what did you say? Because I didn't hear it. No, I don't want you to interpret it, sorry. We've only got one language in this House that I understand. Okay, sorry, Mr Peters, if you don't mind, I'd like him to repeat his point of order.
Mr Speaker, we've already had one minister in the government today have to come and correct an answer that they gave making allegations about the previous Labor government, and so will Nicola Willis have to do the same tomorrow?
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Finance Minister Willis said one party, and straight away he took the guilt and confessed.
Yeah, well, thank you for that point of order.
New point of order.
New point of order from the Honourable Karen McAnulty.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. That question was on notice, and despite the comments by the Minister disagreeing with the so-called assertions in it, up to is inclusive of, and so a question asking for the exact number of 250 is still valid. Whether they disagree with how they presented it or not, up to includes 250, the Minister could still have made that point, but actually answered the question, and she did not.
Well, I think she did certainly address the question, and that's the only judgment that I can make about questions. Does the Honourable Barbara Edmonds have further supplementaries?
How many families have actually received the $250 a fortnight as promised by Christopher Luxon as part of the National Party's election campaign?
Well, the member well knows, or at least she likes to assert, that she knows a lot about the income tax system, and that is calculated on the full year, which we are only part way through.
So, supplementary.
Just wait for a few minutes, a few seconds. Okay.
Is the government delivering what it said it would when by the first week there were 32,407 family boost claims, but only 8,672 claims have been approved and paid?
That's right.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm very happy to correct the member's numbers. The latest stats for Family Boost, up to including the 15th of October, 44,952 households have registered. There have been 38,206 claims relating to 35,489 households. Inland Revenue has paid $6.2 million to 15,749 households since 7 October. And Inland Revenue expects around 100,000 households will be eligible for Family Boost. Can I repeat again? I want families to go onto that IRD website and claim for their entitlement.
Supplementary. Is the government delivering what it said it would when she promised more than 100,000 families will get Family Boost, but have under-delivered with only 8,672 being paid in the first week?
Mr. Speaker, I stand by the statements I have made that around 100,000 households will be eligible for Family Boost, and I am pleased that the number of successful claims is growing every day. And I would say that this is far more effective than a promise to take GST off bananas and give supermarkets tax relief.
Supplementary. Does she agree with the IRD that said Family Boost would require significant effort by recipients to access the product, which may create a barrier to product uptake, particularly for parents of young children who are already time poor? And why did she not just do ECE 20 hours free?
Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment that our childcare policy would put direct cash into people's bank accounts, and the way that we are delivering it will achieve that. We were also advised, Mr. Speaker, that other ways of doing that would take many months and years of delay, and we weren't prepared to make that delay. We wanted that cash for families.
Yeah, look, can I just say that constant talking all the way through the Minister's question doesn't change the answer, and it doesn't help the order of the House. Right on, once
Speaker, that's somewhat what my point of order is. I want you to know, or could you ask whether the questioner heard any part of the answer, because her benchmate spent the whole time screaming out during the answer from the Minister of Finance, and it's a disgrace to this House.
Yeah, well, thank you. I've offered to swap jobs with you before. We'll keep that up and we'll be heading down that track. Can another question, Barbara Edmonds? Question number 5, Chloe Swarbrick. Just hang on, just everyone settle. Okay.
E tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, our action to put economic growth on the fast track is something we stand by. Since we announced the 149 projects that would be listed in the fast track legislation, the feedback that we have received has been extremely positive. The National Road Carriers Association described the list as balanced and achievable. The Electricity Retailers Association said fast tracking would help provide confidence to build and deliver affordable, clean electricity. Business New Zealand said the projects would stimulate job creation and economic activity at a time when it mattered most. And it is a collective vote of confidence in our economic plan. Inflation is falling, interest rates are falling, confidence is rising, and now with reforms like fast track, we are delivering the foundations of growth, and I just ask that member and their party to support the fast track legislation.
Does he think it's fair that his government's fast track approvals bill has given new life to projects previously denied by the Supreme Court, like the Trans-Tasman Resources seabed mining and the Rui Taniwha Dam project, that had already been opposed by local communities, iwi and hapu?
Well, look, I'm not going to comment on individual projects, and I'd say that, and I will accept that some projects will be controversial and be criticised. But obviously their environmental appraisal will happen through expert panels. But what I do not apologise for is that we are a government that's going to deal with an infrastructure deficit, a housing crisis and an energy shortage, and actually fast-track legislation helps us address those problems in this economy, and I just encourage members to support us.
Does he stand by the statements of his Minister for Local Government that said, quote, "The ultimate localism is giving local people the right to have their say," end quote? And if so, would he then agree that his fast-track approvals bill is a blatant disregard for localism and communities by deliberately limiting community input and public consultation?
Well, I'll just say to that member, I think it's outrageous that she doesn't want to deliver up to 55,000 new homes. I think it's quite outrageous as a leader of a Greens party that you don't want to increase renewable electricity generation by 30%. I think it's quite outrageous that you don't want to invest in 180 kilometres of great new roads, public transport and also rail.
Is the Prime Minister aware that it is entirely possible to consent new renewable energy projects without also consenting coal mining that will drive up climate changing emissions? Or does he take New Zealanders for chumps?
No, but I hear New Zealanders saying they want things to get built in this country. They want things to get done. And that's what we're doing on this side of the House, and that's frankly why they elected us a year ago. They elected us to come here and to get things done for them, to improve their lives, to rebuild this economy, and that's exactly what we're doing. Support the fast-track legislation.
Can the Prime Minister please explain to the House how the new coal mining that he has consented will almost all be primarily for grades of coal that will almost never be used domestically but exported offshore, meaning that his Indonesian coal talking point takes real liberties with the truth?
Hang on,
oh my goodness.
Just a small problem with that question. I think if you think about how you phrase that, just have another crack at it.
Can the Prime Minister explain to the House how the new coal mining that he has consented under the fast...
That's the problem.
That is one of the 149 projects.
Could just say it in a succinct way and correct way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister please confirm to the House or explain to the House how the new coal mining laid out in the 149 projects announced under the fast-track legislation will primarily be for grades of coal that are not used in this country but exported offshore, therefore meaning that his Indonesian coal talking point takes incredible liberties with the truth?
I just say to the member, we are going to get things built in this country. If mining is important, if you believe in electric vehicles, if you believe in smartphones, if you believe in solar panels and wind farms, then you need to have minerals. And so we are proud of the mining projects. I just say to you, look, if you want to back fast track till you get more renewables, do it. If you want to end the gas ban so we stop importing coal, support us. If you want to back the mining so that we can actually get EVs and other minerals we need for environmental benefits.
It's very hard to take any question seriously when there's so much barracking during an answer.
Why does the Prime Minister say that he values community voice and localism, as he so frequently stated throughout the election campaign, then actively implements policy that undermines and overrides community voice and that localism?
Because we can get community voice and we can also make decisions and get things done, and that's what we're going to do.
Supplementary question, right on Winston Peters.
Will the Prime Minister take the Greens more seriously if that has said something in opposition to the importation massively of inferior Indonesian coal under the last government of which they were active members, and now come here and placate their conscience with stupidity?
Well, I don't think there's any direct ministerial or Prime Ministerial responsibility for that debating point. Question number 8, Dr. the Honourable Shabero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health and asks, does he stand by his decision to appoint a commissioner to deliver a turnaround plan that will improve Health New Zealand's financial performance? If so, how will he ensure that the current financial year's performance is better than financial year 2023 to 2024?
The Honourable Shane Reedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely stand by the decision to appoint a commissioner to Health New Zealand. The troubled health reforms, coupled with the deterioration of Health New Zealand's finance and performance levels, left us with no choice but to take urgent action. It was not sustainable to continue with the status quo. To the second part of the member's question, our government has already made a record investment in health of $16.68 billion across 3 budgets. I have directed the Commissioner to take appropriate steps to ensure Health New Zealand returns to budget so that our record investment can be put to good use on the front line.
Supplementary. Has he sought a so-called turnaround in Health New Zealand's finances by assigning $130 million of costs for redundancies that are yet to occur to financial year 23 rather than financial year 24?
Mr. Speaker, what I have done to assure financial return to budget is to make sure that Health New Zealand has enhanced budgeting processes that align functions with accountability, move to a regional model with local monitoring and accountability, and regular governance meetings that include Treasury and the Ministry of Health.
Has he sought a so-called turnaround in Health New Zealand's finances by withholding pay equity funding that Health New Zealand were expecting in financial year 23 until financial year 24?
Mr Speaker, absolutely not, and I would point to exactly the same thing that member did in the 2022-23 budget with nurses' pay equity that was accrued in 2022-23, and they did not pay it till 2023-24, exactly the same, resulting in a deficit of $1 billion in her hands.
Does he have confidence that the treatment of Health New Zealand's Holiday Act liabilities reflects best practice, or might this liability be inflated so that the Commissioner can more easily engineer a so-called turnaround in future years?
Mr Speaker, if that member had paid attention to Holidays Act remediation, we would be further through than we are. It is fair to say it's challenged, but that's also because we're bringing together 20 payrolls, but we do have a schedule for Holidays Act remediation.
Supplementary, is the reason that Health New Zealand turned up to Select Committee without its accounts and had 70 staff tied up in non-disclosure agreements because he and the Commissioner are cooking the books rather than funding the health system properly?
Mr Speaker, no, that is not correct. I would point to the opening address to the financial documents that were released, where of the 3 issues that are pointed out for the financial deterioration of Health New Zealand, the opening statement is staff recruitment, both insourced and outsourced, being ahead of budget, combined with weak internal controls that did not arrest growth, which was pointed out to her by the Auditor General, which was pointed out this year by the Auditor General.
Question number 7, Laura Truss.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Associate Minister of Education, what recent announcements has he made on improving school attendance rates?
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr Speaker, thank you. I recently announced a second group of initiatives in the Government's Attendance Action Plan. From the beginning of 2026, all state schools will be required to have an attendance management plan based on what's called the Stepped Attendance Response, or STAR. The basic premise of STAR is that every child's attendance matters every day. Once a child is absent for 5 days, 10 days or 15 days a term, the school must investigate the reasons for the absences and apply an appropriate and proportionate response in each case.
Supplementary. How will prosecution be applied to parents of students who are chronically absent?
Mr Speaker, parents can already be prosecuted for unjustified absences. I've directed the Ministry of Education to take a more active role in the prosecution process. Schools and attendance officers are actually asking for this when I meet them. The Ministry will not prosecute parents of students who are absent because of chronic illness or health conditions associated with a disability, or who are genuinely engaging with a school and the support offered. However, and it's unfortunate, some parents actively avoid and evade that kind of support, and it's in these circumstances that a child's right to an education in this country is paramount and prosecutions could be used.
Supplementary. How will the government support schools to implement the STAR system?
Mr Speaker, I'm currently meeting with attendance officers, deans, deputy principals and other community agents engaged with attendance to develop best practice materials that schools will be able to use in their attendance plans. The Ministry is also developing materials which will help schools have difficult conversations about the underlying issues such as bullying, anxiety and disengagement that are leading to poor attendance. I've asked the Ministry to coordinate multi-agency response with schools in each region and to review the resourcing applied to the attendance service. I've also directed the Education Review Office to review the systems and supports for students who are chronically absent. This will provide a good base of support for better attendance where everybody, students, parents, schools and government departments have a role to play.
Supplementary. What support has the Minister received in response to the attendance announcements?
Oh, Mr Speaker, a former teacher emailed me to say, quote, "You beauty is all I have to say," end quote. And I hear the heckling from the Labor Party. What opposition are you getting? Well, like most government ministers, the opposition I'm getting is pathetic, I've got to say. I've also had a teacher emailed As a teacher with more than a decade of experience, there is only one thing I know for sure. The more time the kids spend in class, the more they learn, the better they achieve in school. I applaud your focus on student attendance. Well done for this initiative. Another said, well done on putting together a nationwide set of attendance and truancy expectations that are clear and easy to follow. And my favourite, you are a hero, David. History will judge you kindly. Please keep up the good work.
Question number 8. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Tēnā koe te māngai te whare. My question is to the Minister of Education. Does she stand by her decision to cut $30 million from Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori?
Honourable Erica Stanford.
Yes. What is Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori?
Mr Speaker, Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori is a PLD course for teachers across the education sector who can partake in anywhere up to 20 hours of professional learning and development to learn Te Reo Māori.
Supplementary. Is she aware that Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori was specifically designed for teachers? And if so, why does she think a free Te Reo Māori course is an appropriate substitute for professional development for teachers?
Mr Speaker, what I know is that the course was 2.3 times more expensive than could otherwise have been commissioned. We know that 40% of people did not finish the course. We know that 10% of the people who did the course were not directly in front of students teaching them. We also know that there were another 10% of teachers who were doing the course that were doing that at a level that was not required to be used in the classroom. We made the decision, Mr Speaker, because we know in the future that we can design and develop a course that will be much more practical to be used and also get better value for the taxpayers' dollar.
Supplementary. What does she say to Te Taura Whiri i Te Reo Māori, Māori Language Commission Chair, Professor Rawinia Higgins, who is deeply concerned about the cut to Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori, and has she taken up Te Taura Whiri's invitation for open dialogue on the programme?
Mr Speaker, I would say that, that they would be also deeply concerned about the fact that as a system we were having a PLD provision that was 2.3 times more expensive than other similar courses that only had 60% of people actually finishing the course. And I would also say that it is important that teachers in front of students can pronounce Māori names and use everyday common phrases woven into their teaching. But this particular course was not good value for money, and we can contract better in the future.
Supplementary.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Could I ask the Minister, would students at the Reo Māori lessons learn more if they kept their mouths shut while the teacher was talking?
It's just the House will come back to order. Hang on. Yeah, good, excellent. Go and have an argument outside. Be quiet in here. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime. Oh, hang on. Just a moment. Now, if that keeps up, the two of you can head outside and have a discussion. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Supplementary. What does she say to rangatahi? Supplementary. What does she say to rangatahi from Te Kura Kohine o Te Rāwhiti o Te Upoko o Te Ika, Wellington East Girls College, quote, "It is so important and just taking it away is so crazy because it's something that was already taken away from us and it's taken so many years to try and get it back. We need more people, not less."
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr Speaker, I'd say what I've been saying consistently, that as a steward of public money, it's important that we get the best bang for our buck. When we're able to contract something that is almost 2.5 times less expensive and get better results, then we will do that. And I've already said publicly that we've entered into negotiations and discussions with my officials about what we can do in the future to get better value for money.
Question number 9 in the name of Dr. Lawrence Hunan.
Tēnā koe te manga o te whare. To the Minister of Education, e tōku to ana ia I ana kororo me ana mahi katoa.
The Honourable Director Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, yes. In particular, my recent announcements of the first nationwide phonics checks in Te Reo Māori, undertaken across a 2-year period. This check for tamariki learning in bilingual or immersion includes oral assessments, including a hearing check for glue ear, multiple check-ins on early phonemic awareness to ensure that tamariki Māori are supported to excel in Te Reo Māori.
E te manga o te whare. Supplementary question. Could the Minister please explain how she is demonstrating her commitment to Te Tiriti o Waitangi when making her decisions about education?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I'd be pleased to. Every single thing that this government and I have done as a Minister of Education has been completely and utterly mirrored in Te Reo Māori. You can take our phonics check that I've just talked about. You can talk about decodables for structured literacy that have been designed, written, printed and delivered in schools for the first time in this country's history. We could also talk about the maths resources that have been announced yesterday that are going to be available in Te Reo Māori, printed, delivered to schools by term 1 and term 2 next year. This is a government that is totally committed to making sure that tamariki Māori and rangatahi Māori are achieving at their full potential, and we will continue to make sure that we put achievement at the heart of our work program.
At te manga te whare. Supplementary question. How does making Te Tiriti o Waitangi and Te Reo Māori a lower priority for schools than they currently are align with the government's commitment to honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've already said, we are putting student achievement at the heart of every single thing that we do. And if we want to honour the treaty, Mr. Speaker, it means closing the equity gap so that decades of disparity that have pervaded our system and the disproportionate representation of tamariki Māori and rangatahi Māori in the lower quartiles of our education and achievement system is closed. And it is my utmost belief that education can and should be the primary protective factor for our kids in a way in which they can break through intergenerational cycles of poverty and disadvantage and live the life that they want, choose and deserve.
Supplementary question. What did she say to the 11 education organisations, including the Teaching Council, NZD Aotearoa, PPTA Te Wakia Ngārua, New Zealand Principals Federation and Te Akatia, who say that the government is proposing to, quote, demote the place of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, end quote?
I would say that is completely untrue, Mr. Speaker. I've already stated that putting educational achievement at the heart of our work program to make sure that rangatahi and tamariki Māori are achieving to their full potential is giving effect to the Treaty of Waitangi.
Supplementary question.
Supplementary, Lawrence Hunan.
What would she say to Māori communities who were not consulted on downgrading Te Reo in the Education and Training Act before this was put out for public consultation, or the defunding of Te Aku o Te Reo Māori, and may feel that their language, culture and rights are being undervalued by this government?
I would say what I've already said to this House many times today, Mr. Speaker, that the course was not good value for money. We can contract much better in the future.
The Honourable Tamapoto.
Can the Minister of...
A point of order. Dr. Lawrence Hunan.
Thank you. The question specifically was around what would she say to Māori communities. This is in accordance with Speaker's ruling 206/4. And the Minister was referring to the value for money of the program, which is an unrelated matter under that particular Speaker's ruling.
You asked about
Well, I don't really think, given the general tenor of the questioning, that that's a reasonable position to take. The Honourable Tamapoto.
It's Mānga o te whare. Can the Minister of Education please confirm that Māori student achievement and Māori school attendance reduced in the 5 years prior to her becoming the Minister?
Well,
Mr. Speaker, when we came into government, one of the alarming statistics that were in front of us was the fact that 12% of tamariki Māori are at curriculum for mathematics by the time they go to high school. It is this government's absolute priority to make sure that those tamariki Māori are achieving at the same rate as every single other child, which is why we are heavily investing in decodable books and maths resources to make sure that we improve their academic performance so that they can go on to live the life that they want.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Minister confirm that this government is utterly committed to supporting schools' choice to offer te reo Māori if they choose, or not, if that's the community preference?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm also proud to say that this government, for the first time, I think, in this nation's history, has included kura kaupapa Māori in our network planning for schools. Because we are dedicated to choice in education. We've ring-fenced $100 million for kura kaupapa property funding because we know the dire state of their property, and we are absolutely committed to making sure that tamariki Māori and their whānau have the choice in education if they want to go to mainstream, immersion, rumaki or kura kaupapa.
The Minister's referenced twice that Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori was of lesser value.
No, sorry. It's question time.
Oh, I need to
start with a question.
Which courses has she used to determine the undervalue of Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I'm understanding the member's question right, when we looked at the performance of each of the providers, there were 13, there was one particular provider that had a completion rate as low as 10%.
Question number 10, Reo Māori.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and asks, what update can she provide to her Make It Count action plan?
The Honourable Reo Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was delighted to announce the 4 suppliers of ministry-funded maths resources freely available to state schools across New Zealand from Term 1 2025. Schools will have the option to select from a range of flexible packages from Prime, Maths No Problem, Pneumacon and Oxford University Press that include online resources, teacher guides, student workbooks, lesson plans, games and activities. And I'm really delighted that the government has committed these resources directly to teachers and students to lift achievement and support the implementation of the new maths curriculum.
Supplementary. What resources will be made available in Te Reo Māori as part of the Maths Action Plan?
Mr. Speaker, to ensure those learning through Te Reo Māori have the same opportunities to engage with the updated Pangaru curriculum, the Ministry will be fully funding resources for teachers and students in Te Reo Māori that are curriculum aligned, curriculum for the 0 to 8 students from Term 1 2025. Year by year, world-leading curriculum document now supported by a substantial resource package. In addition, this government committed $20 million of professional learning and development funding to support teachers to unpack and embed the new curriculum and these resources in their classrooms.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received?
Mr. Speaker, the feedback has been heartwarming. From a teacher, thank you for the transformational changes you are making to literacy and maths for our tamariki. And from a principal, we have been using Prime Maths for about 5 years, and the difference it has made for our learners is incredible. We are thrilled that you are investing in this program across New Zealand. All our learners will benefit. Our school budget will also benefit. We are very grateful.
Question number 11, Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister responsible for RMA reform and asks, does he agree with the Parliament Commissioner for the Environment's submission on the fast-track approvals bill that, quote, the bill lacks many of the environmental safeguards its predecessor legislation contained. Even the much-maligned National Development Act 1979 had more environmental checks and balances.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
No, the fast-track approvals bill is still before the Environment Select Committee. It includes environmental safeguards throughout the process, including at the referral stage and the panel decision stage.
How can he stand by his statement in this House on August 27 regarding fast-track, quote, we've replicated the same law that Labor adopted, end quote, when that law contained projects like wind farms, solar farms, housing and rest homes without ever overriding the Resource Management Act, the Wildlife Act or the Conservation Act?
Well, I can stand behind it because it is true. We have taken the process, or the extremely similar process from the COVID-19 fast-track legislation, in which the government legislates projects and then they go off to an expert panel for consenting. As the member will be aware, the government has recommended to the Select Committee that the panels have the ability to decline projects. And in relation to the projects that the members just mentioned around wind farms and solar farms, he might have missed the announcement a few days ago, but we've announced 149 of them, and 22 of the projects of the 149 were renewable energy projects, and there's a whole bunch of housing developments in there as well.
Is the reason he's claiming this fast-track bill is the same as the previous bill because he's trying to distract from caving to New Zealand First's demand to push private mining projects through without proper public or environmental scrutiny?
Look,
a point of order, the right honourable Winston Peters.
Mr. Speaker, that new member has made a tragic mistake. He's got no evidence for that, and if he has, he needs to show it before he puts it in his question.
Yes, I think it would be fair to say the question could be reworded.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the reason he's claiming this fast-track bill is the same as the previous bill because he agreed to New Zealand First's push for private mining projects which will not have proper public or environmental scrutiny?
Look, I'm not claiming the bill is exactly the same as the... No one has ever claimed the bill is the same. If it was the same, it wouldn't be a bill in Parliament. By definition, it must be different. What we have claimed is that the process, the substance of the process around the government selecting projects and referring them to an expert panel, which works on an expedited timeframe compared to the traditional process, is similar and is in substance the same. Clearly, the bill is different. Firstly, it is a one-stop shop. It does not just deal with the RMA, it deals with the heritage legislation, the Conservation Act, the Wildlife Act, so it is a one-stop shop. Secondly, it deals with national and regionally significant projects. So clearly it is different, but the process that has been laid out in the bill is the same or extremely similar to the last government's COVID-19 fast-track legislation. In relation to the private mining...
Hang on, that's a really good answer at that point. Glenn Bennett.
Did he receive a paper stating that seabed mining and offshore wind are incompatible as it disrupts the seabed floor, potentially delaying Taranaki offshore wind development until the 2070s?
Well, I've had literally hundreds of papers on fast track, so I can't give the member an accurate answer. If he wants to put it down in writing, I'm happy to go away and have a look at it. What I would say, though, is that wind and mining both have futures in New Zealand, and it is possible to do both in this country. It is possible to build wind farms, as it is possible to have mining for coal and for other minerals that we need in New Zealand. New Zealand's future is in doing all of the above, not closing our mind off to extractive industries that provide jobs and growth in regional New Zealand. That member's party started life in a part of regional New Zealand founded on the mining industry. We are now the party of the workers.
Supplementary, the right honourable Winston Peters.
Can I...
Just hang on a minute. Okay, we go.
Can I ask the Minister, is it possible to have solar or wind power without mining?
I'm by no means a scientific expert on this, but my understanding from the phone that I spend so much time on is that it's very difficult to make things like iPhones and indeed wind turbines and all the other things we need in the modern world without mining.
How can he pretend that this legislation is balanced?
Just a minute. The member's own side are talking while he's trying to ask a question. Well, you don't have to stay in the House. Glenn Bennett.
How can he pretend that this legislation is balanced when it resurrects projects like seabed mining off Taranaki, projects that have already failed under normal environmental safeguards, but are now being rammed through on his watch?
Well, firstly, there's a couple of factual errors there. Firstly, they're not being rammed through, they're being referred to an expert panel for consenting. And as we've indicated, the expert panels will have the ability, if they can't manage the adverse effects or the panel decides that the adverse effects from a project can't be managed, those projects could be turned down.
Question number 12, Cameron Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Building and Construction and asks, what changes is the government making in the building and construction portfolio, and why are these changes needed?
The Honourable Chris Hippkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the first part of the question, the government has a big year of building reforms already, and we are just getting started. Our guiding principle, sir, is that building needs to be easier and regulations need to be streamlined, proportionate to the risk, consistent, nationwide, and place liability where it is most appropriate. To the second part of the question, we know that change is desperately needed and long overdue, including because of the housing crisis in this country, which has been a long-standing challenge and issue, one that the government is utterly committed to solving through, among other things, the Going for Housing Growth programme of my friend and colleague Chris Bishop.
Supplementary. What specific initiatives are underway to make building easier in New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, the government has announced a range of initiatives, from small common sense changes to larger, more structural reforms, all with the goal of letting good tradies get on with the job. I won't list them all here today because I know you wouldn't allow me to, but most significant ones include removing barriers to overseas building products to drive competition and reduce prices, allowing granny flats and other structures up to 60 square metres to be built without a building consent or resource consent per the National New Zealand First Coalition Agreement. Extremely popular, sir, not only with grannies at that. And commencing a major reform of the structure of the building consent system to improve efficiency, certainty and consistency across the country.
Supplementary. How important is the building and construction sector to the economy?
Oh, extremely important, Mr. Speaker. So notwithstanding the construction recession that we inherited, a recent report found that the building construction sector contributed some 20% of all jobs in New Zealand and $99 billion in sales. The system that we did inherit, sir, was a jungle of red tape through which builders were forced to fight for even the most simple project, much of which regulation added no meaningful protection for consumers.
Supplementary. How has the sector responded to the changes?
Mr. Speaker, I meet regularly with building industry, from large corporations to small business and sole operators all over New Zealand. Overall, the sector is extremely supportive of the government's approach to reducing red tape so that they can get on with building. For years, the sector has wanted a government bold enough to make significant reforms in the building construction sector, and now they have one.
Supplementary.
Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the government is reducing red tape in the building industry, what is it doing to increase the standards and accountability for building professionals to ensure continued confidence in the sector?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question, which is a very good one. The government's looking at strengthening requirements for building professionals, including penalties, to ensure that Kiwis have confidence in their biggest asset, namely the residential home. The vast majority of tradies are doing a very good job, but we do need to make sure that those who are careless or incompetent are held to account. Mr. Speaker, the trade-off for reducing oversight for relatively low-risk work, for example, granny flats conducted by qualified professional, respectable tradies, is that we have adequate safeguards in place to hold careless or incompetent individuals to account.
If members need to leave the House now that we've concluded oral questions, please do so quickly, quietly. We'll wait 30 seconds to start the general debate. Yeah, we'll move on without the conversations in the aisles. Would some honourable member care to move that the House take note of miscellaneous business? The Honourable Nicola Willis.
I so move. It is a happy day for New Zealand. Today marks the day that this government broke the back of the inflation beast. After 3.5 years in which New Zealanders have suffered a cost of living crisis, with prices surging, with inflation out of control. Today, Stats New Zealand confirmed that inflation is back in band. It is 2.2%. And members, the good news doesn't stop there, because the Reserve Bank has already moved to reduce interest rates by 75 basis points across its last two announcements. And that, Mr. Speaker, is real money in real people's bank accounts. And the Reserve Bank, in reducing those interest rates, has spelt good news for mortgage holders, good news for those business owners who want to invest more, who want to hire more people. We are seeing the green shoots of economic recovery. After multiple increases in interest rates and a sustained period of out-of-control inflation under the last government, good economic management is back and the results are coming through. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the Leader of the Opposition of his words. Here is his budget speech this year, in which he said, well, this is a government that is fuelling inflation through tax cuts, rather than helping to get inflation back down and interest rates back down again. Mr. Speaker, so the question is, will he eat those words? Who's going to ask Mr. Hipkins whether he was right? Because the answer is he was wrong. Because we have delivered the tax relief that the National Party campaigned on. We have delivered lower inflation, and we have delivered dropping interest rates. So next time members of the opposition cry that the sky is falling and tell New Zealanders that bad times are ahead and that the government's got it wrong, just remember what Chris Hipkins told you. And he said this government is choosing to prioritise tax cuts that are going to lead to higher inflation for longer. Well, he was wrong then, and he's wrong now. And it wasn't just Chris Hipkins, of course. We also had the sage, the finance spokesperson, Barbara Edmonds, who was very strong and clear in her conviction that the government is continuing to talk about tax cuts, quote, that will only drive up inflation. Well, Barbara Edmonds should know this. What tax relief has actually done is put more money in the bank accounts of 3.5 million New Zealanders. What tax relief has actually done is ensured that families up and down the country have a bit more money for their groceries, for their school uniforms, for the bills they have to pay. What tax relief has actually done is ensured that some small businesses are seeing shoppers shop a bit more at their shops. Some restaurants are seeing a few more people coming in through the doors. And all of this has been achieved, Mr. Speaker, with inflation coming down. And that really matters. Because what New Zealanders had to get used to over these past 3.5 years was every time they went to the supermarket, they found that the prices had gone up and up. Inflation got as high as 7% under Labour. And instead of doing what every orthodox economist was telling them to do, rein in your spending, get it under control, what did they do? They poured fuel on the inflation fire. Money for cycleway bridges, money for 3 waters that no one wanted, money for light rail projects that went nowhere, money for more policy analysts in more departments. And Mr. Speaker, they didn't deliver results, they delivered inflation. And then what was the Reserve Bank left to do? The Reserve Bank was left to crank and crank and crank those interest rates higher, putting real pressure on mums and dads, real pressure on people who just bought their first home, creating real hardship in our community. So Barbara said it, she said we should heed her warnings. Well, I'd say based on her accuracy of forecasting, she should never be trusted in what she claims will happen in this economy again. We are the ones, Mr. Speaker, that have delivered what we said we will, and it's a great day for New Zealanders.
Call on the Honourable Mark Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and may I start by congratulating the Finance Minister in stewarding inflation down to 2.2%, that absolutely vital component in turning our economy round. And of course it is this week that we celebrate 1 year since the election and a return from those dark, dark days when New Zealand First was not represented in this House. And boy, could we see it from the mess that we came back to. There was a Labour Party that was adrift, bereft of ideas, an economy in ruins, inflation rampant, a revolving door of ministers. Even their own Prime Minister had abandoned ship on them. And as evidenced, not much has changed in the last 12 months, although I must say Carmel Sepuloni has been quite entertaining on Celebrity Treasure Island. And indeed it might be contagious. The Greens have also had a shocking year, a revolving door of MPs, and in fact if we could hook a turbine up to it, it could be one of the largest renewable energy projects in the country, and they've been far too weak and indecisive to eject a member from their own party. God help us if they end up in power at some stage in the future, but enough of them. We've had our sleeves rolled up. Our leader, the Right Honourable Winston Peters, has been out re-engaging New Zealand in the world, particularly with our neighbours in the Pacific, and rebuilding our relationships with her foreign partners and allies in these very difficult geopolitical times. Casey Catsello is busy delivering in the 500 extra police we won in the coalition agreement. For our seniors, Customs, he's got them purring. They've just massive hauls of drugs at the border, and yes, delivering sensible smoking cessation policies. Shane Jones, and to a more modest degree and more self-effacing degree myself, have been out on the regions. We're delivering the gospel of growth, out with our sleeves rolled up at regional growth summits up and down the country. In fact, the Matua is in Gisborne today, preparing for tomorrow's summits. And so we're not going to bow to the naysayers. The can't-do attitude that had prevailed, the red and green tape that we're sweeping away the impediments to growth, jobs and investment. This fast-track legislation that we have been instrumental in encouraging our coalition partners to bring forward will be the single most significant piece of legislation that we bring forward in this House. These 149 projects, the 58,000 homes, the 43 infrastructure projects, 22 Scott Willis renewable energy projects, 11 mining projects, and yes, we do need mining and extraction in this country, and we are not afraid to back that industry. 8 quarries. How can you build roads and infrastructure if you don't have quarries? So that is our big push to develop regional New Zealand and kickstart this regional and national economy. The Regional Infrastructure Fund, the $1.2 billion Regional Development Fund, energy, water storage, wharves and renewable energy. We will be delivering those projects. We will be co-investing in enabling projects to once again kick-start this economy. You can see the lens and the influence that we have had on this government. And it does build on our proud history of the Provincial Growth Fund, that $3 billion fund that we had in our last term in Parliament here, the 52nd. It has delivered everything from the largest mussel farm in the world to that deprived region up in Aotearoa. Jobs, growth, hope up there for once, to actually reinstating the hillside workshops that have been closed down as we support a return to engineering and manufacturing in its heartland of South Dunedin. So we have taken our country back in this last 12 months. Back to basics, reading, writing and maths at school, back to growth, back to an economy that can deliver first world jobs, first world education and first world healthcare. We're only 1 year in, there's much to do, but we're well on the way. and we will deliver on our promises from 12 months ago. Thank you.
The Honourable Nicola Green.
Mr Speaker, thank you. Well, it is an absolute pleasure to rise and take a call today, and what a day, what a chance to talk about the amazing work that this coalition government has achieved in just 10 months, in 1 year of government. Mr Speaker, we are well back in the target range of inflation at just 2.2%. Take a bow, the Finance Minister, Nicola Willis, for all of the hard work that she has put into, alongside her colleagues, that she has put into helping drive down inflation in this country. New Zealanders have worked incredibly hard under an incredibly long period of duress, and they are now starting to see and benefit from the green shoots of this recovering economy. Mr Speaker, if that is what can be achieved in just 1 year of careful fiscal management, imagine what else we can achieve in the coming years of this parliamentary term and beyond. Mr Speaker, as the Minister for Women, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the women out there who are helping us to rebuild this economy. Women are without doubt the backbone of the New Zealand economy, and often their work goes unacknowledged, unpaid or underpaid. So I want every woman in this country to know we see you, we hear you, and better times are ahead. Thank you so much for the work you are doing, especially to the mums raising their kids to be strong and independent and setting them up for the future. The grandparents taking their children to school to spend a day focused on reading and writing and on maths. The female CEOs breaking glass ceilings and paving the way for the future leaders to come on behind them. The rural women who just do the books, what actually means they're the accountant, the auditor, the HR manager, the legal advisor, the farm environment planner, the nutrient budgeter, the stock agent liaison, the carverer, the cook, the cleaner, and everything else in between that goes on farm. Or the many other rural women who are heading up our industry bodies and all of the hard work that they do to contribute to that $53 billion food and fibre sector. You are incredible. You are incredible in your own right, and you were rightly acknowledged yesterday on International Rural Women's Day. Mr Speaker, the women of New Zealand need to hear the government has their back, and I want all women and girls in this country to have economic freedom. I want them to have access to world-class education. I want them to be protected from violence and, of course, to have better health outcomes. And I want to list a few things that this government is doing towards achieving those aspirations. We're building the economy. That will, in turn, give prosperity to women. We're increasing paid parental leave by 6%. We're introducing family boost payments to help with ECE costs, which has even been acknowledged just today as being a part of the factor driving down that cost of living. And one of my big key priorities as the Minister for Women is bringing down that very, very stubborn gender pay gap. I'm going to be announcing the work that we're going to be doing on that very, very shortly, and we're looking forward to seeing women of this country being remunerated fairly. Mr Speaker, our government is doing things that are actual and are tangible to changing and improving the lives of women and girls in this country. We are deliberately putting money back into the hands of parents. We are not a government that is spraying a fire hose of cash across this economy and that's caused the Reserve Bank to ratchet up interest rates harder and faster than many of us have seen in our lifetime. Mr Speaker, we're helping to restore health inequalities in the health system. We're extending breast screening age to women aged 70 to 74. At the outset, that should save about 22 lives a year, and at full implementation, about 65 lives a year. What a difference that makes to families across New Zealand. It's also Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I'd like to inform the House. I want to give a shout out to the women who have battled and are battling breast cancer, and that of course includes some of our parliamentary colleagues, so our thoughts are very much with them at the moment. We also want to improve the safety of women. We've made significant changes to law and order in this country. We are putting more cops back on the beat, keeping our people safe. We are taking a tough stance on criminals, and we are looking to improve the laws around stalking for women as well. We know families have been bearing the brunt of the economic mismanagement of the previous Labor government for 6 long years, and parents and families and women have been forced to make some really, really difficult decisions, but we want them to know things are getting better. We are not going to take our foot off the pedal. We are going to keep working towards giving them more choice, more freedom to live great lives in the best little country on planet Earth.
The Honourable June Prime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I want to talk to the announcement that the Auditor General will inquire into the procurement processes for the contracting of services under Oranga Tamariki. The Minister welcomes the inquiry, yet yesterday she could not answer to me in the House that she was confident that the things that are being investigated by the Auditor General that she is confident in her organisation that those things have occurred. Yet when I look at the series of questions that we have had in the House, when I look at interviews in the media about this, and there have been numerous interviews on this, the Minister being unable to express her confidence yesterday, yet all throughout the months of questioning, absolutely standing by the decisions, the processes, saying what her expectations were and that she had no concerns. Yet yesterday she welcomes the inquiry. On the 2nd of May, I asked the first question of the Minister about the contracts that were coming up for expiry, and she said in the answer, I expect that these reviews will prioritise the outcomes for children, and some of these decisions are still budget sensitive, and we will find out more when the budget is announced. So later in May, when the budget was announced, I waited to hear the details about the very things that I had been questioning. However, there were no such details to come. So then our Select Committee had the opportunity to scrutinise the Minister and the organisation on the 17th of June. 2nd of May, 17th of June. On the 17th of June, the Chief Executive was asked, will you know by the 1st of July, the day after all of these contracts had expired? The answer was yes. And then the question was asked, and then will it be made public? The answer was, what we'll do by the 1st of July is work with all the providers to finalise those agreements and to vary them. Mr. Speaker, we waited and we waited and we waited for this information that the Minister promised us would be available at the budget, then wasn't available when all the contracts expired on the 30th of June. We were told it would be out by the 1st of July, and yet still today, it is not finalised. The Minister refuses to be accountable to the process and the decisions and has not provided the information through written questions, through parliamentary oral questions, through OIAs, claiming they cannot do this because the process hasn't yet been completed. This is about something that was supposed to have been done by the 30th of June that we were promised by the budget, by the 1st of July, and the goalposts just keep shifting. It has been an absolutely shambolic process, and so I welcome the Auditor General's inquiry into this process. But Mr. Speaker, as this House is aware, it is not just the Auditor General who is concerned. We also have the Independent Children's Monitor who has expressed concern and asked questions, and when didn't get the information, used the provisions in legislation to require that information to be given. We also have the Children's Commissioner who is concerned and has asked questions. The Minister continued to stand in this House and claim that there was nothing wrong with what was happening, and then turned on the social service providers themselves. She attacked them, calling them cash cows, that they were disgruntled, and she even confirmed on the 8th of August that the final decisions had been made a couple of days beforehand, well over a month after the 30th of June, and yet we still can't get that information because apparently it hasn't. Final decisions haven't actually been made. The process hasn't actually yet been completed. So we are many, many months past that deadline, and we are seeing the devastating impact for our social service providers, but more importantly, the vulnerable children and families who they serve, who are in absolute disarray because of this minister's cruel cuts that are absolutely frontline services to our most vulnerable children and tamariki. So I too welcome the Auditor General's inquiry into these procurement processes. Kia ora.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister decided that the Climate Change Minister needed to be in caucus, was it for the purpose of staying informed on what is happening in adaptation to climate impacts? I would hope so, but on the evidence, it appears that that has been an abject failure. So I'm interested in hearing from this government about the recent flooding events in Ōtepoti, Dunedin, because I want to know what this government is actually doing to reduce risk to whānau in South Dunedin and in the vulnerable communities around the motu. Because the planet's on fire, Mr. Speaker, and all we're hearing from this government are lukewarm, lame excuses. The 2015 floods highlighted the social and economic cost of continuing to pour oil and gas on the climate fire, and it's only getting worse. By 2050, more than 10,000 homes, whānau, in our biggest cities will become uninsurable. When are we going to get past photo ops? When will we get any meaningful work on adaptation? Or will we simply get more oil, gas, coal mines and Ford Rangers pouring more gas on the climate fire, putting more people at greater risk, turning up the heat on climate impacts like flooding, fires, slips, damage to homes and families? Will this government finally pull their heads out of the coal pit? Members opposite surely know that sniffing fossil fuels damages brain cells. Addiction to fossil fuels is dangerous. I can see droopy heads opposite. But back in September 2023, Christopher Luxon said that climate change is an incredibly important portfolio. Fast forward to 2024, the PM has only visited Dunedin once, on the 7th of October, on a flying visit that seems to have been mostly spent dodging local residents. Local residents who wanted answers to the government's long list of broken promises. When the PM says, "I'm wealthy and I'm sorted," we get the clear message that this government just doesn't care. I can inform members opposite that most people in South Dunedin are not wealthy and are not sorted, certainly not now, but they do care about each other. When the PM says he's unaware about Dunedin's request for partnership and support, we can only assume significant dysfunction in the caucus. Because why did the government reject the Dunedin City Council's plea for $132.5 million to help the city cope with climate impacts earlier this year? Was the PM briefed on this? And if not, why not? Was the Prime Minister briefed on the meeting we had on the 2nd of May with the Dunedin Mayor, Dunedin CEO Sandy Graham, South Dunedin Future Programme Leader Jonathan Rowe, along with Climate Change Minister Simon Watts, Minister Mark Patterson, Ingrid Leary MP, and if not, why not? Mr. Speaker, I live in the Greater Dunedin area, and in the 2006 floods I was rowing across paddocks rescuing drowning sheep while the rest of the wider South Dunedin area was underwater, and there have been many flood events since. Sandbagging helps, but we recognise, all of us recognise, that we need to do so much more. There were workshops I led in 2019, I think, Our City, Our Climate workshops, and those floods also inspired the South Dunedin Future Work Programme. This is localism in practice, and when our co-leader, Chloe Swarbrick, was able to visit Ōtepoti recently, we met with those who had been flooded, those who had lost stock and had homes damages. We met with community leaders. We met with artist Aroha Low, who said, listen to mana whenua, listen to tangata whenua, listen to the whenua, and it's telling you what to do, because for F's sake, there are so many other priorities that we need to be thinking about rather than putting pseudoephedrine back on the shelves. When will the Minister for Climate Change actually visit South Dunedin? When will this government listen? The climate is changing, so why aren't we? We need to act now. The climate is not going to wait for politics to catch up. This is a choice that we have, and all we've heard from the government is look to develop a national climate change adaptation framework by sometime next year. It is pathetic.
Dan Bidwell.
Mr. Speaker, Charles Dickens once wrote, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times." And I'd like to just start out by acknowledging those for whom, Mr. Speaker, are doing it tough and for whom it is, in fact, the worst of times. Those people who have lost a job, those businesses who are struggling, and those households who are struggling through a cost of living crisis. My message to them, Mr. Speaker, is that better times are ahead. And we've talked a lot today about green shoots, Mr. Speaker. Blue shoots. And there's some really good things to celebrate for those who are struggling. On cost of living, we've had it announced that inflation is down to a record 2.2%. Interest rates 4.75%. Business confidence is the highest in nearly a decade. And those who are struggling, particularly in Northcote, are thankful that we've got income tax relief and family boost for those who are like me and who have young ones that will be going through the Early Learning Centre. Mr. Speaker, we've got green shoots on law and order with respect to the tough approach, and I want to acknowledge those in the police force for bringing to justice 40 commenteros, and that is having positive ripples throughout our country. We've had 22% in serious reduction in serious assaults in Auckland. But, Mr. Speaker, there's more to celebrate around cutting waste. We have cut waste from the previous government. We've axed wasteful spending projects like light rail, 3 waters, let's get Wellington moving, Lake Onslow, contracts and consultants and back office staff, Mr. Speaker, which has saved taxpayers billions of dollars. We've gone back to basics, Mr. Speaker, on things like education. I want to acknowledge the passion that our Minister has for making sure we've got a better, brighter future for those future Kiwis. We've gone back to basics in infrastructure, making sure we're actually getting things built in this country and getting things moving. But, Mr. Speaker, we know there is a lot for us to do. And our plan is working to improve quality of life, improve the economic prosperity of this country. Because, Mr. Speaker, that is, of course, the underlying thing that we must focus on as a country to improve the next generation of New Zealanders. Like our education system, making sure that our kids and our grandkids have a best education, whether you're Māori, Pacific or any such ethnicity. Making sure, Mr. Speaker, that we have an attractive arrangement for foreign investment. And I'd like to acknowledge the recent initiatives that will see an overhaul of the Overseas Investment Act. Making sure we actually deliver infrastructure in this country, Mr. Speaker. And that is what the Fast Track Bill is all about. And if the opposite side was keen on seeing stuff built in this country, they'd come on board and support our fast track legislation. But, Mr. Speaker, there's other good things around foreign connections, and I want to acknowledge our Trade Minister, Todd McLeod, for getting together and signing a deal with the UAE. And that is actually fantastic in record time. That will make a real substantial and tangible difference to those who wish to expand overseas. And the last area, Mr. Speaker, in our economic plan is around the innovation, science and technology space. And we've got a fantastic minister in Judith Collins who's very passionate about improving the productive and innovative capacity in New Zealand. There's so many good things and good reasons to be optimistic, but we know, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot for us to do. The Coalition is paving a way for a strong and prosperous future for our nation. That's the kaupapa that we live by, and we will not waive for it. So, Mr. Speaker, we are focused, our plan is working, and we're working hard to get our country back on track.
Very good. Before I call the member, Shannon Halbert,
Mr. Speaker, perfect timing to speak after.
No, hang on. I was actually saying something then. Yeah. I was saying before I call the member, Shannon Halbert, I just want to make it clear that I made a slight mistake in the order of things. I apologise to Dan Bidwell and to Shannon Halbert, and I've given Shannon Halbert, if he looks at the clock, small compensation for the interruption that he's suffered. Yeah. I'm sure that'll be hard on the rest of us, but nonetheless we'll put up with it. I call on the Honourable Shannon Halbert.
Mr. Speaker, it's actually perfect timing, and it won't be hard on you at all. Over the next 5 minutes or so, I'm talking about the past year since Scar took over this kingdom and the darkness invaded our lives and communities in Tāmaki Makaurau. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, in Northcote, because the MP for Northcote, just down the road from me, he didn't mention anything about our local community. He didn't talk about the fact that he's cancelled local classroom buildings, he's closing North Shore Women's Centre, he's cancelled the counselling services at the Salvation Army, he's reduced our police numbers, he's cut funding to Kaipātiki projects, and he's cut jobs, Mr. Speaker. So it was perfect timing that I am now in this particular position. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that is choosing to spend $2 million for landlords and $216 million for tobacco companies. They are taking New Zealand backwards and taking us back decades on the environment and on issues pertaining to Te Tiriti. They're not thinking of the future, they're putting themselves and commercial interests ahead of our people and ahead of our New Zealand communities. Mr. Speaker, frontline cuts are going too far and too fast. Border workers, hiring pause in hospitals, kids' classrooms on hold, hundreds of frontline providers seeing their funding cut or reduced, the shameful whaikaha attack and support for disabled Kiwis. Mr. Speaker, the list just continues and continues, and each day I wake up to this government and I think, what next? And more cuts are made against the communities in our country. Mr. Speaker, in particular today, I'm going to speak to the transport issues that we have in Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland, in my Auckland Issues portfolio. Mr. Speaker, the government has cut $564 million from the next 3 years of Auckland's long-term plan in the National Land Transport Program 2024 to 2027. $564 million for the chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. That includes street maintenance, including footpaths, along with cycleways, safety and bus services. They are all losers under this government. The impact of these cuts will be large, they'll be widespread. Road safety funding cuts will increase. They will increase, for Simeon Brown's ears, they will increase deaths and serious injuries for Aucklanders. Mr. Speaker, road harm costs Auckland an estimated $2 billion annually. Fewer people are dying on Auckland's roads, according to new figures compiled by Auckland Transport. 27 deaths were recorded in the year July 2024, down from 6 fatalities in the previous 12 months. And the Minister for Auckland ignores these statistics. He believes they don't happen and he's cut their funding. But, Mr. Speaker, it's important for Aucklanders to understand how many of us are less likely to make it home because of reduced road safety initiatives. And alongside that, what about our kids? The original road safety budget for Auckland involved a $70-odd million contribution from the government, but they've only given a mere $6 million. Mr. Speaker, the government's view of Auckland Council cuts should include, under the officials' plan, street maintenance and renewals, that they'll lose $107 million over 3 years. Time of use charging, which they promised, will be cut by 77%, and road safety by 36%. The road safety cuts will affect education work and projects to make our roads safer. Cycleways will lose about $90 million, or 35% of their funding. Electrification of ferries will have $89 million deferred, and buses will get $59 million less, both part of a 3-year cut to spending and attack on public transport in Auckland by $213 million. Now, I ask the questions of the Minister of Auckland, Simeon Brown, what are you doing? What is your plan for Auckland? And in fact, Mr. Speaker, there are no answers, because there haven't been any cabinet papers that have been taken up. There hasn't been any work done. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Auckland isn't advocating for Aucklanders. He doesn't have a plan, and he's only making more and more cuts.
Call on Rarui Waititi.
It is an absolute privilege to stand in the Pride Lanes and follow Zazu in his kōrero today. Simba has arrived home. Hei aharawa te takaroa whakapono tia whakarongo ake ngā iwi o te motu e ki te karere o te he parapai e hei aharawa te takaroa whakapono tia te tiriti o Waitangi te huarahi mana Māori mo tuhake te iwi e he mea hipoki nā i hoa e hei aharawa te takaroa whakapono tia. Kia ora tātou. Hei aharawa. Thank you. You're taking up my time. Hei aharawa te takaroa whakapono tia is the call to our people. We can no longer wait. We must believe in ourselves. Believe in our solutions. Sit comfortably in our rangatiratanga. We are tangata whenua. We are the sovereign. We are our own solutions. E taku iwi Māori e, we can no longer wait. Hei aha te takaroa. For Pākehā to fix our problems and dysfunction that they have created for our people. We have now become impatient, very impatient, and angry, and so we should. Righteous anger is our right, and we need to channel it into our own solutions and well-being. Hei aha rawa te takaroa, whakaponotia. Believe and know who we are. Hei aha rawa. We have for too long been over-investigated, over-convicted, over-policed, over-stereotyped, over-incarcerated, overlooked, over-regulated, under-educated, undervalued, underclassed, assimilated and subjugated in a racist and white supremacist system to make tangata whenua more like settlers, like Europeans, like Pākehā, just second-class ones. Our goal is to ensure that this is a one-term government. Everything the light touches is our kingdom, except that shadowy part over there. And ensure we grow more members who are unapologetic, unfettered, unbridled, and unseated Māori political voices here in this kāwanatanga space. Hei aha rawa te takaroa whakaponotia. Being the only tangata whenua movement in this House means that the weight of our Māori nation sits solely on the shoulders of the 6 people that sit here in this part of the House. One of the easiest ways we can do that is that we need more of our people to enrol onto the Māori roll. For the first time, Māori on the Māori roll now outpopulate Māori on the general roll. Congratulations to our people. This is showing the new breed of Māori coming through. The kohanga reo generation has arrived. 70% of our people are 40 years and younger. If 20% of the population, if we are 20% of the population, that would translate into more seats in this House if all of our people were on the Māori roll. 18 to 20 seats. But because we have people still on the general roll, Māori people on the general roll, we get half of what we should be getting, which is 7 Māori seats, and when in actual fact, it should be 14 if all Māori were on the Māori roll. Now that we're 20%, that was at 16%, now we're at 20%, it will increase. Yes, be quiet. This is about us using this democratic process to our advantage, e hikama. Get on the Māori roll. Ensure that we have more on the Māori roll to ensure we have more Māori seats for more Māori voices. E hikama, this is our kōrero today. Kia ora tātou.
Mr. Speaker.
I call on Dr. Pamchit Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm taking this call to talk about a pressing issue in our tertiary education system, particularly our universities. Mr. Speaker, when students go through our universities, what we expect? We expect is that students will be able to think independently, that they will be able to think critically, and they will have an innovative mindset so that they can go out and solve the problems of this ever-evolving world. But, Mr. Speaker, this confidence and this trust that we have in our universities is recently becoming a bit shaky. Mr. Speaker, we have seen Times Higher Education World University Rankings released recently, and none of the universities, our universities, have risen in their rankings. We have seen some universities have dropped in their rankings, so overall we can say that we have experienced a drop. Mr. Speaker, if I just pick one university, our top university, University of Auckland is no longer in top 150 universities. It's quite disappointing, Mr. Speaker, to see that we don't have any universities in top 150, and that University of Auckland is no longer in top 150. Mr. Speaker, what is more concerning is that because of the direction some of the universities are taking, the rankings might suffer even more. And, Mr. Speaker, I can talk about many, many issues, but I'll pick one example. University of Auckland, Mr. Speaker, has announced that they are going to introduce a compulsory course to teach Treaty of Waitangi and Maori World View. This is a compulsory course worth 15 points for all undergraduate degrees. For all undergraduate degrees, Mr. Speaker, I ask, why is this course needed for all undergraduate degrees, and why is it needed that this course should be compulsory? Mr. Speaker, this is going to create a lot of suffering for students, because at the end of the day, students are going to suffer, and in the long run, our country is going to suffer. Mr. Speaker, yes, I'm going to explain that, Mr. Speaker, because this course is all students will have to study. If somebody wants to study science, for example, somebody wants to do a BSc, that student is wanting to do BSc because that student is really passionate about science. Now, this course is going to be enforced on that student. So if the student doesn't like this course, of course, the grades won't be what overall we would like to see, and the overall grades of that student will suffer. And moreover, Mr. Speaker, we know that for any degree program, there are some compulsory components that students have to do. For BSc, there has to be some compulsory science components to be completed so that they can achieve a BSc degree, which is equivalent to BScs around the world, Mr. Speaker, around the world with the universities where we compare ourselves with. So, Mr. Speaker, now because of this space that is going to be created for this compulsory Treaty of Waitangi and Maori Worldview course, other components will be pushed on to the rest of the time that is left for that degree. And that is going to create more pressure on students. So, Mr. Speaker, who is going to suffer? Students. And in the long run, Mr. Speaker, our country is going to suffer. Mr. Speaker, going back to our international rankings. Yes, Mr. Speaker, members out there might want to dismiss our lowering international rankings, but Mr. Speaker, I say this, that it's really important that we improve our international rankings. One thing, Mr. Speaker, which is to be noted is that all our universities have dropped in one area, that is the international outlook. So our universities have lost credibility in international outlook. Mr. Speaker, I know that I have done 2 degrees overseas. I did my BSc and MSc from India. I did my PhD from the University of Auckland. I have seen how tertiary education system works in 2 very different parts of the world. And Mr. Speaker, when students are looking around to study, Mr. Speaker, they do look at international rankings. Top students are definitely, Mr. Speaker, looking at international rankings when they apply to study at any university around the world. And also, Mr. Speaker, the academics. If we want to attract brilliant people to come and teach and to do research in our universities, Mr. Speaker, we have to improve our ranking, because these people, when they're looking for a change, they definitely look for, Mr. Speaker, university ranking. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on University of Auckland to be inclusive and be forward-looking in their approach. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to see that they create the environment where all perspectives are respected, not just one-sided view is enforced on students. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on University of Auckland to pause, to rethink and drop this paper that they want to introduce from next year, because students deserve choice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's right. I call Dana Kirkpatrick.
Mr. Speaker, I just texted my mother and told her that I was going to be speaking in the House, and she said to me, whatever you do, don't sing. So I won't sing. I can't sing anywhere near like that, so I won't be singing. Look, when I listen to the wonderful Minister of Finance, Nicola Willis, and see the way our Cabinet is pulling together to turn this country around, it makes me proud to be part of this government. Our government inherited a complete schmozzle, rivalled only by the woes of Wellington City Council right now. Inflation at a high, interest rates high, and the only solution, it seemed, was for the previous government to throw some more money at it, run for the hills and hope that it might go away. Well, guess what? That was never going to work. And it didn't work, Mr. Speaker. And thankfully, the people of this beautiful country are way more astute than some on the other side give them credit for. And they voted for change, and the coalition government has served up a good dose of change. We have turned the dial towards a better future for our children. We have focused on accountability for taxpayer money, pragmatic changes to get things done, removing red and green tape, policy settings that will drive productivity, and a novel thing, Mr. Speaker, a sensible and intelligent approach to managing the economy. Today's Stats New Zealand announcement that CPI is back to 2.2% from its high of 7% in 2022 is indeed great news, and what a relief to be in a country with a government that knows how to get this under control. And the future once again looks bright. Tax cuts have delivered into our homes, family boost is helping families, and interest rates are now down by 75 basis points, which is all contributing to our more rosy future. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, people don't understand the benefit that lower interest rates have for us. But lower interest rates mean families get to keep more of their money and maybe do something extra with their children at the weekend, or buy the new sports uniform or the shoes that the kids need. That little bit more money goes into the economy. They spend it at the cafes, the dairies, the retailers, helps keeps the businesses ticking over. Lower interest rates mean people have the confidence to develop properties, to build houses, to grow their businesses, and increase the opportunities for businesses to invest, innovate and expand. And lower interest rates mean that the new car you need to get to work is more affordable. And of course, there's always, you can fix your rates at a lower cost.
All of this, Mr Speaker, coupled with the work being done to reduce the cost of compliance for our farmers, to get projects fast-tracked, to get the country back moving, bring back some pride and instil a work ethic, is critical to our economic performance. If we can create more jobs, then we can get more people off the benefit into work that brings more to people's self-worth than we might imagine. It brings them a new community, a sense of achievement, a future. It teaches their kids that it's good to get up and get going in the morning. Instead, these people would be now on the payroll, contributing to better health and education outcomes for their family and their whānau. And it means, therefore, as a country, we can afford better health, better education, infrastructure, police services, mental health and social support systems for those who really need it. I know people are still doing it hard out there, Mr Speaker. In my electorate, we are seeing some of the worst indicators biting very hard right now, and I see that at the coalface every week. It's been a tough year following the devastation of Cyclone Gabrielle and the recovery phases which are now continuing. And it's ironic that in the recent economic growth statistics and report, Tairāwhiti was leading the country in economic growth. Well, I'm sorry to say it was, but I'm sorry to tell you that that is money largely being spent in the construction centre on fixing up Tairāwhiti after the cyclone. We are not there yet, but we know the turnaround is real and it is happening. I am stopped constantly in the streets in my electorate by people telling me to keep going. Tell Chris and Nicola and the team they're doing a great job. And I'm grateful because it comes sometimes from people that I just wouldn't expect it from. And just today, I received this letter in my inbox. Quote, "Hi Dana, I felt compelled to write and let you know how wonderful it feels to have a responsible group of people running our country. I am very proud of our government and of all the partners. It feels like the grown-ups are in charge. And I fully support Chris Luxon. I think he's the right man for the job. We're lucky to have him working for us. I used to worry about our future, but that has gone now. Feeling quietly confident. Thank you." It is as important now as it has ever been to find new ways of paying for infrastructure, for finding new investment, for relieving costs where we can, and to exercise fiscal responsibility, because New Zealand is getting back on track.
On Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's a pleasure to take a call in the general debate today, and I'm going to be talking about how this government is taking workers in New Zealand backwards. But before I start, I just wanted to respond to one of our colleagues across the House who was complaining about doing a course in Te Tiriti o Waitangi at Auckland University. I can say I took a compulsory course on Te Tiriti o Waitangi when I was a university student in my 20s, and I have used that information and knowledge every single day that I have been working in New Zealand since that date. So it is absolutely unfounded to say that that information is not useful, and I challenge that member to take that course. Personal challenge, take that course and tell me after you've finished it, if you don't think of it and your mind doesn't turn to it every single day when we talk about the important things affecting this country around our constitutional arrangements and the important place that Te Tiriti has in our Parliament and also in our country. But Mr Speaker, what I want to talk about mainly today is the government's actions towards working people. We've heard it so many times from those on the other side, claiming to be the party of working people. We've heard it from the Prime Minister. We've heard it from the Deputy Prime Minister. We've heard it from New Zealand First. And I say to those parties, show me that you are the party of working people by your actions, because when I look over them, all I see is the biggest attack on workers' rights since 30 years ago when the Employment Contracts Act came in. And I'd like to go through some of these attacks on workers that this government has made. First of all, scrapping fair pay agreements that would have led to higher wages and better conditions for some of our most vulnerable workers, bus drivers, cleaners, ECE teachers, supermarket workers, security guards. Reinstating 90-day trials, getting rid of protections for people so they've got no rights at all within the first 90 days. And I guarantee there is someone sitting in the House today who has received an email from a constituent who has been unfairly dismissed because of that policy. I know I certainly have. Read that email out. Yeah, that's exactly right, Glenn Bennett. Good point. Effective cut to the minimum wage. These are the poorest people in New Zealand, and this government has effectively cut the minimum wage, meaning that they earn less, despite official advice to the opposite. Cutting the Pay Equity Task Force. We've seen recently the public sector gender pay gap has risen, and how has this government responded? They say they're the best party for women, much better than the last government. Well, show me by your actions. Right. Cutting the pay equity task force shows me that you're taking New Zealand backwards. And then we heard during the election campaign a reassuring word from the now Prime Minister. We are going to not be reducing sick pay, he said. And what do we see when we see this government come in? Is we see one of the proposals is to reduce sick pay for part-time workers. Now, who are part-time workers in New Zealand, Mr. Speaker? Let me tell you, almost 70% of them are women. A lot of them are carers. These are people who need sick leave. There is no justification for this broken election promise to cut sick leave for part-time workers. Then we have, look, there's so many things, Mr. Speaker. Modern slavery. The Prime Minister said he would march in the street for modern slavery. But what do we see this government doing? Nothing. Then we have pay transparency. Very important for people to be able to see where there are gaps and when there are unfair pay going to certain groups of people, especially Māori and Pacifica women. We see all work on that stop. Shocking, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to note in relation to modern slavery, the Global Slavery Index says on any given day, 8,000 people in New Zealand are living in modern slavery. We need to take action now, and we need to do that also under our international obligations under free trade agreements that we have with the UK and Europe as well. So many other things, Mr. Speaker. I have 12 things to read out. I'm not sure if I can get through them all in the last 5 minutes. I probably can't. I have to come back and do another general debate speech because there are just too many attacks on workers for me to get through. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, when the Labour government is re-elected in 2026, you will know us by our actions because we are the true party of working people, and we will be reinstating all of these policies that have been cruelly taken away by from New Zealand workers by this government, which has been cruelly attacking them. And I want also to note, Mr. Speaker, that we are fighting back against this. I've done 5 public meetings around New Zealand on workers' rights with the Honourable Willie Jackson. I've got another 2 more, and then on the 23rd, workers around New Zealand under a CTU initiative will be gathering to fight back, not only at the cuts against workers, but on the other unfair attacks by this government, against Māori, against women, against people with disabilities. We are not taking this lying down. We are fighting back, and we will be back in 2026.
Mr. Speaker.
Sam,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, inflation today, Stats New Zealand, the number is out 2.2%. What a win for New Zealanders. This is a great day for New Zealand households, a great day for New Zealand businesses. And I remember when I came into Parliament about 2.5 years ago, we were sitting at over 7%. And then it was 5.6% last year. And here we are with a national-led government in charge, 2.2%. It is within band. This is excellent, Mr. Speaker. And there's been some good changes lately. We've seen some tax relief back to hard-working Kiwis. We've seen family boost payments. Families are now clearly better off than they were a year ago. And with the decrease in inflation, Mr. Speaker, the Reserve Bank in New Zealand is moving to cut interest rates. We've seen 75 basis points already. They are talking about potentially that in the November review that they do. And the good news is that most households out there, roughly half of them, are on very short fixed terms of 6 months. So this is going to translate and flow very quickly into the New Zealand economy. The green shoots, or as we say on this side of the House, the blue shoots, are re-emerging in the New Zealand economy. And the Mood of the Boardroom survey recently had confidence that the economy at 3.23 out of 5. That's the highest it's been since 2016 when, funnily enough, National was last in government. And you compare that to where the Mood of the Boardroom was last year at 1.82 over 5. Mr. Speaker, this government is putting the books back on a credible path, back to fiscal sustainability. And some other good news, and we've heard a little bit about it talk today, fast track, and what a great thing fast track is. The Infrastructure Commission, Mr. Speaker, estimates that every year we spend $1.3 billion on the time taken to get a resource consent, and that has nearly doubled in the last 5 years. Thank you, Labor. Well, what we're doing is that we're putting through the fast track approvals bill. We're going to rebuild our economy and we're going to grow and boost productivity. This is a one-stop fast track consenting regime for national and regional projects of significance. It will cut red and green tape and make it easier to get things done. It will revitalise the New Zealand economy, and it will revitalise the Tauranga economy. And I'm very proud that in the Bay of Plenty we have got 12 projects included on that schedule. The Port of Tauranga is an absolutely crucial one, and that has been going on for 6 years, that it's been going through the courts, and many people there find it extremely frustrating. The Port of Tauranga's CEO has come out and said it should have been built by now. It's unacceptable to spend 6 years in a consenting process for something that was included in the Regional Coastal Environment Plan 30 years ago. We need to double our exports. We have a big plan to do that. But if we don't have that gateway to the world, Mr. Speaker, it isn't possible. And another reality is that the ships, the container ships that are now being built, are significantly larger. And if we don't make Tauranga, the Port of Tauranga, and the navigation channels fit for purpose and make sure they are wider and deeper, those big ships are not going to come here. They simply will leave New Zealand off the map, and we will have to move our stuff to Australia to get it out there to the world. And that would be a travesty for New Zealand businesses. We've got a few significant roads included in there. Takatimu Northern Link, Stage 2. Probably should have been underway by now if the previous government hadn't cancelled it. Good news, it's on the fast track schedule. That will provide 4-lane median divided highway to Aotearoa. Then we've got State Highway 29 Tauriko network, a very important link in the Golden Triangle between Auckland, Hamilton and Tauranga, and crucially the Port of Tauranga. We've got a number of housing projects. The Bell Road Partnership in Wairaki South is going to add 2,000 to 3,000 new homes. We've got the Tauriko West Housing and Land Development. There's another 1,250 homes. We've got the Tara Road development. That's 605 residential allotments, and there's a whole bunch of industrial and commercial projects off the back of that. Now we look at the fast track, Mr. Speaker, and we have got 58 housing and land development projects opening up 55,000 homes. I've already mentioned those in my patch. 43 infrastructure projects, and for those on the other side of the House, you've got 22 renewable energy projects. Mr. Speaker, this is a successful government. And governments cannot live beyond their means for long periods of time without damaging the future prospects of their people, just like any household. We are going to continue to drive more value from this economy. Inflation is back within band. This is a fantastic day for New Zealand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time for this debate has expired. I call on members' order of the day number 1.
Family Proceedings, Dissolution of Marriage or Civil Union for Family Violence Amendment Bill, third reading.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Family Proceedings, Dissolution of Marriage or Civil Union for Family Violence Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start with the women who made the case for this law change. The women who gave us the way forward to ensure that we would move from a divorce law which insisted that they wait in abusive relationships for 2 years before they could obtain a divorce. This bill enables people to move on immediately, and it came about because of 3 women. The first is Charlotte Abriel, who brought a petition to this House in 2020 and brought the petition asking that in cases of relationships where there had been domestic violence, that instead of waiting for 2 years for a divorce to become final, that in fact that could happen within 6 months. In Charlotte's words from the petition, speaking from her own experience, she said that the 2-year stand-down period makes leaving an abusive spouse even more difficult because victims feel an obligation to go back and try to work things out. She said that in many cases, each time the victim returns is worse as the abuser's control increases. And she also commented that some women are not able to leave again because they may not survive the abuse. Thank you, Charlotte, for bringing the petition to the House and for making the House take notice of this matter. The second woman I want to refer to is Ashley Jones. Ashley put together a petition and worked on it, but eventually was unable to get it into the House because she simply didn't have the capacity to at the time. But she persisted with her work, and when this particular bill was finally in front of the House, she came and submitted to the committee and told us her story. And she put in a written submission. So from Ashley's submission, any woman or man that has reached the painstaking decision to leave their marriage has already reached the realisation that there is no reconciliation possible, especially not in cases where abuse is prevalent. But the reality is, for abuse victims, current divorce process is not as simple as a 2-year stand down. For me, someone with a protection order in place, no contact or knowledge of the other party's whereabouts, it took a painstaking further 10 months to be granted my dissolution. That was a further 2 years, 10 months of mental and emotional anguish on top of everything else that didn't need to happen. Ashley, thank you for your work in bringing this legislation to the House. And here I'd also like to thank the Honourable Chris Bishop for the work that he did to support Ashley as she was putting together her work in this area. The third woman I would like to thank is a woman whose name has not been said in this House, because initially we kept her name very, very quiet. She did not want her name to be out there because of some of the danger attached to it. When Angie Warren Clark, MP, first brought this bill to the House, in her speech in the first reading, she referenced, obviously, Charlotte Abriel and Ashley Jones, but she also referenced someone who'd come to talk to her and told the story. I've been in contact with this woman today, and she sent me some words of her story too. And she gave me permission to use her given name. So Adele, today we name you in the House and we recognise your courage. In Adele's words, it took 2 years, 1 month and 1 day to get a divorce when I needed it desperately to get it before my then husband got out of prison. It was hard, it was terrifying, and so stressful to get it done in time, as the parole board had phoned me 3 times saying they were releasing him early and that he had rights. I had to plead firmly that they support my rights to feel safe and to not release him early so that I could be safe. It was a hard battle, a struggle mentally, emotionally. The fear was huge. I knew I needed the divorce as a boundary line by law for him not to seek to claim me as his property. I pushed so hard, I even had to plead with the prison to deliver the divorce papers into his hands before he was released. I got my divorce with 1 day to spare, only because I pushed and growled and defended the rights of victims of domestic violence. Adele, thank you for those words. These women all made the case that where there is sexual violence, where there is family violence, that a person should be able to obtain a divorce without having to wait for 2 years of separation from their former partner. And the reason is that 2 years holds the tie, it binds the victim to their abuser. That should not be the case. We simply need to change the law, and today I know that we're going to do it so that in cases where people have separated and where there is domestic violence, then instead of waiting for 2 long years in which the victim remains tied to their abuser, a divorce can be obtained immediately. So thank you to each of those 3 courageous women. 2 members of Parliament have had a very strong hand in bringing this legislation to the House. I've already mentioned the first, the Honourable Chris Bishop, who supported Ashley Jones as her electorate MP when she was first working on this issue. And when the bill came into the House, he enabled it to go through with his support. So thank you to the Honourable Chris Bishop. But I especially wish to recognise our former colleague, Angie Warren-Clark. Angie put together a bill on this particular issue, and it was drawn for the ballot, and it had its first reading on the very last Members' Day before the former election. And there was a lot of support for it across the House then. After the election, Angie asked me if I would take it through the remaining stages. Angie, my darling, it has been an absolute honour to shepherd this bill through the House for you. You know, it's a bit hard to make a mark as a government backbencher. Angie's done it. So it's really interesting to reflect on where our divorce law has come from. In 1980, we had a radical divorce law reform. So instead of having tawdry cases of deception or of adultery or whatever trailed through the courts, instead we opted for what is now known as no-fault divorce. If couples wanted to separate it, it was taken to be the case, and they could obtain a divorce. And the only evidence that were required was 2 years of separation. So it was a very radical law reform in its day. But now we need something different. And I think part of what this legislation going through today tells us is that actually we need to have an overall look at our divorce law. In the meantime, this change helps victims of domestic violence. And obviously the 3 women who fought for it, the change hasn't come in time for them. They've got the change now for other women. Women like Kate, who phoned into News Talk ZB today, and I want to thank Kerry Woodham for forwarding the clip to me, who talked about the feeling of relief and freedom that would be available to her with this law change. So thank you to everyone across the House who's worked on this bill, especially the members of the Justice Select Committee. Thank you to all those who have supported it. I'm going to end with I did say the Justice Select Committee. Good, okay, got there. I'm going to end with Adele's words again and what this legislation means to her. Now all my pain and grief of the vicious domestic violence I went through has been transformed into legislation today, a law that will support many victims for days, years to come. What a legacy we gift them all today. So many lives will be saved. Charlotte, Ashley, Adele, thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Can I start by acknowledging the excellent speech from the Honourable Deborah Russell in support of this bill, and also start by saying thank you to her for her work shepherding it through its final stages. That was a very heartfelt and meaningful speech, and I'm sure people will really appreciate it. Can I also start by acknowledging Ashley, my friend who's in the gallery, who, as Ms Russell has noted, has played a really important part in the genesis of this legislation. Today is a very satisfying day because it's really Parliament at its best, and it's Parliament coming together. I believe it's going to pass unanimously, which is a wonderful thing. Parliament coming together to fix a problem, and we get a lot of grief in this place, probably sometimes fairly, about being fixated on things that don't actually matter that much, and maybe that's true, maybe it isn't, but this matters. This legislation matters, and this issue matters, and today we're doing something about it, and that's a good thing, and that's precisely what members' bills should be about. And it's a very satisfying day. Can I start by just acknowledging the three women that Honourable Deborah Russell noted, Ashley Jones, Charlotte O'Brien and Adele, who's now read into the Hansard, for their courage and bravery and determination to try and make a difference for victims of family violence in the future seeking to get out of that relationship, but also the marriage or the relationship. Can I acknowledge Angie Warren-Clark, who did the heavy lifting to introduce this bill into Parliament in the first place. And I hadn't actually realised until Deborah Russell mentioned that it was the final members' day before the 2023 election, so I didn't actually realise that. So I'm sure that Angie is watching and she should be proud of her work in introducing it to Parliament. I think members might know that it was an interesting process of events where Ashley came and saw me when I was the List MP based in Hutt South in 2021. I was actually looking up the news stories at the time. It was over 3 years ago. It was 2021, June 2021. I said, I've had this idea. I'm going to do a petition. And I didn't know that was the law. You know, I mean, MPs can't be expected to know everything about everything. There's too much law already. And I couldn't believe that you had to wait 2 years if you're a victim of family violence. I just couldn't believe it. I said, that can't be the case. It is the case. After today, it won't be. And she said, I want to do a petition. And I said, I'm very happy to support that. It's a great idea. And we had over 5,000 people signed it on the online petition. And that was 3 years ago. And I've been asked a bit by the media over the last couple of days, you know, why has it taken so long? And, you know, sometimes the wheels of justice move slowly, and it's been a bit frustrating. Anyway, so Ashley presented the petition, and unbeknownst to me, Angie Warren-Clark was working on the issue as well, and I didn't know that. And then the bill got put into the ballot, and then it got pulled. And National was proud to support it back in 2023, and now, of course, it's going to pass into law. Can I thank the Justice Committee for their work on this bill? It's a really good committee, very competent members of Parliament on the committee. I know they're a very busy committee with the inquiry into the election and quite a bit of other law and order legislation making its way through. 21 bills, says the Chair. Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you for your work and your support. So thank you to the Justice Committee, thank you to Angie Warren-Clark. I want to thank Deborah Russell for picking it up, and she's been a very diligent, conscientious member in charge of the bill, so thank you. So it is a very satisfying day, and it's really, if you think about it, if you just step back a bit, what it's about actually is fundamentally making a difference to reduce the harm caused by family violence and make it easier for primarily women who are the victims of family violence to move on. Closure. It's about closure and making it easier for people to not remain trapped in a relationship that has broken down and in the worst way possible, for the worst reasons, in the worst way possible, making it easier for women to move on, gain closure, finality, and take the next step in their journey and their life. And I think that's what it was about for Ashley, and I think it's what it's about for many women who have been through the enormous trauma of abuse or family violence, where the law says, currently, you have to remain tethered to your abuser for 2 more years until you can leave, and formally make into law what is the practice. Make the reality make the legal reality what is in fact the reality. And that's a really powerful thing. It's a really powerful thing. So today we are righting a wrong. And Deborah Russell talks about future reform to divorce law. She canvassed some of the history. That's for another day. Reasonable people can disagree about some aspects of it, but what I don't think people will disagree on is this change. the fact that it's passing the Parliament unanimously, I think, speaks to that. And it's interesting, whenever you raise it with people are quite staggered to discover it's not the law. they expected that Parliament would have fixed this before now, and it turns out we haven't. But now we have an opportunity to do it. So I don't want to take up much more of the House's time. I know Ashley would tell me, we just need to get on and pass it. It's taken long enough already, and in that I agree with her. So I just want to acknowledge Ashley and thank you for your support. It's been wonderful to have you here over the last 2 or 3 years that this bill has been making its way through the process. I want to acknowledge Deborah Russell. Thank you for your bipartisan nature that we've approached this issue. It's been really heartening, actually, and it's really, I think, proof positive that when Parliament turns its mind to something and wants to do the right thing, despite all the noise out there, actually we can. So it's a really great thing. So thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you to Angie Warren-Clark as well. Today's a good day. It's a satisfying day. We're putting right what is a wrong, and I look forward to its passage through Parliament and then coming into force in due course. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call Tamitha Paul.
Oh, yeah. Kia ora. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm really happy to rise on behalf of Te Pāti Kākariki, the Green Party, to offer our wholehearted support for this mahi. And I want to begin by acknowledging the powerful wahine who brought this to the House today and have endured over the last 3 years just patiently waiting for this to happen and to see the fruits of your labour, the fruits of your courage, the fruits of your bravery happening before us today. We lend our wholehearted support to your mahi and acknowledge you for all of the work. And it would not have been easy to put yourself out there, to have your own personal stories out there in the media. That would have taken a huge amount of bravery. So thank you so much. And as we've seen that every progressive step that we've seen in the prevention of family violence in this country has always been as a result of the courage and bravery of survivors like yourself. So thank you for your mahi. I also want to thank the Honourable Dr Deborah Russell for all of her mahi on this bill and bringing this forward, and Angie Warren-Clark and Chris Bishop as well for the collaborative mahi that we've seen here and for fronting up to the Justice Select Committee and answering some of our more detailed questions about what more we can do to improve the bill, or not even necessarily the bill, but what we need to look to for the future to provide other means by which people can provide that evidence that family violence has occurred. We can have a world where there isn't family violence and when there isn't sexual violence, and it's all of these incremental steps that will lead us to that point. I'll keep my contribution to the point and brief, but I'll just say that this bill does mean a lot to me as the child of a solo mother who also escaped an abusive relationship. I know how difficult it can be for particularly those women to free themselves of the shackles and the binds that attaches them to their abusers and to be able to move forward with their life without fear, without living in constant fear that they might be contacted or that there will be more opportunities for their abusers to be in contact with them and just more binds to those abusers. So we really appreciate this bill. What we would like to see next is whether we can incorporate different forms of evidence to prove that family violence has taken place. Obviously, this one focuses on protection orders, which is great. That's one mechanism, but also how could we open up that scope of evidence to include things like written evidence from doctors or police or other trusted people that are involved in those processes. So we can look at that evidence, but today is such a crucial and important first step towards that. And we won't solve it all today, but this is a really good and earnest step towards solving these issues. When I looked at the Women's Refuge website, I saw that a figure that said that sometimes it can take women up to 7 attempts on average to leave an abusive relationship. And that just shows how deep some of those binds go. And I think that this bill at least removes one barrier for those survivors and means that it makes for people experiencing abuse a lot easier to unshackle themselves from that abuse. As you know, I just want to mihi to my colleague Marama Davidson for all of the work she did around te aorerekura and looking at how we can totally eliminate prevention violence within our country, and just want to acknowledge that that strategy still stands and that we're still looking at all different options and tools that there are available to eliminate family harm in this country. So yeah, thank you to the wahine that have spoken up and made this a reality. Thank you to Dr. Deborah, to Angie, to Chris Bishop for all of their mahi on this. I like to see that collaborative approach across the House, and I like to see the things that we can achieve when we put our politics aside and work together for something that I think we all want in this House, which is a world free from family violence. So that is our contribution, and proud to say that we fully support this bill. Kia ora.
Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Panjit Pama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm taking this call on behalf of ACT to support this bill, and I would like to thank the Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell for the work she has done on this bill, and also Angie Warren-Clark, the previous member in charge of this bill, and Dr. Deborah Russell for carrying on with the workload that came with this bill, going through the select committee process and then going through the second reading and now coming to the third reading. So I want to acknowledge your efforts. And I see that I heard that Ashley is in the gallery, so I want to acknowledge Ashley, and I also want to acknowledge Charlotte and Adele, as Dr. Deborah Russell acknowledged. I want to acknowledge them, and also want to acknowledge all other courageous women out there, those who have made efforts at their level. But then it takes the effort of many, many women for that to come to this level. And so I want to acknowledge everybody who has worked in the background as well to ensure that this bill comes before Parliament and that we are at the stage where we are agreeing to pass this bill. And Mr. Speaker, in short, this bill is to actually provide relief to victims of family violence, because this is to see that they are not tied in that relationship for 2 years and complying with that requirement of separation of 2 years before they can get divorced. So, Mr. Speaker, as the member from the Green Party said, that it takes 7 attempts for a victim to leave their relationship, and that is true. And it is not an easy thing for anybody to leave their relationship. Mr. Speaker, we as humans, we have this nature that we always want to look as if everything is going fine. Even if behind the closed doors there is a lot of violence, a lot of suffering that goes on, but as soon as we open those doors and come out in public, we want to pretend that everything is going fine behind those closed doors, and nobody actually wants to admit it because it's not an easy thing. Mr. Speaker, I was chair of an NGO helping victims of domestic violence, and I didn't work directly with any of those victims, but obviously because I was involved in that organization, I used to hear a lot of stories. And Mr. Speaker, I also know that after women come out and seek help, then also the abusers, if they reach out to these women, they would try to mend the relationship, they would like to reconcile, and then they would like to behave as if nothing has happened. But then after these women, these victims used to go back, again, the abuser would come back to their original behavior in just a few weeks' time. And those women used to be back there seeking help again. So, Mr. Speaker, sometimes the system feels that they are going through this process again and again, but I think it is really important for us to realize their situation and see what they are going through. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is going to provide huge relief to women, those who are really wanting to come out of that trap, come out of that relationship, and start their life again. And Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge my colleague Todd Stevenson, who is a member of the Justice Select Committee, and I want to acknowledge all other members on the Justice Select Committee as well for their work on this bill. And the changes that the Select Committee has made on this bill are really commendable. It actually really solves a lot of issues that were not originally addressed in the bill. And that is the job of the Select Committee process, Mr. Speaker. So this bill actually has come out looking much, much better, and it actually has covered a lot of ground. And Mr. Speaker, it has also covered ground about what kind of protection orders are going to be considered as evidence in this case. And it is quite clear that it is the final protection orders, not the temporary protection orders. And also, Mr. Speaker, there were some discussions as I have read the report and have seen about if there was opportunity to broaden the kind of evidence that could be used in this process. And Mr. Speaker, I think the Select Committee landed at a very good decision that the idea of this bill is to not elongate the process. The idea of this bill is to simplify this process where there is a genuine reason for somebody to come out of that relationship. So, Mr. Speaker, in that regard, the Select Committee has done a commendable job. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to again finally acknowledge Dr. Deborah Russell and all those courageous women, those who worked behind the scenes to bring this bill to Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, ACT Party supports this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
The Honourable Casey Costello.
I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak on the Family Proceedings Dissolution for Family Violence Amendment Bill. New Zealand First will be supporting this legislation, and I thank the Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell for her careful consideration of our amendment, and I hope the appreciation of the concerns that we have on this legislation. I suppose I would like to put some context in this legislation is that we have an abhorrent amount of family violence in New Zealand. We know that. And we know that we need to do better in our protections. And the tragedy of this legislation is that we have had women with protection orders in place who have not been protected. They have felt still under the control and bond of a relationship that they have exited and still been under that level of control. And our concern in this legislation has been that even with a dissolution of marriage, it does not negate the need for a protection order to remain, and it does not negate our responsibility as a country to ensure that we are doing better. I suppose I would go back to my first encounter of this reality as a very young police officer when I was called to attend an incident where a woman had called the police because her ex-husband, who had just been released from prison after serving a life sentence or serving a serious sentence for the manslaughter of his second wife, within 2 days of being released from prison, he was back at the home of his first wife. Therefore, it showed to me that not only do protection orders, not only do dissolutions of marriage, not only does the threat of police presence, not only does the fact that she had moved and changed addresses provide or afford her the protection that was necessary in that case. And that instance is over 30 years ago, and I don't think we have got much better. The environment is such that we have serious issues with families that are broken, with women that are broken. But we also have an instance that men are broken. We have men and families that have no concept of what it is to be in a family, no concept of what it is to be in a loving, supportive relationship. And those are the areas that I think this is not the end game. This is not the destination we need to be. We support any protections that would give women the opportunity to feel safer and feel protected. But the concern in this conversation is that at the same time, women will be making decisions in highly emotional and vulnerable times. And as we said, when we thought some sort of resolution to provide an assurance that women would be given, or the vulnerable person in the relationship would be given protection, assured that they were given proper legal advice, that they were not making decisions about property, about support, about custody in an emotional state, and that the escalating of a dissolution created some vulnerability that those decisions would be made at a volatile time. And that is all we're seeking, is to ensure that we are not in this solution creating further problems down the track. That we need to know that we are also working on a holistic approach. We have the Family Violence and Sexual Violence work program that we are working on, and there is a number of areas we know we need to fix. But I have real concerns that we are seeing this as a solution, and I hope that is not the case, that we are seeing it as an important step and a protection and an assurance to brave women who have felt this terrible burden of the bond of a relationship, but that we need to continue to work on this space and make sure that women who are the subject of a protection order, or anyone who is subject of a protection order, knows that the protection order means something, knows that they do not have to live in fear, that we are doing better to ensure we're doing more. Not all relationships that are in this volatile and violent environment are marriages, and therefore we need to be sure that we're balancing this conversation. The other concerns that we had is that we have allowed the protection orders to create that degree of separation. But when the protection orders are put in place, it is a volatile time, it is an emotional time, and we know there is generally an escalation of violence and concern at the time those protection orders are issued. If the protection order is seen as a flag to end the relationship completely, are we creating risk of escalating violence when there hasn't been a cooling off period before the dissolution of marriage? I only say things like this out of caution. I only say this in the hope that we review this legislation and we continue to review the impacts that we're occurring, that we do things cautiously and with consideration, that we also look at the same time to the ways that we can strengthen families, that we can empower women, that we can make sure that they know that when a protection order is put in place, it means something and there are serious consequences for breaching it. That we also give an opportunity to those who are the perpetrators of violence to be given some level of intervention, that we recognise that we need to rebuild families. We need to provide some level of support and counselling before the marriage is ended, because there has been instances, and I know this has occurred in my own family, where there has been a very volatile and turbulent relationship that through alcohol help, drug rehabilitation, a whole range of counselling, that a family has been turned around and saved. I just hope that when we work through these processes that we have a real recognition of the whole problem, and that this is an important piece of legislation, and I acknowledge all of the people that work towards bringing this legislation forward, that it is important that you have the freedom to choose the dissolution of your marriage. But I want to know that you also, when you go down this path, have sufficient counselling, have sufficient legal representation so that you are not deprived of property, of financial interests, of custody rights, of all of the things that go towards the dissolution of a marriage. I truly recognise the effort that was brought by the Honourable Dr Deborah Russell and for Chris Bishop and the ladies who have helped this legislation become a reality. But I hope we continue to have a conversation. I hope we recognise that there is risk in what we're proposing here, and that we do work to stem that risk. And we do the work that ensures that we are still recognising the importance and value of family, that families will go through terrible times, there will be horrible situations, but sometimes there's an opportunity to rebuild. and that I hope as we do this piece of legislation work forward, as we continue to focus on family violence, that we have a real chance to recognise that no family is beyond redemption, and that we equally balance the ability to dissolve a marriage with the ability to rebuild a family. And as we move forward, that we recognise the importance of marriage, we recognise the importance and solidarity that comes from a strong family, and we do all we can to ensure that is protected moving forward. I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
Pika.
Angata kia taku tawhiris.
Tēnā hoki tātou. Ko rero māku e nei kauenga o te Pāti Māori e tuku ki tō tātou whare. Nō reira ka tukuna I runga I te reo Māori, roto I te reo Māori. Kia kita ke rā I te rerekētanga o te whakaaro Māori ki tō te whakaaro Pākehā. Ina te tai kupu kōrero no te iwi Māori e mea ana. Taku wahine pūrotu, taku tāne pūrotu. Kōrua ko te taue. Ina noho ki te tai kōrero, mea ana he wahine he whenua, ngaro ai te tangata. Arā ke pē te kōmata o enei kōrero e mea ana he wahine he tāne ora ai te iwi. Nō reira hei reira te pūnaha, hei reira te puna o te whakaaro nui o te iwi Māori, ki enei momo whakaritenga, tōna manako nui he tiaki I te whānau. Nō reira kia takina ngā whānau kātika, taha tāne, taha wahine. Engari ko te mea nui ko te taha ki ngā uri, te taha ki ngā mokopuna. Te taha ki te whānuitanga o te whānau. Hōrapa nei ngā taha o te tangata ko tahi. Kia e ai te kōrero, ko taku toa e tō taki tini. E tō taki mano. Nō reira kei te tautoko atu mātou I tēnei ture, kei te whakanuia tonutia, ngā ringaringa ngā waiwai, o tinei a rātou, te whakakaupapa I tēnei ture. Hei aha, hei hāpai I te oranga o te tāngata kātahi, o te whānau kārua, o tira o ngā tamariki mokopuna, ka maua ki te kūpenga o Aitua, o raruraru, o aharane. Nō reira tika ana ngā whakaniko hanga, ko oti nei ngā kōmiti, te rā weke weke. Kia kauara e āhei, te kau pēhi, te kau patu rānei, kia tūkino tia nōtia e te kaihara. He ara whai mana ai te katoa. He ara whai mana ai te taha ki te whānau, o tira te taha ki te tāngata. Te mea kua au pēhi tia e tētahi atu. Kairau mo tiki atu, nā te ringaringa o te tāne, nā te ringaringa o te wahine rāne. Engari te mea kua au pēhi ngia. Kia hatia, kia whitikina ki te ora, kia kauara e noho ki te pōuri, rua tau te roa, neke atu. Me tā tātou mōhio, mo te iwi Māori, e nei tuāhuatanga ka taka mai I roto I te pōharatanga. Ākina e te waipiro, e te tarutaru, e te kore mahi, e nei tuāhuatanga katoa. O tātou kuraua, I hāriki ngā pakanga o te ao, I hoki pakaru mai, ki hai āwhina tia. O tō rātou āwhina, kei te puna o te paunamu, waipiro, nā wai, ka heke mai, he taonga tuku iho, te inu waipiro, me ngā mahi katoa haere tahi mei. Nō reira, hara tērā I te kaupare atu, I te tikanga whakatika, whakarauora I tō tātou whenua, I tō tātou iwi Māori. O tira ngā tāngata katoa, e noho nei roto Aotearoa. I te mea hare I te mea, o te pōharatanga, he tani whakangaua, e te Māori anake, kao. Tērā tētahi toko maha, e noho nei roto Aotearoa, patua kino tia e te pōharatanga. Ngā māma, ngā pāpa, ngā whānau, ngā tamariki, ngā mokopuna, e nei tuāhuatanga, ākina e te waipiro, ākina e te tarutaru, ākina e te kore mahi, e nei tuāhuatanga. Nō reira kei te tautoko ake a te Pāti Māori I tēnei o ngā pire, Mea nei tēnei taha, o tinei te katoa, arahina e tētahi, me taku mōhio he pire a mema tēnei. Nā ka whai hua. Ka whai hua ngā inoi o te tūmata nui o waho, i roto i ngā pire a ngā mema nei. Nō reira, he akoranga, tāku e whakapāe nei, he akoranga kei roto. Nē reira, kia kahara tātou ki te manaki te tono o te tūmata nui, ki te whai ngā tikanga i waihoatia mai e ngā mātua tīpuna o ngā taha eru o tēnei whare, me te whakairo i te ara e ora nei te katoa. E āmine atu tēnā tātou.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party to support the Family Proceedings Dissolution of Marriage or Civil Union Amendment Bill. I acknowledge, as the speakers before me already have, the genesis of the bill, and I think it's important, particularly as parliamentarians, that we do acknowledge the members of the public and ordinary New Zealanders who take it upon themselves to create extraordinary change. And I certainly pay tribute to you, Ashley Jones, Charlotte Abriel, and Adele for the work that you've done. I pay tribute to all the 5,000 people who've signed the petitions, and I pay tribute to all 32 of the select committee submissions. I think being involved in the democratic process is a really great way to make change, and we're seeing it happen today, although it has taken quite some time. And I think it's the ability of ordinary citizens to create extraordinary change is something that we need to celebrate, and it's something that not every country is able to do. I'm a member of the Petitions Committee, and we were visited by a delegation from Laos, and I think they were quite amazed at the level of access that people had in New Zealand to being able to change the law and being able to access their elected representatives. And in that vein, I want to acknowledge the elected representatives whose work has led us to this point. The Honourable Chris Bishop for receiving this petition, Angie Warren-Clark, and the Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell for continuing this work, James Meager for chairing the Select Committee, and the ministers for the prevention of family and sexual violence, Ministers Karen Shore and the previous ministers, Marama Davidson and the previous Undersecretary, Jan Logie. I'm really happy that the House is coming together on this. As the Honourable Minister Casey Costello said, and this is probably one of the few times that a Green MP will agree with something that Casey Costello said, this is and should be seen as a first step, an important first step towards solving this issue. I'm sure we can all agree that this is just a step towards the broader problem of addressing family and intimate partner violence, but nonetheless a very important one, because we shouldn't need to wait 2 years to separate from abusive partners, and this bill changes that, and this bill is an important step towards removing those kinds of levers of control that violent and abusive people do exercise towards their partners, whether they're male, female, or non-binary. But I want us as a House to consider the other factors that do exacerbate violence, and I do want us as a House to work together to continue to overcome and address some of those factors that do cause and exacerbate family violence. And I want to ask, are we as a Parliament and a society doing everything we can to ensure that victims of family and partner violence are provided access to assistance and support? Yes, family violence protection services, women's refuge, women's shelters, men's shelters, and help signs, but also material support to enable people to transition people out of these violent situations. Are we as a Parliament and society doing everything we can to minimize the socioeconomic conditions that exacerbate family violence? I was reading a paper earlier today in preparation for the speech, and I think there was something that was quite alarming, that every percentage point of that unemployment increases is correlated with an increase in men being violent to their partners. So we can't just divorce what's happening in households to the conditions of the wider society. And I think, and this is the most important thing of all, are we building a just society that upholds and enhances the dignity of everyone, particularly our most vulnerable? And I think, I think all members would agree with me that we do want to see more action, that we all can do better. But again, I want to pay tribute to those who brought this petition here, Ashley Downs, Charlotte, Abriel, and Adele, and thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank you to all the members for working together on this very important and first step that we can overcome the scourge of violence in our society. Thank you.
James Meager.
Mr. Speaker, the current law requiring a 2-year wait period for granting divorce, before you grant divorce in cases of family violence, is not just outdated, it is dangerous. It keeps victims tethered to their abusers, prolonging their trauma, and it puts lives at risk. As we've heard in submissions from submitters and from experts in the field, the period immediately following separation is one of the most dangerous and volatile periods that there can be for family violence. And by mandating a 2-year wait, we have run the risk of extending this period of heightened risk up until today. This bill seeks to change that by allowing for the immediate dissolution of a marriage or civil union upon the granting of a final protection order. We are granting victims a clear path to safety and to freedom. We are saying unequivocally that the state will not be complicit in keeping victims bound to their abusers. So, Mr. Speaker, today is the conclusion of a long journey for victims of domestic violence and for the advocates for survivors of domestic abuse. Today represents a small but significant step towards empowering those trapped in abusive and violent relationships to extricate themselves, to break free from control and abuse, and regain autonomy of their own lives. Importantly, this legislation does represent a collaborative cross-party effort to continue to combat family violence and protect those most vulnerable in our society. We all know here that family violence is a complex issue that results or requires a multifaceted approach. And this bill is not all of the solution. It is an important piece of the puzzle, though. By removing this barrier to leaving abusive relationships, we are sending a powerful message to those in those relationships. And that message is that we believe them, we support them, and we will not let legal technicalities stand in the way of their safety and their freedom. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that this legislation today has received broad support from across the political spectrum and from a wide range of community organisations. That consensus reflects the urgency and importance of this issue. It shows that when it comes to protecting the vulnerable and standing against family violence, we can come together to find common ground, and many speakers today have referred to that very point. And like many of those speakers in the House today, I did want to acknowledge those individuals whose courage and determination have brought us to this point. Charlotte, Abriel, Ashley Jones in the gallery, who initiated petitions calling for this change, and another name to read into the Hansard is Adele, as Dr. Russell mentioned earlier on. Speaker, it is their bravery and their willingness to share their stories and their experiences of the abuse that they suffered, the sense of being trapped and shackled in relationships which were controlling and manipulative, which have enabled this change. Mr. Speaker, by custom, we tend not to address visitors in the gallery, but I'm hopeful that we can relax that custom somewhat today so that we can acknowledge those true drivers of change, the Charlottes, the Ashleys, and the hundreds of others who have advocated and supported change for many years. And change can take a long time, and sometimes it seems like it's frustrating that appeals to Parliament seem hopeless and fruitless. But the efforts of the likes of Ashley and Charlotte and Adele show that change is possible through the democratic process in this House. A petition can lead to a member's bill, which can lead to scrutiny by a select committee, which can lead to positive law change that we are seeing in the House today. I'd like to say to those people that their voices have been heard and their advocacy has made a real difference. Like many others today, I'd also like to acknowledge the hard and collaborative work of the Justice Committee. No doubt anybody who experiences legislation done by committee can experience the frustration of trying to get things perfect and trying to produce a law which avoids all unintended consequences. And no doubt there will be some people out there today who feel that this bill doesn't go far enough, and we've heard a bit of that today as well. I think of, during the Select Committee process, of some of those proposed changes around the evidence requirements that were mentioned by Tamitha Paul. concerns about whether people will be rushed into decisions about relationships that might have impact on spousal maintenance or property or custody. But underlying all those concerns, we must always be aware that in striving to achieve perfection in bills, we've got to keep in mind the policy intent, which is to protect and support those in abusive relationships to regain control of their lives and not be told by the state that they must remain legally connected to their abuser. Every individual and every free adult has the right to associate and not associate as they see fit within reasonable, limited justifications. And in my view, giving the state control over whether you remain legally connected to an abuser is not a justified limit on that freedom, and today that will change. We have heard some criticisms throughout the process about the bill overturning our no-fault divorce system and slowly eating away at that otherwise clean system. But Mr. Speaker, of course, we don't actually have a no-fault dissolution system. There is a requirement in our divorce and separation laws that couples must prove irreconcilable difference before they can obtain a dissolution. And the only way to demonstrate irreconcilable differences is 2 years of not only emotional separation, but physical separation. Yet we don't stipulate those same controls or protections in place when people enter into relationships. In fact, we don't even require formal documentation for legal obligations to arise in the case of de facto relationships. It is almost as though it takes 2 minutes to tie the knot, but 2 years to break the shackles. And I'm not entirely convinced that the state should continue to play such a controlling role over relationships and over our private lives, especially when violence and especially when abuse is present. And perhaps there is scope for further progress in this area, but perhaps that will also need to wait for another day. Like others before me, I will acknowledge the Honourable Chris Bishop, who supported Ashley's petition, who raced Angie Warren-Clark to get a bill into the ballot and was pipped at the post. And I'll also acknowledge Ms Warren-Clark for her contribution in getting the bill in the tin and into the House. I wanted to pay particular respect to the Honourable Dr Deborah Russell, who has brought the bill through the House from Ms Warren-Clark. Dr Russell joined our committee on a number of occasions as we considered the bill, and I always found her contributions at all times of the highest quality, always insightful and thoughtful, and we were very grateful for her contribution and her advocacy on this issue and on this bill. It's fair to say that New Lynn was very well represented on our committee, actually, with both Dr Russell and the member for New Lynn, my colleague Paolo Garcia, being a permanent member of the Justice Committee. So the folks in West Auckland should rest assured that they are very, very well represented in this House by two very capable and competent advocates in their area. Mr Speaker, I finally wanted to just acknowledge the tireless work of our frontline services and our frontline workers, those in Women's Refuge, victim support, the National Council of Women, women's organisations, men's organisations, and countless others across the country who work every day in stopping violence programs and in family protection programs. They are the ones that support victims of family violence day in and day out. They are the ones that know that this legislation will be another small tool to help protect women, families, men who are victims of violence. I want to acknowledge their advocacy throughout the submission process, their contributions, which have also led to progress in other areas of protection in the law, including stalking laws, which the government has indicated it will be introducing later on this term. That is another outcome from this process, from the submission process, that we can draw our attention to and point to as a positive, another contribution that the likes of Ashley have made to this House. Mr Speaker, as we move forward, we must continue to work on making protection orders more accessible and more equitable. I think we should consider the recommendations from the Safe and Effective Justice Advisory Group's report, which have suggested streamlining and reducing costs for protection orders and applications. And of course, our work is not done. Passing this bill is an important step, but it must be part of a continued commitment from all of us to address family violence in all forms. We must remain vigilant. We must be ready to make further changes as are needed. We must commit to working together and commit to providing the resources necessary to make these legal protections a reality on the ground. Mr Speaker, this bill does represent progress. It represents compassion. It represents our commitment as a society to stand against family violence and to support victims of family violence. And I want to address those who may be listening who are currently in abusive relationships. This legislation is for them. It is a recognition of their struggles, and it is a tool to help them find safety. I want them to remember a protection order or a dissolution of marriage is just a small part of that journey. There are services and support available for them at every step. Please reach out, please ask for help. They are not alone, there is more to be done, and we here across the road, across the House, are ready to do it. I commend this bill to the House.
Very good speech.
The Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It's a pleasure to take a call on the Family Proceedings Dissolution for Family Violence Amendment Bill. This is a good bill that intends to reduce the harm that family violence causes in New Zealand families by allowing a party to a marriage or to a civil union to be able to apply for an order dissolving that marriage or union if they have been a victim of family violence inflicted by the other party in the relationship. I'd just like to acknowledge Angie Warren-Clark, who supported during her previous work with Women's Refuge, with a whole range of women and families experiencing family violence, the support she gave, and she also took that experience and brought it to this House. I'd like to acknowledge Deborah Russell, who took this bill up and continued to pursue it through the House, and I'd like to acknowledge all the parties that are voting in favour of this bill today. I'd like to also acknowledge all those victims of family violence, including those women that inspired this bill. Your continued fight for having greater rights for victims in New Zealand takes another step forward today. As already noted, that there is support right across the House for this bill, and also we've also seen support across the House for work kicked off by Labour and the Greens, Te Aotearoa, which is New Zealand's first national plan for reducing family and sexual violence. It's really important that we continue to have cross-party agreement on big issues such as family violence in New Zealand. But with that comes a word of caution. When we're operating currently in an environment where police are only now attending calls of family violence if there is a high level of risk or threat to life or a seriousness that reaches a threshold which no one can explain that clearly and must be very difficult to ascertain for a 111 call responder via telephone to try and ascertain what the level of risk is. On top of that withdrawal of services we've seen by police due to pressure on the front line, we've also seen a retraction of government funding in the area of oranga tamariki preventative contracts that go into those whānau who are more often than not experiencing high levels of family violence, provide essential services such as counselling and support for family to be able to work with children and to enable children to remain within their whānau and not be uplifted due to unacceptable levels of either family or sexual violence. The withdrawal and the ending of many of those contracts compounds with police withdrawing from attending non-threat to life family violence call-outs. This for me raises real alarm bells for us here in New Zealand if we are serious about making our country violence-free for the next generation of rangatahi for young New Zealanders. When someone reaches out for help in New Zealand, when someone is a victim of family violence, we need to be able to respond. And currently in New Zealand, there has been no additional resourcing for family violence support services to fill the gap left by those cuts to oranga tamariki and left by that withdrawal of service by New Zealand Police. And that means we do have young people growing up in New Zealand being exposed to unacceptable levels of family violence on a day-to-day basis. I believe, Mr Speaker, it is unacceptable that violence is normalised in young people's lives. It contributes to a whole range of negative factors and it also drives crime within New Zealand. If this government was truly serious about reducing crime, it would also take family violence more serious than just voting for a member's bill.
Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I join others in rising to support this third reading of the Family Proceedings Dissolution for Family Violence Amendment Bill. And as the Honourable Chris Bishop said earlier, what a satisfying day this is in Parliament. And this is all about the essence of Parliament coming together to fix a problem. And I want to commend and acknowledge the three brave women that have done a lot of the heavy lifting in those early days with their advocacy and their work, Charlotte, Ashley and Adele. It goes to show also, Mr. Speaker, the work that a member of the public can actually do and the results that they can achieve when there seems, as all of us MPs get it from time to time, a level of cynicism in the community, period, that when you suggest, oh, why don't you write to your MP, or why don't you make a submission, or why don't you put in a petition, or why don't you, take it further, that, oh, nothing will change. I can't, I'm too small a cog in the wheel to make change. Well, Ashley, in particular, Ashley Jones, has made a real case for others that if you're prepared to do the work, you can change laws in the New Zealand Parliament through advocacy and through working with members of Parliament. I want to acknowledge also Angie Warren-Clark, the former Labour member who introduced this bill just before the Parliament finished up in 2023, and our colleague, the Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell, who shepherded it through the Justice Committee in the past 12 months. And she conscientiously worked alongside the Justice Committee as has been acknowledged, in a bipartisan and productive way to knock this in as good a shape as a bill could be to make it legislation. Just to take people back, because I always think it's important that everyone makes a slightly different contribution, so those that might be listening on radio or in the gallery or watching Parliament TV get a sense of just what's come together to produce this third reading, this piece of legislation. I go back to the petition on the parliamentary website of Ashley Jones in 2021. Change our archaic divorce laws so abuse victims can be free of their abuser. Petition request that the House of Representatives review our current divorce laws in New Zealand and consider changing them. Petition reason. Abuse is about power and control. I strongly believe that the laws stating I must be separated for 2 years before my marriage can be dissolved have allowed many occasions of power and control. It feels like the system has allowed him to abuse me further. We as a country pride ourselves on being anti-domestic violence, yet I feel our laws are allowing it. We care about mental health, but being stuck in the state of limbo is damaging mine. Other countries have made changes. It's our turn now. And so that was the purpose of the petition. That was the title of the petition back in 2021. And according to the parliamentary website, the number of signatories was 5,310. And as well as that, I want to give an example of not only of a member of the public or members of the public doing some of the heavy lifting, but really the role of a MP in responding to that and taking it a step further. And I want to read out an excerpt from Chris Bishop's Facebook back in June 2021. And there's a picture here. There's a picture here of
the Honourable Chris Bishop and Ashley Jones. Chris is in a blue top by the look of it. Meet Ashley, says Chris on Facebook underneath that picture. Did you know that in New Zealand you need to be separated for 2 years before you can file for a divorce, even in the case of family violence? Ashley wants to change that, and she's put forward a petition to Parliament, which I'll be proud to present to Parliament soon. Link in the comments. Ashley has very bravely put herself forward as someone who has been affected by abuse within a marriage. She says that the current law allows abusers to continue to have power over former partners for up to 2 years, and that in some cases it keeps people in abusive relationships because it feels like there is no way out, or causes those that do try to leave to be sucked back in by their abuser. Lots of countries, writes Mr. Bishop, lots of countries have exceptions to the stand-down period for divorce for those that have suffered domestic violence. If you agree, please sign Ashley's petition. The petition closes on the 22nd of June 2021, and after that I'll present it to Parliament. And as they say, the rest is history. So I just thought it was important, Mr. Speaker, to take you through that early process and how it can be done on other aspects of our law across in many different areas, in many different fields, where the public can still put up legislative change. And that is the benefit of private, seemingly fallen through the cracks almost, or hasn't been acknowledged, that a petition like Ashley's can be positively responded to, and this amendment bill, as we see today, will pass its third reading unanimously, by the look, across the House. The National Party supports this bill as it introduces measures that make it easier to get a divorce in the case of family violence. That is the bottom line. And we also, as has been alluded to by others, acknowledge the appalling rates of family and domestic abuse in this country. And we all know across this House that we want to address that and get better results for New Zealand families, New Zealand children. And as has also been said, our work is by far not done. And this is important to this government, and hence you see it as the fourth out of 9 government public sector targets, where we want to reduce the number of victims of violent crime, people who are victims of assault, robbery or sexual assault, for example, by 20 fewer victims. And so this government is committed to not only joining the forces across Parliament and around Parliament today in passing this legislation that Ashley and others have advocated for some years now, but we are committed as a government to making sure that the fights that we had during the election with the public, where they told us that they wanted us to crack down on the escalating criminal activities and level of violence and level of retail crime and level of assaults and level of serious assaults, ram raids, family violence. The public sent a clear message to this Parliament. And so while we acknowledge the success of getting this over the line shortly, our work has just begun, and I wanted to finish, Mr. Speaker, by assuring the House that this government, a coalition government of National, ACT and New Zealand First, are absolutely committed to carrying on the work of cracking down on law and order, of getting some results for the New Zealand public, and of making New Zealand, community and family, a safer place for future generations. I commend the bill.
The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Kia ora.
Mr. Speaker. It's a funny day in many ways when we're doing something as important as this, and I can imagine for those looking on for whom it's been a long journey through what's a pretty labyrinthine process to find themselves here and hear these speeches, which, to be honest, are a little bit repetitious. Because we'd all agree with the process here. And in some ways what's going on in this place right here today is a bit of a formality. It's an important formality, but I think it's really important to recognise that this process, this formal process here today, actually represents a huge amount of work by a large array of people, and most importantly those women who came to this House and presented a petition and really just asked. And what a great democracy we have when someone can come to this House and say, look, I think this is wrong, can you fix it? And someone picks it up and says, I think we can. And as many have said, this is only one small part of what we need to fix, and not only in all of New Zealand, but just in the whole sphere of domestic violence. And I'm proud of what the last government and my colleagues and colleagues in the Green Party have done and are doing in the domestic violence space with things like Ginny Anderson's stalking bill, which the Minister of Justice has picked up and said he's going to actually progress as a government issue. And of course, Angie Warren-Clark, who brought this bill to the House, and Deborah Russell, who pursued it, and the domestic violence leave bill, which I think Jan Logie brought and was picked up by the then government as well. All really important things. But I think what this does, and this bill in particular does, is kind of shift the thinking around what domestic violence is and what its consequences are, and recognise that physical violence is only a small fraction of the harm that comes from domestic violence, and controlling behaviours and that kind of exertion of control from a distance, which is exactly what this bill is seeking to address, is as harmful in many ways as the physical violence itself, and as oppressive, and interferes with the leading of a normal and fruitful life just as much. So this is just a small step. This is a formality, but an important one. But I just want to recognise once more the hard work that's been done by everyone who's contributed to this process. So along with the rest of the House, I won't take up any more time, but I commend this bill to the House.
Dan Bidwell.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise and stand in support of the Family Proceedings Amendment Bill, third reading. And I just want to reassure the member opposite that this won't be a repetitive speech, because I've not spoken on this bill in this debate. But Mr. Speaker, look, this is a good change. It's one tool in the toolbox to help those with domestic violence gain freedom and move on. It's a change that I think most New Zealanders would be shocked to learn isn't already law, because of our high rates of domestic violence in New Zealand. We have, Mr. Speaker, one of the worst rates of domestic violence in the OECD. There's about 1/3 of all family violence that's reported, which means 2/3 of all family violence in this country is not. Police, Mr. Speaker, attend a family violence episode every 4 minutes in this country. 16% of all frontline police is in fact related to domestic violence. 2/3 of all family violence incidents have children present, the impacts of which are hugely disproportionate for Māori, for those with disabilities, children, deep social and mental costs, not to mention the economic costs. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a good change to enable the dissolution of marriage without evidence within 2 years. It will enable those that have been through domestic violence the opportunity to break away and apply for divorce immediately, therefore freeing themselves of the harm and the pain that they've gone through. Mr. Speaker, we must do better as a society. We must do better as a society. We must move away, in my view, a view of this is okay and that I'm a victim and it's okay for me to do this. It is not okay domestic violence of any form, physical, mental or other. Mr. Speaker, us men have to do better. We've got to do better in terms of role modelling better behaviour. We have to do a better job of taking personal responsibility for our actions right across this country. So, Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to commend this bill. I just want to acknowledge, of course, everybody that's been, the discussion and debate which I've heard today has been very moving. All the petitioners, Ashley Jones, Charlotte and Adele, thank you. To Angie Warren-Clark and Dr. Deborah Russell, Chris Bishop, the hard-working Justice Select Committee, and all the petitioners, because this is the results of your actions, of signing those petitions year in, year out, have led us to this law change today at the third reading. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the vision is quite clear for what we want the future of our country to look like. A safer country. For me, in this side of the House, it's a country where personal responsibility is at the fore of all human interactions. And a society where there is zero tolerance for domestic violence. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend this bill to the House.
Dr. Tracy McKellen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I stand here getting quite late in the process, and I'm very conscious about not unnecessarily delaying this formality, as my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, described it, or standing between a celebration, as all of the people who have been involved in this process very richly deserve to do. So I will be very brief, I promise. I just want to say a couple of things and then also pass on my thanks to all the people that are involved. I think, Mr. Speaker, the no-fault system, which was, if we cast our minds back, some of us introduced in the 1980, I believe, as laws often do, improved the previous situation where the judge no longer had to consider the role of one party or another and who was at fault. But our divorce law is more than 40 years old now, and as has been noted by several people who have made contributions through this process, it does need to be reviewed and it does need to be looked at, but that is not for today. Today we are thinking about this particular bill, the Family Proceedings Dissolution for Family Violence Amendment Bill, and I think that so many other people have very eloquently summed it up and have provided illustrative examples and provided nuance and perspective that I'm sure the Hansard will reveal in due course as being worthwhile debate. It removes several things that, as a society, it sort of beggars belief that we've got to this stage and still rely upon those antiquated ways of thinking. But it's part of a much bigger suite of antiquated ways of how we position intimate relationships and violence and dependency and gender roles and all various sorts of things. So I very much look forward to the fact that this bill, whilst it's profound, while it's impactful and while it's really important, may kick off a wider conversation about various other things. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the Justice Select Committee. I would like to very, very sincerely and most importantly acknowledge Charlotte, Ashley and Adele for all that they have done, and I think it would probably be with the passing of time that they will fully appreciate their contribution, because I'm sure at the moment it feels as if a small thing has happened, and as time passes they will realise that it's a very large thing indeed. I'd like to talk with my colleagues, the Honourable Deborah Russell and both the Honourable Chris Bishop, for what they said in the House today, and to particularly acknowledge the Honourable Deborah Russell for her work that she has done in shepherding this bill through, very graciously, always acknowledging everybody else's contribution, so that's much appreciated. And importantly, I just also want to acknowledge and congratulate Angie Warren-Clark, who this was a real passion for her, and she is one of those people that inevitably, if she sees something is wrong, she's one of those people that inevitably has to correct a wrong, and was very passionate and really proud to put this bill in the biscuit tin, and very proud when it was pulled from the tin and got, I think, the privilege of being able to introduce it on that last day of the previous Parliament. So congratulations to everybody. It's a good day, and I hope everybody is able to celebrate in their own way, and I commend this bill to the House.
Rema Nutley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise as the final contribution in this long journey for many women and men and children, but in particular women, if you would allow me to say, across New Zealand and across the world, those that are the victim of family violence in its many forms. And it's a somber conversation we're having today. And rightfully so. It's created a sombre mood, Mr. Speaker, because family violence is sombre. Family violence is one of those things that affects so many people, and for the most part, they travel through their days as though they're not experiencing it, because you've got to put on a smile for the world, Mr. Speaker. I'm Lebanese. I was raised in a Lebanese traditional Catholic household, and I remember going to my Lebanese Catholic school in Punchbowl in Sydney, back in the day when divorce was absolutely taboo. Of course, we've moved from that in many respects, but I remember the few friends that I had in school that their mothers did insist that they leave their husbands for reasons of family violence, and the stigma that was attached to them because of the views of society. We need people that are brave to call out that stigma and to say that stigma shouldn't exist. We need people like Ashley Jones, thank you for being in the gallery again today, and that courage that I referred to in my second speech on this bill. Because some people don't have that strength, Mr. Speaker, because of the circumstances they find themselves in. Family violence is about harming, it's about controlling behaviour. And what can this look like? It can be physical, it can be emotional, it can be psychological, financial, sexual, a combination of all of these. It could be as simple as giving someone the silent treatment for 2 years. Controlling behaviour, Mr. Speaker, what can that look like? That can look like making sure a partner knows the password of their spouse's phone, checking messages, checking social media pages, telling the partner what he or she should not wear, telling them who they should be hanging out with, who they should be having coffees with, who's allowed to come home and visit them, telling them that they're not allowed to watch TV. In fact, they should be doing other things, and telling them many times in a way that's aggressive or passive-aggressive. That's what controlling can look like, Mr. Speaker. When I reflected on Minister Bishop's first speech with respect to this bill, the Family Proceedings Dissolution for Family Violence Amendment Bill. Honourable Bishop referred to culture change. He said, if I may quote, "There's no one simple solution to this issue. If there was, a politician would have sorted it out a long time ago. There is no one silver bullet to it. What it will take is sustained effort over many, many years across multiple agencies." As Amy Adams used to say, he said that it will take a lot of cultural change as well. And my colleague, Dan Boudoir, the MP for Northcote, referenced that there's a lot that we can do. There's a lot that a lot of the gentlemen, or not so gentlemen, in Aotearoa can do with respect to leading that cultural change. But again, I thank you, Ashley Jones, for being one of those leaders in this kaupapa. So essentially, if we can wrap up, for anyone listening from home, watching from home, this legislation was introduced, as we mentioned, into the House by MP Angie Warren Clark, the former Labor MP. But there's a lot of people that really put their hands together to make it what it is and to get it to where it is. And I'd like to acknowledge the Honourable Deborah Russell, Dr. Deborah Russell in this regard as well, and the Honourable Chris Bishop. And as we've mentioned before, but I think it's important in our wrapping up, that the intention of this amendment bill is quite clear and quite succinct. To amend the Family Proceedings Act 1980, Mr. Speaker, and the amendment will be that a party to a marriage or a civil union who has been the victim of family violence, who finds themselves the victim of family violence inflicted by the other party in the relationship, can apply for an order from the family court to dissolve their marriage or civil union, and that is to get a divorce, without having to wait, as they do now, for 2 years to pass. This bill will remove the requirement for these parties to live apart for 2 years before a dissolution can be acquired. And in researching more and deeper about the need for this change, it's interesting, and if someone has a spare 10 minutes on their hands, they can look back to the history of divorce law in New Zealand. It was referred to as divorce in the past, but then it became dissolution of marriage. Kind of started around 1867, formally, technically, and people had to basically go through Parliament at first to get a divorce. And a lot of times, I'm sorry to my male colleagues in the House, but women, men could get divorced from women if they were unfaithful, but women couldn't necessarily get divorced from men on those grounds. And I'm not saying that I'm condoning any type of unfaithfulness, but that was the case. And we've come a long way. We've come a long way, Mr. Speaker. And then in 1981, the Family Proceedings Act 1980 came into effect, and it removed divorce from the High Court to the newly created Family Court. So just a bit of history there. And so from that date, for legal purposes, divorce became known as how we've been referring to it, as dissolution of marriage. Again, in the Family Court. Welcome, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
thank you.
As we conclude this final contribution on this bill, I would like to say that on a personal level, as I've mentioned, I was raised in a household where divorce isn't very common. And I'd like to read a quote, if I may, because I understand and I agree that in the situations that we've canvassed over the 3 stages of this bill, there's an absolute need for this change to take place. But I've also seen families that try and work through it together. And this is where this quote comes to mind. A quote by Mother Teresa. "It is easy to love the people far away. It is not always easy to love those close to us. It is easier to give a cup of rice to relieve hunger than to relieve the loneliness and pain of someone unloved in our own home. Bring love into your home, for this is where our love for each other must start." And so I encourage people to step out of themselves and look into themselves. Are they abusing? Are they the perpetrators of violence? And think about quotes like that. Thank you, Ashley. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The motion is agreed.
Family Proceedings, Dissolution of Marriage or Civil Union for Family Violence Amendment Bill, third reading.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of... Yes, I call on members' order of the day number 2.
Paiora, Healthy Futures, Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill, committee stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Paiora, Healthy Futures, Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill. Just one moment, we're just changing over into committee.
Members, the House is in committee on the Paiora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill. We come first to Clause 1. This is debate on Clause 1, the title. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. Ingrid, is that a...
Mr Chair. Thank you, Mr Chair. I plan to speak to this by really prefacing my remarks and a contribution and then having some questions for the member. I don't want to dwell on this too long because the House will be aware that we do support the member's bill, but really just wanting to get a sense from her how it will work in relation to other processes involving mental health strategy and also in the current context. So what I'm hoping to do, Mr Chair, is to preface my questions with some remarks and then to keep this fairly brief. So first of all, Mr Chair, I'd like to congratulate the member Katie Nimmin on her on shepherding this member's bill, which she inherited from the now Minister Matt Ducey, and for getting the support of the House. We do support the bill, and when I look at the title, which I will come to, the Paiora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill, just to preface my question around that title with the context that this sits and will sit alongside a number of other strategies under the Paiora Healthy Futures legislation, including population groups, so New Zealanders, Māori, Pacific, disabled communities, women's communities, and rural. And when I look at the title, mental health outcomes, it immediately stands out that this is not a strategy that sits with a population group. It is something different and distinct. And this is why Labor didn't actually have a mental health strategy in the first place. We did consider it seriously when we were in government and decided that because the first strategy applies to all New Zealanders, that is the New Zealand Health Strategy, it would deviate somewhat to have a health strategy for mental health, which we feel cuts across the whole of the health sector. Then I look at the principles which are around equity, access, cohesion, being people-centred, sustainable, responsive to needs, and the changes that we made in Select Committee certainly try to achieve that, and members will be aware that there are changes to the words wellbeing rather than to addiction, and various other changes that we suggested. So all in all, we do think this is in a good shape. And we do congratulate the member, and we do want to work constructively. What we would like to seek from the member out of today's short session really is an understanding of, well, three things. The first one is related to the independence of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission. Originally, as the bill was drafted, the Commission would not have been independent, and it would have been considered a health entity, which would have required it to be a government entity. And so what I'm asking the member really is if she can provide whatever assurance she can as a member, even though she is not the minister, first, that was unintended in her drafting, and secondly, her commitment and her government's commitment to the independence of that entity. My second question relates to the ability of the government, given that the GPS is required to take into account these health strategies. How does the member see this particular strategy, the mental health outcomes, as it is in the title, fitting into the government policy statement, given that that statement has already been articulated? And in her opinion, how does it render the usefulness of this bill? And then my final comments, which will really save us having to jump up and down, Mr. Chair, I know that this is a wide interpretation of the title, is just how does the member see the mental health comes of strategy being able to be fulfilled in an environment when there are workforce freezes, where the minister has not taken advice from officials as to the impact of oranga tamariki and disability cuts on the mental health sector, which is evidenced in an OIA 67722. I realise that the member isn't responsible for that, but I think that we would like to hear how she sees this strategy being able to be reconciled in that context. Frontline freezes and the timeliness aspect when we've got people in the south, young people who are not meeting the requirement to be seen by specialists within the 3 weeks set by the Mental Health Minister. So those are just a few examples. I realise that the member, it will be hard pressed for the member, Mr. Chair, may I continue, to answer those.
Just bear in mind, we are on the title.
Yep. But really, if the member can answer those questions, I really feel that that's probably as much as she can do, being a member's bill, and so I won't be offering any further contributions or questions. I just think it's important to get a sense from the member how she sees this bill contributing to mental health strategy, given those various comments around the GPS and the context, and also her commitment on behalf of her government as she can, to the extent she can as a member, to the ongoing independence of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission.
Point of order, Cameron Bellich.
Please, for all provisions to be taken as one question.
Leave is sought. Is there any objection? There is no objection. The question is that clauses 1 to 8 and the schedule stand part. James Meager.
Chair, it's a great pleasure to rise in support of my colleague Katie Nimmons' member's bill, the Pi Order Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill. I was ready and raring to go to have a lengthy, full-on debate about the title of the bill, clause by clause, but looks like we're going to have to start with a more broader, wider, encompassing overview of the bill as a whole, as happens when we take all these clauses as one question. So can I start by congratulating the member in charge of the bill for both her good fortune but also her stewardship and dogged determination in bringing this bill through the House. It is quite cheeky that a member in their first term gets to have a bill not only pulled from the ballot but progress its way through the House too, and hopefully into law in no time. So congratulations to Ms Nimmin on her success. May it be the first of many, many bills to come. Mr Chair, this is, of course, is a bill aimed at improving the healthy futures of our nation and of Kiwis in New Zealand by improving mental health outcomes. And of course, one of the first steps that this government took to improve mental health outcomes is to appoint the country's very first mental health minister. And it's no coincidence that the very first mental health minister, Minister Matt Ducey, was in fact the author of this bill. So it may come to as a surprise or a shock to many in this House that the now Minister of Mental Health was in fact the author of this bill, and in fact had this bill in the ballot in the previous Parliament before it was drawn and handed over to Ms Nimmin. So I wanted to start by just giving that wider context to this is a government which is dedicated and committed to improving the mental health outcomes of all New Zealanders, starting right at the top with the country's very first dedicated Minister of Mental Health. And with that, I wanted to start by asking the member in charge of the bill, and I'm aware that she doesn't actually have any officials with her, so it may take some time and some process to get through the questions because, of course, she's doing this on her own steam and doesn't have the army of thousands of officials behind her. So I'll start with some very broad, helpful, welcoming, easy maybe questions to ease our way into this very, very robust and long debate tonight. And the first one was just generally, what is the genesis of the bill? Why is this bill important to New Zealanders? We're talking about the entire bill. If you can give us a very, very good, in-depth run through in your mind of why the bill is needed. What difference is it going to make to those New Zealanders who are faced every day with mental health challenges as they get up, hopefully on their way to work, trying to make a graft, make a living, but are faced with some of the most serious mental health concerns that we may face. In fact, I think we're still, as a country, not quite at the point where we treat mental health the same as physical health. So I'm glad that we're here today having this debate, and in fact recognising part of this is to insert a mental health and wellbeing strategy and to try and lift the profile of mental health so that it is treated the same as physical health, so that if you are having a bad day at work, that people are willing to talk about it as though you have sprained an ankle or if you have perhaps dislocated a knee or a patella, that people are willing to talk about that and are willing to encourage their colleagues to be open about their mental health. So I thought I'd start with that question to the member in charge of what is the genesis of the bill? Why is it important for the House to support? Why is it important to go through, as I believe that your intention is without any further change? Why should we be supporting it tonight? And I look forward to your answer on that one. Mr Chair.
Dr Aisha Verrill.
Oh, thank you. Always a pleasure to have one of my titles announced in the House. Congratulations to the member on bringing this bill. I'm sure it will do a lot of good, but I have one question, which is the question I raised at Select Committee and also mentioned in my second reading speech, so I'll ask it again, which is there any intention from the government to modify the GPS during this term of government? Understanding the answer to that question helps us know what the likely impact of this bill would be. The GPS lasts for 3 years. Once a strategy is written, nothing happens to it unless it is reflected in the GPS. That is the marching orders the Minister gives to health services. So unless there's a modification to the government policy statement based on the consultation and contents of the strategy, it won't help people in the community unless that happens. So my only question about this bill, which in all other respects I believe is a very good bill, is will it have an effect on the health services in New Zealand through a modification to the GPS?
Sam Affandale.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mic's on. Good. Firstly, I'd just like to congratulate Ms Nimmin on getting this bill through, and it looks like we're going to have support around the House, which is certainly where I hope we will get to. I'd also like to thank the members of the Health Committee. We've got Dr Chung here, Dr Campbell, Dr Verrill, Ingrid Leary, Cam Luxton, and other members from the Greens and the Māori Party. But it's been a fairly good and agreeable process the whole way through. And look, we did take this bill into committee and recommend several changes. which have already been somewhat touched upon. But I think one of the important ones was the removal of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission as a health entity under the Act. I'd like to get a sense from the member how important she believes it is to preserve the independence of the Commission. It was certainly something that the committee thought was extremely, it was definitely something that we wanted to uphold, and I think that was called out pretty early in the proceedings by Ingrid Leary, if I'm not mistaken. Could pick up there from you, Ingrid. We also made a change around removing clause 6 of the bill, where the Minister would have been required to consult with the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission in repairing the government policy statement. We did propose a new section where the Minister could consider advice provided by the Commission. I'd be interested to know whether the member is agreeable to that suggested amendment. There were some other parts in there. The committee recommends making the mental health and wellbeing strategy provisions come into force after 12 months. Wondering whether the member has had any discussions there with the Minister, or whether the member is agreeable to that as well. So those are probably, the reality is, and I think we talked about it in committee as well, that this is a relatively straightforward bill. Yes, there have been a few alterations, but look, we're trying to get to a place in New Zealand where, and I think we've got there under this, we are getting there under this government. It would be a falsity to say that we have ever achieved or are in the process of achieving great success in that space, because the mental health need out there in New Zealand is such that it requires everyone across this House, no matter who is in government, to keep working very hard on it. But I'm very proud that we have this bill before the House, that we have a mental health minister, the first minister to have that role in New Zealand, who was actually the original author of this bill, and Ms Nimmin is now the owner of it. But we have huge strides to make, and this bill is a good place to start in setting the general direction. We did take a bit more of a holistic approach in this. We wanted it to include that wellbeing piece. It does have the mental health and addiction part of it too, which is very important, and I think we wanted to call that out there. The exact wording of that will be in here. But there are several questions there that I would want to put forward to the member, and I will leave that for her to consider and reply when she is ready. Thank you.
Katie Nimmin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, thanks for everybody that's asked questions so far. I will try and take them in a bit of a storytelling order, if I may. And so thank you to James Meager for asking about the genesis of the bill, because it leads quite nicely into some of the other questions. So, of course, 2022, mental health was not included as a strategy in the Paiora Healthy Futures Bill 2022. And so, of course, we are on the back foot with our mental health strategy and how we progress that. And so, of course, that is a great consideration for me in terms of the commencement, and take all of the feedback from the Select Committee and really appreciate that. Of course, everything that we do, I believe really has to have a strategic intention to provide the foundation for what decisions we make, whether it's funding or otherwise. And so to address one of the questions from Honourable Dr. Aisha Verrill, if I can find where it says the intention to modify the GPS during this term of government. I can't speak to the exact timing, of course. I'm not the Minister, nor am I in the Minister's office. But one thing I guess I'd ask is, did the other strategies impact the GPS? And of course this is rhetoric because the questions are being asked of me, but I have no doubt that the intention of the strategies in general as part of Paiora Healthy Futures were to influence and be introduced or included in the GPS. So that is the very intention of this amendment. This amendment wouldn't be being made if it was going to go nowhere. And just to acknowledge, obviously, sort of my predecessor in shepherding this through the Honourable Minister Matt Ducey, who's now the Mental Health Minister. That was his hope when this was drafted. That is also my hope. But of course, GPS, they all take their time, they all go through a process, and this amendment is not necessarily intended to be a quick tomorrow fix. This is about implementing change for long term. And so, of course, you know, when the GPS is amended to include the forthcoming, I hope, mental health and wellbeing strategy, I really look forward to that. The timing will be as a result of this bill first being passed, secondly being passed based on the timing of what is indicated in the amendments in this bill, and then of course it being worked through, implemented and so on. That also is similar to a question that Ingrid Leary raised, which is how does it fit into the GPS? Obviously, as I said before, it's an ongoing thing. I hope to be many and all GPS in the future as they go through their 3-yearly process, and so I really look forward to that. And just to speak to another item I think that has been raised a couple of times, which is the independence of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission. I actually I think I front-footed it when I presented to the Select Committee by saying, you know, sorry folks, it was a drafting error. It was never intended for it to be identified, the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission to be identified as a health entity. And so, you know, it is interesting that almost accidentally it has really highlighted the importance of the independence of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission. I think if it wasn't a drafting error, would we have had this discussion? Would the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission have been so open about how important their independence is and to maintain that? So I'm almost glad that that drafting error was in there. But I did sort of, I think I went in and front-footed to the Select Committee saying, hey, drafting error, not intended, happy for their independence to be maintained. But I feel like I have had to explain myself at every single point in the process since then. And so, you know, I'm happy to keep saying that. And to the point also made by Sam Uffendale, and thank you to acknowledge you as the chair of this Select Committee and your contribution to the process, how important I think it is to maintain the independence. Look, I think that that is exactly the message that we got from the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission. You know, actually an independent body that's involved in this process really does help add gravity to the message that we're getting through, and actually that what is being proposed in the strategy, that the Minister of Health, or by delegation the Minister of Mental Health will be writing, that it's substantiated by people that are really seeing it through all the research and all the work that's being done. And just while I have the chance, 5 seconds, Sam, there was a third question that you asked that I missed, if you wouldn't mind repeating that, if you have that on record. I did write down 2 of those 3.
All right. The committee is suspended and will resume at 7:30. Thank you.
Coming up at 6 p.m. is a repeat of some of today's earlier proceedings. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker.
E te atua kaharawa, ka tuku whakamuimiti ati mātou mōna karakia ko waihotia mai ki runga i a mātou. Ka waihio i o mātou pānga whaioro katoa ki te taha. Ka mihi mātou ki te kingi me te inoi atu, mo te arahitanga i roto i o mātou whakaaroarohanga, kia mōhio ai, kia whakaiti ai tā mātou whakahaere ngā take o te wharenei, mo te oranga, te maungarongo me te aroha o Aotearoa. Āmene.
No petitions have been delivered to the clerk, but ministers have delivered 18 papers.
2023-24 annual reports of ACC, Crown Irrigation Investments, Crown Law, Inland Revenue, Kāinga Ora, LINZ, MB, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, NZQA, Remuneration Authority, Stats NZ, reports on the 2023-24 non-departmental appropriations for Vote Education, Vote Housing and Urban Development and the Emergency Management and Recovery Portfolio. Government response to the Climate Change Commission's monitoring report, Emissions Reduction 2024, ACC 2023-24 Climate Report and 2024-25 Service Agreement.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. No Select Committee papers have been presented, no bills have been introduced. We come now to oral questions. The first the name. Point of order, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I seek leave to make a personal explanation to correct an answer I gave during oral question number 1 yesterday.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection?
I was asked a supplementary question regarding funding for flood risks in South Dunedin. I replied that the previous government had declined a proposal. What I should have said was that the previous government did not fund the proposal. The South Dunedin Future Programme was not included in the National Resilience Plan projects which the former Labor government funded on the 18th of September 2023.
The oral question number 1 in the name of James MEAGER.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
Mr. Speaker, good news. This morning, Statistics New Zealand released the latest inflation figures, which are for the September quarter of this year. This release shows annual CPI inflation of 2.2% in the September quarter of this year. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time inflation has been below 3% since March 2021. We have broken the back of the inflation beast.
James MEAGER.
How did this inflation result compare to expectations?
Mr. Speaker, annual CPI inflation of 2.2% was around the level most forecasters, including the Reserve Bank, were expecting. Prices for tradable goods and services actually fell by 1.6% over the year, which is good news for New Zealanders, with petrol prices dropping 8%. Non-tradable inflation, on the other hand, is proving stickier with an annual rate of 4.9%. Rents, rates and insurance were again. Mr. Speaker, it is sad to have the Leader of the Opposition interjecting and to show such disregard for the New Zealanders who have been pummeled by price increases that were crushing for years.
Thank you. That might have been a point of order, but certainly not an answer to a question.
Oh, I think in the spirit of debate, for the back and forth, this is something that all members of the House should celebrate together, because what it represents is a time in which New Zealanders will cease having the crushing price increases that became the norm under Labour.
Supplementary. How does this compare to previous inflation results?
Mr. Speaker, New Zealand recently endured a cost of living crisis, with annual inflation peaking at over 7%. From the last quarter of 2020 to the last quarter of 2023, consumer prices rose a total of 19% in just 3 years. And over that period of the previous government, life got more expensive for New Zealanders by almost 20%, and people's savings were eroded by almost 20%. Inflation is now back within the Reserve Bank's target range. The genie is back in the bottle, and the era of high, persistent, crushing price increases is over.
Supplementary. What is the target range for inflation?
Mr. Speaker, the remit I issued in December states that the Monetary Policy Committee's objective is to achieve and maintain future annual inflation between 1% and 3% over the medium term, with a focus on keeping future inflation near the 2% midpoint. The fact that inflation is within that band and close to the 2% midpoint means the Reserve Bank has the confidence to begin reducing interest rates. The bank is now easing off the brake it has been pressing firmly down on for the last few years.
Question number 2, in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, and especially our actions to get on top of inflation. This morning, Stats New Zealand confirmed that inflation fell to 2.2% in the September quarter, the lowest rate in more than 3.5 years. And it is clear that our plan, our economic plan, is working, which is why under our government we're getting on top of inflation fast. Just before the election last year, Treasury picked that inflation would have only fallen to 3.1% by this time and wouldn't have reached 2.2% until the end of next year. And that's despite all the scaremongering from the opposition that fully funded tax relief, which Labor didn't support, for supporting working families with the cost of living would actually push inflation higher. Didn't do that. But instead, our economic plan is delivering lower inflation, lower interest rates, 2 interest rate cuts in 10 months versus, I think, 6 or 7 increases over the last 6 years. And importantly, what we're seeing is the foundations for economic growth to get New Zealand back on track are in place.
Supplementary question. Why did his government cut funding for apprenticeships in critical infrastructure sectors when apprentice numbers are already in decline, compounding the skills shortages in the trades sector?
Well, what I'd say to the member is the apprenticeship boost was actually another case of Labor leaving behind another fiscal cliff. We've made funding for apprenticeship boost permanent, so the program wouldn't expire like it would under Labor, and at the same time we're targeting it at the skills that we need.
Supplementary question. Why has he and his government cut funding for apprenticeships in areas such as pipeline construction, bitumen resurfacing, road construction and maintenance, and drinking and wastewater treatment, when this country is facing major challenges in those areas, and this will only exacerbate skill shortages?
Well, we have to make sure we are spending money carefully, and that's what we do on this side of the House. We don't waste money. We make sure that that's only a very small proportion of those that are actually using Apprenticeship Boost. And what I'd say to you is that we are making sure that we've got support for the skills we need, like building and agriculture and manufacturing, forestry, food and hospitality.
Supplementary question. Why was providing over $200 million in tax breaks to the tobacco company Philip Morris more important to his government than keeping people in apprenticeships?
I think, just a minute, I think there's a word in there that probably shouldn't have been in. You've got to ask that question again.
What's that?
I think you referred to the entity belonging to someone, which you didn't. So I think it's just ask the question again.
Why was providing over $200 million in tax breaks to companies like Philip Morris, the country's largest supplier of cigarettes, more important to his government than keeping people in apprenticeships?
Well, I reject the characterisation of that question. What I would say to that member is that on this side of the House, we are very committed to lowering daily smoking rates. We are determined to deliver on smoke-free 2025, and we're going to make alternatives available. And also what I'd say is, with respect to the so-called tax that he talks about, all we've done is make sure Treasury is conservatively estimating the loss of excise tax by any shift that happens to an alternative product other than cigarettes.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary, right on Winston Peters.
Prime Minister, how often have you met someone whose logic is that when the tax on cigarettes go up, as it did December last year, it somehow is a concession to some business?
Yeah. It's just prudent to actually set money aside, and for the most extreme scenario, if we get a shift from cigarettes to alternative products, and that's all we're accounting for.
Supplementary question. Why should the construction sector have trust in his government when they are cutting apprenticeships, and in their first 10 months in power they have spent their time gutting school building programs, shelving state housing projects, cancelling major infrastructure projects, and leaving the industry staring down a pipeline that's looking more like an empty barrel?
Again, what you see is a business confidence at a 10-year high. Why is that? Because they know this is a government dealing and improving the economic fundamentals. We are making sure there's financial discipline and no wasteful spending. We're making sure that inflation now, for the first time in 3.5 years, is within the band. Interest rates cuts are coming down. Confidence is up. That leads to economic growth and people in work.
Supplementary question. If things are so good for the building and construction sector, why are there 10,000 fewer people employed in the building and construction sector now than there were the day he became Prime Minister?
Very good. Because this economy is dealing with the lag effects of woeful economic mismanagement by that member and his former government. What is good news is that consents are up 2%. The Infrastructure Commission's latest pipeline estimates total over 6,000 projects, $147 billion worth, and the Transport GPS put in $33 billion for the next 3 years. And if the member cares a lot about it, I look forward to his support of our fast-track legislation, because that was a great idea from David Parker. We've built on it. There's 149 fantastic projects, 55,000 potential new homes, 30% increase in electricity generation, and 180 kilometres of new roads, rail and public transport.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. Why won't he admit that his government doesn't care about the damage it causes to New Zealand's infrastructure, workforce and economy, as long as his favourite pet projects like tax breaks for landlords and tobacco companies get billions of dollars that could so desperately be spent elsewhere?
Oh, it's a terribly sad day for the Leader of the Opposition. We have good news, which we have inflation in the band. We've delivered income tax relief for low and middle income working New Zealanders, people the Labour Party used to care about but don't anymore. We've got fast-track legislation sitting there and he refuses to support it. Come on board, do something positive.
Question 3, Joseph Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Development and Employment. What recent data has she seen on the welfare traffic light system?
Mr. Speaker, data from the first full calendar month of the traffic light system is very encouraging. It shows 98% of beneficiaries are at green, meaning they are successfully meeting their obligations. Just 2%, around 5,900 people, were sitting at either orange or red, meaning they had not taken the steps required of them to find or prepare for work. While it is early days, this data indicates the new system is helping beneficiaries to understand what is expected of them and helping them to stay on track with their obligations.
Supplementary. How has the traffic light system impacted the number of obligation failures and benefit sanctions?
Since the implementation of the traffic light system, we've already seen a positive impact. In September, there were about 500 fewer obligation failures and 600 fewer sanctions imposed on beneficiaries than the month before. Again, while it is still early days, this is an encouraging sign that the system is working as intended by providing clear, straightforward information to beneficiaries about their obligations and helping them to take proactive steps towards employment.
Supplementary. What message does the government have for beneficiaries who are work ready but not fulfilling their obligations?
These numbers show that about 4,500 of the 4,600 beneficiaries who are being sanctioned for not fulfilling their benefit obligations are work ready job seekers. Our government's position on this is clear. We will fully support job seekers who are motivated to find work and improve their circumstances. But we will not tolerate those who are capable of working and choose not to take the necessary steps to prepare for or find work. Receiving a benefit comes with obligations that reflect the expectations of hard-working New Zealanders who fund the welfare system through their taxes.
Supplementary. What are the future plans for the welfare traffic light system?
Mr Speaker, next year we will introduce new non-financial sanctions and increase accountability measures for those who repeatedly fail to comply with their benefit obligations. We will also implement a requirement for individuals on job seeker support to reapply every 6 months to continue receiving payments. These changes are designed to ensure the welfare system remains fair and that beneficiaries remain engaged in the process of finding a job. Our overall goal is to have 50,000 fewer people on the job seeker benefit by 2030, as we work towards a society where more New Zealanders are in employment and able to support themselves and their families.
Before I call question 5, I need to present the 2023-24 annual report of the Controller and Auditor General. That paper is published under the authority of the House. Question, well, I can pass it over to you if you want to.
I'll have a copy.
Would you mind reading it and giving us a one-page summary? Call on question number 5 in the name of the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Whakawailahu, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. Does she stand by her statement, quote, what New Zealanders can have confidence in is that they have a government that is delivering what it said it would, unquote? If so, now that the family boost has begun being paid, how many families have actually received $250 a fortnight promised in the National Party's election campaign?
Mr Speaker, to the first part of the question, yes. And to the second part of the question, the member's assertion is wrong. The commitment was for up to $250 a fortnight, and I am advised that in some circumstances families could get even more than $250 a fortnight. At the time of the budget, Treasury's modelling indicated that around 1.9 million households, 3.5 million New Zealanders, would benefit from tax relief and family boost, on average by $60 a fortnight, and households with children would benefit on average by $78 a fortnight. I'm also advised that at least one party in the election was guaranteeing precisely $0 a fortnight in tax relief.
That's not true, actually.
Oh, GST, how could I forget?
Hang on.
What a triumph it was.
In silence. Respect for your member. Point of order.
If I come to the House with the Labour Party's policies, which showed that we were actually offering tax reductions for New Zealanders, will Nicola Willis have to withdraw and apologise for that?
Just a moment. I am going to hear that again because I couldn't hear it because of the outburst. It's a point of order. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
I've just finished.
Yeah, what did you say? Because I didn't hear it. No, I don't want you to interpret it. Sorry. We've only got one language in this House that I understand. Sorry, Mr Peters, if you don't mind, I'd like him to repeat his point of order.
Mr Speaker, we've already had one minister in the government today have to come and correct an answer that they gave making allegations about the previous Labour government, and so will Nicola Willis have to do the same tomorrow?
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Finance Minister Willis said one party, and straight away he took the guilt and confessed.
Yeah, well, thank you for that point of order.
New point of order.
New point of order from the Honourable Karen McAnulty.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. That question was on notice, and despite the comments by the Minister disagreeing with the so-called assertions in it, up to is inclusive of, and so a question asking for the exact number of 250 is still valid. Whether they disagree with how they presented it or not, up to includes 250. The Minister could still have made that point, but actually answered the question, and she did not.
Well, I think she did certainly address the question, and that's the only judgment that I can make about questions. Does the Honourable Barbara Evans have further supplementaries?
How many families have actually received the $250 a fortnight as promised by Christopher Luxon as part of the National Party's election campaign?
Well, the member well knows, or at least she likes to assert, that she knows a lot about the income tax system, and that is calculated on the full year, which we are only part way through.
So, supplementary.
Just wait for a few minutes, a few seconds. Okay.
Is the government delivering what it said it would when by the first week there were 32,407 Family Boost claims, but only 8,672 claims have been approved and paid?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to correct the member's numbers. The latest stats for Family Boost, up to including the 15th of October, 44,952 households have registered. There have been 38,206 claims relating to 35,489 households. Inland Revenue has paid $6.2 million to 15,749 households since 7 October. And Inland Revenue expects around 100,000 households will be eligible for Family Boost. Can I repeat again? I want families to go onto that IRD website and claim for their entitlement.
Supplementary. Is the government delivering what it said it would when she promised more than 100,000 families will get Family Boost, but have under-delivered with only 8,672 being paid in the first week?
Mr. Speaker, I stand by the statements I have made that around 100,000 households will be eligible for Family Boost, and I am pleased that the number of successful claims is growing every day. And I would say that this is far more effective than a promise to take GST off bananas and give supermarkets tax relief.
Supplementary. Does she agree with the IRD that said Family Boost would require significant effort by recipients to access the product, which may create a barrier to product uptake, particularly for parents of young children who are already time poor? And why did she not just do ECE 20 hours free?
Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment that our childcare policy would put direct cash into people's bank accounts, and the way that we are delivering it will achieve that. We were also advised, Mr. Speaker, that other ways of doing that would take many months and years of delay, and we weren't prepared to make that delay. We wanted that cash for families.
Yeah, look, can I just say that constant talking all the way through the Minister's question doesn't change the answer, and it doesn't help the order of the House. Right on, Mr.
Speaker, that's somewhat what my point of order is. I want you to know, or could you ask whether the questioner heard any part of the answer, because her benchmate spent the whole time screaming out during the answer from the Minister of Finance, and it's a disgrace to this House.
Yeah, well, thank you. I've offered to swap jobs with you before. We'll keep that up and we'll be heading down that track. Can another question, Barbara Edmonds? Question number 5, Chloe Swilbrook. Just hang on, just everyone settle. Okay.
E tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, our action to put economic growth on the fast track is something we stand by. Since we announced the 149 projects that would be listed in the fast track legislation, the feedback that we have received has been extremely positive. The National Road Carriers Association described the list as balanced and achievable. The Electricity Retailers Association said fast tracking would help provide confidence to build and deliver affordable, clean electricity. Business New Zealand said the projects would stimulate job creation and economic activity at a time when it mattered most. And it is a collective vote of confidence in our economic plan. Inflation is falling, interest rates are falling, confidence is rising, and now with reforms like fast track, we are delivering the foundations of growth, and I just ask that member and their party to support the fast track legislation.
Does he think it's fair that his government's fast-track approvals bill has given new life to projects previously denied by the Supreme Court, like the Trans-Tasman Resources seabed mining and the Rui Taniwha Dam project, that had already been opposed by local communities, iwi and hapu?
Well, look, I'm not going to comment on individual projects, and I'd say that, and I will accept that some projects will be controversial and be criticised. But obviously their environmental appraisal will happen through expert panels. But what I do not apologise for is that we are a government that's going to deal with an infrastructure deficit, a housing crisis and an energy shortage, and actually fast-track legislation helps us address those problems in this economy, and I just encourage members to support us.
Does he stand by the statements of his Minister for Local Government that said, quote, "The ultimate localism is giving local people the right to have their say," end quote? And if so, would he then agree that his fast-track approvals bill is a blatant disregard for localism and communities by deliberately limiting community input and public consultation?
Well, I'll just say to that member, I think it's outrageous that she doesn't want to deliver up to 55,000 new homes. I think it's quite outrageous as a leader of a Greens party that you don't want to increase renewable electricity generation by 30%. I think it's quite outrageous that you don't want to invest in 180 kilometres of great new roads, public transport and also rail.
Is the Prime Minister aware that it is entirely possible to consent new renewable energy projects without also consenting coal mining that will drive up climate-changing emissions? Or does he take New Zealanders for chumps?
No, but I hear New Zealanders saying they want things to get built in this country. They want things to get done. And that's what we're doing on this side of the House, and that's frankly why they elected us a year ago. They elected us to come here and to get things done for them, to improve their lives, to rebuild this economy, and that's exactly what we're doing. Support the fast-track legislation.
Can the Prime Minister please explain to the House how the new coal mining that he has consented will almost all be primarily for grades of coal that will almost never be used domestically but exported offshore, meaning that his Indonesian coal talking point takes real liberties with the truth?
Hang on,
oh my goodness.
Just a small problem with that question. I think if you think about how you phrase that, just have another crack at it.
Can the Prime Minister explain to the House how the new coal mining that he has consented under the fast...
That's the problem.
That is one of the 149 projects.
Could just say it in a succinct way and correct way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister please confirm to the House or explain to the House how the new coal mining laid out in the 149 projects announced under the fast-track legislation will primarily be for grades of coal that are not used in this country but exported offshore, therefore meaning that his Indonesian coal talking point takes incredible liberties with the truth?
I just say to the member, we are going to get things built in this country. If mining is important, if you believe in electric vehicles, if you believe in smartphones, if you believe in solar panels and wind farms, then you need to have minerals. And so we are proud of the mining projects. I just say to you, look, if you want to back fast track till you get more renewables, do it. If you want to end the gas ban so we stop importing coal, support us. If you want to back the mining so that we can actually get EVs and other minerals we need for environmental benefits.
It's very hard to take any question seriously when there's so much barracking during an answer.
Why does the Prime Minister say that he values community voice and localism, as he so frequently stated throughout the election campaign, then actively implements policy that undermines and overrides community voice and that localism?
Because we can get community voice and we can also make decisions and get things done, and that's what we're going to do.
Supplementary question, right on Winston Peters.
Will the Prime Minister take the Greens more seriously if that had said something in opposition to the importation massively of inferior Indonesian coal under the last government of which they were active members, and now come here and placate their conscience with stupidity?
Well, I don't think there's any direct ministerial or Prime Ministerial responsibility for that debating point. Question number 8, Dr. the Honourable Shavero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health and asks, does he stand by his decision to appoint a commissioner to deliver a turnaround plan that will improve Health New Zealand's financial performance? If so, how will he ensure that the current financial year's performance is better than financial year 2023 to 2024?
The Honourable Shane Reedy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I absolutely stand by the decision to appoint a Commissioner to Health New Zealand. The troubled health reforms, coupled with the deterioration of Health New Zealand's finance and performance levels, left us with no choice but to take urgent action. It was not sustainable to continue with the status quo. To the second part of the member's question, our government has already made a record investment in health of $16.68 billion across 3 budgets. I have directed the Commissioner to take appropriate steps to ensure Health New Zealand returns to budget so that our record investment can be put to good use on the front line.
Supplementary. Has he sought a so-called turnaround in Health New Zealand's finances by assigning $130 million of costs for redundancies that are yet to occur to financial year 23 rather than financial year 24?
Mr Speaker, what I have done to assure financial return to budget is to make sure that Health New Zealand has enhanced budgeting processes that align functions with accountability, move to a regional model with local monitoring and accountability, and regular governance meetings that include Treasury and the Ministry of Health.
Has he sought a so-called turnaround in Health New Zealand's finances by withholding pay equity funding that Health New Zealand were expecting in financial year 23 until financial year 24?
Mr Speaker, absolutely not, and I would point to exactly the same thing that member did in the 2022-23 budget with nurses' pay equity that was accrued in 2022-23, and they did not pay it till 2023-24, exactly the same, resulting in a deficit of $1 billion in her hands.
Does he have confidence that the treatment of Health New Zealand's Holiday Act liabilities reflects best practice, or might this liability be inflated so that the Commissioner can more easily engineer a so-called turnaround in future years?
Mr Speaker, if that member had paid attention to Holidays Act remediation, we would be further through than we are. It is fair to say it's challenged, but that's also because we're bringing together 20 payrolls, but we do have a schedule for Holidays Act remediation.
Supplementary. Is the reason that Health New Zealand turned up to Select Committee without its accounts and had 70 staff tied up in non-disclosure agreements because he and the Commissioner are cooking the books rather than funding the health system properly?
Mr Speaker, no, that is not correct. I would point to the opening address to the financial documents that were released, where of the 3 issues that are pointed out for the financial deterioration of Health New Zealand, the opening statement is staff recruitment, both insourced and outsourced, being ahead of budget, combined with weak internal controls that did not arrest growth, which was pointed out to her by the Auditor General, which was pointed out this year by the Auditor General.
Question number 7, Laura Truss.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Associate Minister of Education, what recent announcements has he made on improving school attendance rates?
The Honourable David Seymour.
Mr Speaker, thank you. I recently announced a second group of initiatives in the Government's Attendance Action Plan. From the beginning of 2026, all state schools will be required to have an attendance management plan based on what's called the Stepped Attendance Response, or STAR. The basic premise of STAR is that every child's attendance matters every day. Once a child is absent for 5 days, 10 days or 15 days a term, the school must investigate the reasons for the absences and apply an appropriate and proportionate response in each case.
Supplementary. How will prosecution be applied to parents of students who are chronically absent?
Mr Speaker, parents can already be prosecuted for unjustified absences. I've directed the Ministry of Education to take a more active role in the prosecution process. Schools and attendance officers are actually asking for this when I meet them. The Ministry will not prosecute parents of students who are absent because of chronic illness or health conditions associated with a disability, or who are genuinely engaging with a school and the support offered. However, and it's unfortunate, some parents actively avoid and evade that kind of support, and it's in these circumstances that a child's right to an education in this country is paramount and prosecutions could be used.
Supplementary. How will the government support schools to implement the STAR system?
Mr. Speaker, I'm currently meeting with attendance officers, deans, deputy principals and other community agents engaged with attendance to develop best practice materials that schools will be able to use in their attendance plans. The Ministry is also developing materials which will help schools have difficult conversations about the underlying issues such as bullying, anxiety and disengagement that are leading to poor attendance. I've asked the Ministry to coordinate multi-agency response with schools in each region and to review the resourcing applied to the attendance service. I've also directed the Education Review Office to review the systems and supports for students who are chronically absent. This will provide a good base of support for better attendance where everybody, students, parents, schools and government departments have a role to play.
Supplementary. What support has the Minister received in response to the attendance announcements?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, a former teacher emailed me to say, quote, "You beauty is all I have to say," end quote. And I hear the heckling from the Labor Party. What opposition are you getting? Well, like most government ministers, the opposition I'm getting is pathetic, I've got to say. I've also had a teacher emailed, "As a teacher with more than a decade of experience, there is only one thing I know for sure. The more time the kids spend in class, the more they learn, the better they achieve in school. I applaud your focus on student attendance. Well done for this initiative." Another said, "Well done on putting together a nationwide set of attendance and truancy expectations that are clear and easy to follow." And my favourite, "You are a hero, David. History will judge you kindly. Please keep up the good work."
Question number 8. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Tēnā koe te māngai te whare. My question is to the Minister of Education. Does she stand by her decision to cut $30 million from Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori?
Honourable Erica Stanford.
Yes. What is Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori?
Mr. Speaker, Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori is a PLD course for teachers across the education sector who can partake in anywhere up to 20 hours of professional learning and development to learn Te Reo Māori.
Supplementary. Is she aware that Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori was specifically designed for teachers? And if so, why does she think a free Te Reo Māori course is an appropriate substitute for professional development for teachers?
Mr. Speaker, what I know is that the course was 2.3 times more expensive than could otherwise have been commissioned. We know that 40% of people did not finish the course. We know that 10% of the people who did the course were not directly in front of students teaching them. We also know that there were another 10% of teachers who were doing the course that were doing that at a level that was not required to be used in the classroom. We made the decision, Mr. Speaker, because we know in the future that we can design and develop a course that will be much more practical to be used and also get better value for the taxpayer's dollar.
Supplementary. What does she say to Te Taura Whiri i Te Reo Māori, Māori Language Commission Chair, Professor Rawinia Higgins, who is deeply concerned about the cut to Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori, and has she taken up Te Taura Whiri's invitation for open dialogue on the programme?
Mr. Speaker, I would say that they would be also deeply concerned about the fact that as a system we were having a PLD provision that was 2.3 times more expensive than other similar courses that only had 60% of people actually finishing the course. And I would also say that it is important that teachers in front of students can pronounce Māori names and use everyday common phrases woven into their teaching. But this particular course was not good value for money, and we can contract better in the future.
Supplementary.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Could I ask the Minister, would students at the Reo Māori lessons learn more if they kept their mouths shut while the teacher was talking?
It's just the House will come back to order, I think. Hang on. Yeah, good, excellent. Go and have an argument outside. Be quiet in here. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime. Oh, hang on. Just a moment. Now, if that keeps up, the two of you can head outside and have a discussion. The Honourable Willow Jim Prime.
Supplementary. What does she say to rangatahi? Supplementary. What does she say to rangatahi from te kura kohine o te rāwhiti o te upoko o te ika, Wellington East Girls College, quote, "It is so important and just taking it away is so crazy because it's something that was already taken away from us and it's taken so many years to try and get it back. We need more people, not less."
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr Speaker, I'd say what I've been saying consistently, that as a steward of public money, it's important that we get the best bang for our buck. When we're able to contract something that is almost 2.5 times less expensive and get better results, then we will do that. And I've already said publicly that we've entered into negotiations and discussions with my officials about what we can do in the future to get better value for money.
Question number 9 in the name of Dr. Lawrence Sudan.
Tēnā koe te manga o te whare. To the Minister of Education, e tōku to ana ia I ana kororo me ana mahi katoa.
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr Speaker, yes. In particular, my recent announcements of the first nationwide phonics checks in Te Reo Māori, undertaken across a 2-year period. This check for tamariki learning in bilingual or immersion includes oral assessments, including a hearing check for glue ear, multiple check-ins on early phonemic awareness to ensure that tamariki Māori are supported to excel in Te Reo Māori.
E te manga o te whare. Supplementary question. Could the Minister please explain how she is demonstrating her commitment to Te Tiriti o Waitangi when making her decisions about education?
Oh, Mr Speaker, I'd be pleased to. Every single thing that this government and I have done as a Minister of Education has been completely and utterly mirrored in Te Reo Māori. You can take our phonics check that I've just talked about. You could talk about decodables for structured literacy that have been designed, written, printed and delivered in schools for the first time in this country's history. We could also talk about the maths resources that have been announced yesterday that are going to be available in Te Reo Māori, printed, delivered to schools by term 1 and term 2 next year. This is a government that is totally committed to making sure that tamariki Māori and rangatahi Māori are achieving at their full potential, and we will continue to make sure that we put achievement at the heart of our work programme.
At te manga te whare. Supplementary question. How does making Te Tiriti o Waitangi and Te Reo Māori a lower priority for schools than they currently are align with the government's commitment to honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I've already said, we are putting student achievement at the heart of every single thing that we do. And if we want to honour the treaty, Mr Speaker, it means closing the equity gap so that decades of disparity that have pervaded our system and the disproportionate representation of tamariki Māori and rangatahi Māori in the lower quartiles of our education and achievement system is closed. And it is my utmost belief that education can and should be the primary protective factor for our kids in a way in which they can break through intergenerational cycles of poverty and disadvantage and live the life that they want, choose and deserve.
Supplementary question. What did she say to the 11 education organisations, including the Teaching Council, NZDR Te Reo Rua, PPTA Te Wakia Ngārua, New Zealand Principals Federation and Te Akatia, who say that the government is proposing to, quote, demote the place of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, end quote?
I would say that that is completely untrue, Mr Speaker. I've already stated that putting educational achievement at the heart of our work programme to make sure that rangatahi and tamariki Māori are achieving to their full potential is giving effect to the Treaty of Waitangi.
Supplementary question.
Supplementary, Lawrence,
What would she say to Māori communities who were not consulted on downgrading Te Reo in the Education and Training Act before this was put out for public consultation, or the defunding of Te Aku o Te Reo Māori, and may feel that their language, culture and rights are being undervalued by this government?
I would say what I've already said to this House many times today, Mr. Speaker, that the course was not good value for money. We can contract much better in the future.
The Honourable Tamapota.
Can the Minister of...
A point of order. Dr Lawrence, you know.
Thank you. The question specifically was around what would she say to Māori communities. This is in accordance with Speaker's ruling 206/4. And the Minister was referring to the value for money of the program, which is an unrelated matter under that particular Speaker's ruling.
You asked about
Well, I don't really think, given the general tenor of the questioning, that that's a reasonable position to take. The Honourable Tamapota.
E te maunga o te whare. Can the Minister of Education please confirm that Māori student achievement and Māori school attendance reduced in the 5 years prior to her becoming the Minister?
Well,
Mr. Speaker, when we came into government, one of the alarming statistics that were in front of us was the fact that 12% of tamariki Māori are at curriculum for mathematics by the time they go to high school. It is this government's absolute priority to make sure that those tamariki Māori are achieving at the same rate as every single other child, which is why we are heavily investing in decodable books and maths resources to make sure that we improve their academic performance so that they can go on to live the life that they want.
The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Minister confirm that this government is utterly committed to supporting schools' choice to offer te reo Māori if they choose, or not, if that's the community preference?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm also proud to say that this government, for the first time, I think, in this nation's history, has included kura kaupapa Māori in our network planning for schools. Because we are dedicated to choice in education. We've ring-fenced $100 million for kura kaupapa property funding because we know the dire state of their property. And we are absolutely committed to making sure that tamariki Māori and their whānau have the choice in education if they want to go to mainstream, immersion, rumaki or kura kaupapa.
Tāku te whera.
The Minister's referenced twice that Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori was of lesser value.
No, sorry. It's question time.
I need to Pato.
Start with a question.
Which courses has she used to determine the undervalue of Te Ahu o Te Reo Māori?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I'm understanding the member's question right, when we looked at the performance of each of the providers, there were 13, there was one particular provider that had a completion rate as low as 10%.
Question number 10, Reo Māori.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and asks, what update can she provide to her Make It Count action plan?
The Honourable Reo Stamford.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was delighted to announce the 4 suppliers of ministry-funded maths resources freely available to state schools across New Zealand from Term 1 2025. Schools will have the option to select from a range of flexible packages from Prime, Maths No Problem, Pneumacon and Oxford University Press that include online resources, teacher guides, student workbooks, lesson plans, games and activities. And I'm really delighted that the government has committed these resources directly to teachers and students to lift achievement and support the implementation of the new maths curriculum.
Supplementary. What resources will be made available in Te Reo Māori as part of the Maths Action Plan?
Mr. Speaker, to ensure those learning through Te Reo Māori have the same opportunities to engage with the updated Pangaru curriculum, the Ministry will be fully funding resources for teachers and students in Te Reo Māori that are curriculum aligned and reflect best practice around the OECD for the first time. I'm proud that everything we are doing in structured maths and structured literacy is also being delivered in Te Reo Māori to ensure equitable access across our education system to high quality resources.
Supplementary. What other support is being provided to schools as part of the Maths Action Plan?
Mr. Speaker, the Maths Action Plan brought forward the introduction of the new maths curriculum for the 0 to 8 students from Term 1 2025. This puts in the hands of our teachers a knowledge-rich, year-by-year, world-leading curriculum document, now supported by a substantial resource package. In addition, this government committed $20 million of professional learning and development funding to support teachers to unpack and embed the new curriculum and these resources in their classrooms.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received?
Mr. Speaker, the feedback has been heartwarming. From a teacher, thank you for the transformational changes you are making to literacy and maths for our tamariki. And from a principal, we have been using prime maths for about 5 years, and the difference it has made for our learners is incredible. We are thrilled that you are investing in this program across New Zealand. All our learners will benefit. Our school budget will also benefit. We are very grateful.
Question number 11, Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister responsible for RMA reform and asks, does he agree with the Parliament Commissioner for the Environment's submission on the fast-track approvals bill that, quote, the bill lacks many of the environmental safeguards its predecessor legislation contained. Even the much maligned National Development Act 1979 had more environmental checks and balances.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
No, the fast-track approvals bill is still before the Environment Select Committee. It includes environmental safeguards throughout the process, including at the referral stage and the panel decision stage.
How can he stand by his statement in this House on August 27 regarding fast-track, quote, we've replicated the same law that Labor adopted, end quote, when that law contained projects like wind farms, solar farms, housing and rest homes without ever overriding the Resource Management Act, the Wildlife Act or the Conservation Act?
Well, I can stand behind it because it is true. We have taken the process, or the extremely similar process from the COVID-19 fast-track legislation, in which the government legislates projects and then they go off to an expert panel for consenting. As the member will be aware, the government has recommended to the Select Committee that the panels have the ability to decline projects. And in relation to the projects that the members just mentioned around wind farms and solar farms, he might have missed the announcement a few days ago, but we've announced 149 of them, and 22 of the projects of the 149 were renewable energy projects. There's a whole bunch of housing developments in there as well.
Is the reason he's claiming this fast-track bill is the same as the previous bill because he's trying to distract from caving to New Zealand First's demand to push private mining projects through without proper public or environmental scrutiny?
Look,
a point of order, the right on Winston Peters.
Mr. Speaker, that new member has made a tragic mistake. He's got no evidence for that, and if he has, he needs to show it before he puts it in his question.
Yes, I think it would be fair to say the question could be reworded.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the reason he's claiming this fast-track bill is the same as the previous bill because he agreed to New Zealand First's push for private mining projects which will not have proper public or environmental scrutiny?
Look, I'm not claiming the bill is exactly the same as the... No one has ever claimed the bill is the same. If it was the same, it wouldn't be a bill in Parliament. By definition, it must be different. What we have claimed is that the process, the substance of the process around the government selecting projects and referring them to an expert panel, which works on an expedited timeframe compared to the traditional process, is similar and is in substance the same. Clearly, the bill is different. Firstly, it is a one-stop shop. It does not just deal with the RMA, it deals with the heritage legislation, the Conservation Act, the Wildlife Act, so it is a one-stop shop. Secondly, it deals with national and regionally significant projects. So clearly it is different, but the process that has been laid out in the bill is the same or extremely similar to the last government's COVID-19 fast-track legislation. In relation to the private mining...
Hang on, that's a really good answer at that point. Glenn Bennett.
Did he receive a paper stating that seabed mining and offshore wind are incompatible as it disrupts the seabed floor, potentially delaying Taranaki offshore wind development until the 2070s?
I've had literally hundreds of papers on fast track, so I can't give the member an accurate answer. If he wants to put it down in writing, I'm happy to go away and have a look at it. What I would say though is that wind and mining both have futures in New Zealand, and it is possible to do both in this country. It is possible to build wind farms, as it is possible to have mining for coal and for other minerals that we need in New Zealand. New Zealand's future is in doing all of the above, not closing our mind off to extractive industries that provide jobs and growth in regional New Zealand. That member's party started life in a part of regional New Zealand founded on the mining industry. We are now the party of the workers.
Supplementary, the Honourable Subpoenas.
Can I
just hang on a minute. Okay, we go.
Can I ask the Minister, is it possible to have solar or wind power without mining?
I'm by no means a scientific expert on this, but my understanding from the phone that I spend so much time on is that it's very difficult to make things like iPhones and indeed wind turbines and all the other things we need in the modern world without mining.
How can he pretend that this legislation is balanced?
Just a minute. The member's own side are talking while he's trying to ask a question. Well, you don't have to stay in the House. Been better.
How can he pretend that this legislation is balanced when it resurrects projects like seabed mining off Taranaki, projects that have already failed under normal environmental safeguards, but are now being rammed through on his watch?
Well, firstly, there's a couple of factual errors there. Firstly, they're not being rammed through, they're being referred to an expert panel for consenting. And as we've indicated, the expert panels will have the ability, if they can't manage the adverse effects or the panel decides that the adverse effects from a project can't be managed, those projects could be turned down.
Question number 12, Cameron Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Building and Construction and asks, what changes is the government making in the building and construction portfolio, and why are these changes needed?
The Honourable Chris Hippkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the first part of the question, the government has a big year of building reforms already, and we are just getting started. Our guiding principle, sir, is that building needs to be easier and regulations need to be streamlined, proportionate to the risk, consistent, nationwide, and place liability where it is most appropriate. To the second part of the question, we know that change is desperately needed and long overdue, including because of the housing crisis in this country, which has been a long-standing challenge and issue, one that the government is utterly committed to solving through, among other things, the Going for Housing Growth programme of my friend and colleague Chris Bishop.
Supplementary. What specific initiatives are underway to make building easier in New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, the government has announced a range of initiatives, from small common sense changes to larger, more structural reforms, all with the goal of letting good tradies get on with the job. I won't list them all here today because I know you wouldn't allow me to, but most significant ones include removing barriers to overseas building products to drive competition and reduce prices, allowing granny flats and other structures up to 60 square metres to be built without a building consent or resource consent per the National New Zealand First Coalition Agreement. Extremely popular, sir, not only with grannies at that. And commencing a major reform of the structure of the building consent system to improve efficiency, certainty and consistency across the country.
Supplementary. How important is the building and construction sector to the economy?
Extremely important, Mr. Speaker. So notwithstanding the construction recession that we inherited, a recent report found that the building construction sector contributed some 20% of all jobs in New Zealand and $99 billion in sales. The system that we did inherit, sir, was a jungle of red tape through which builders were forced to fight for even the most simple project, much of which regulation added no meaningful protection for consumers.
Supplementary. How has the sector responded to the changes?
Mr. Speaker, I meet regularly with building industry, from large corporations to small business and sole operators all over New Zealand. Overall, the sector is extremely supportive of the government's approach to reducing red tape so that they can get on with building. For years, the sector has wanted a government bold enough to make significant reforms in the building construction sector, and now they have one.
Supplementary.
Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the government is reducing red tape in the building industry, what is it doing to increase the standards and accountability for building professionals to ensure continued confidence in the sector?
Mr Speaker, I thank the member for the question, which is a very good one. The government's looking at strengthening requirements for building professionals, including penalties, to ensure that Kiwis have confidence in their biggest asset, namely the residential home. The vast majority of tradies are doing a very good job, but we do need to make sure that those who are careless or incompetent are held to account. Mr Speaker, the trade-off for reducing oversight for relatively low-risk work, for example granny flats, conducted by qualified professional, respectable tradies, is that we have adequate safeguards in place to hold careless or incompetent individuals to account.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
questions on sort of the general broader causes yet.
Cool.
And I've still got some to answer, but I did ask Sam to if he could, because I missed a third question.
Cool.
As well.
So, members, the committee is resumed, and before the dinner break, we were debating the Paiora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill. And the question is again that clauses 1 to 8 and the schedule stand part. Carlos Chong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, first of all, I want to acknowledge our member, Katie Limon, for bringing this bill to the House. This bill is very important, but I also want to highlight her performance in front of the Select Committee in the early of the year. As a new member of Parliament, she came to our Select Committee well prepared and organized, and able to answer some of our concerns as well. So for that, well done, Katie. Also, I would like to also acknowledge the Health Select Committee as well for the hard work and their passion in this topic as well across the House. So we got a chair, Sam Ovendale, we got Deputy Chair, we got Hamish Campbell, me, and we got a member across the House as well. So go back to the bill now, because as I say, this bill is very important because over half of the people living in New Zealand actually experience mental illness and addiction challenge at some point in their life. You know, nationally, 1 in 5 people experience some kind of mental illness in the last year, and 3% of the people experience a serious mental issues. So my question is, if this is a very serious issue, why we need to set a commitment day for 12 months? So this is also referred to Section 46A, which is related to the making of the mental health and well-being strategies. It will not take effect until 12 months after the date on which the Aotearoa Healthy Bill, Amendment Bill being come into force. So it's more like, why 12 months? Why not 6 months or earlier if it's a very important issue? Can you give us a little bit detail on this? Just a little bit clarification as well. As I say, this is a very important issue for New Zealand that actually affect a lot of people. Thank you.
Ingrid Leary.
I move that debate on this question now close. Madam Chair.
Hamish Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a very important bill, and I'm glad for the member who's brought it to the House. And I appreciate we've already heard that the Honourable Matt Ducey had originally had worked on it, and I think it's really important. And we've touched on various aspects of this bill. The previous speaker has talked about 12 months and about kind of the development of the strategy. I suppose I'd like to ask the member, and it probably really touches on the importance of mental health. 50 to 80% of us probably will be affected by some periods of mental distress in our life, and I think it's really important that we have services that deliver well. And just touching on some of the things that we heard in the Select Committee, I think there was about 57 interested groups and individuals that actually spoke to various different parts of this bill, and we heard from 19 oral submitters. And one of the important things I think is probably in when it talks about the Minister must prepare and determine a mental health and wellbeing strategy. I suppose my question is that how's the strategy going to fit in with the other ones, and the role of the Minister in this strategy? Because of course we heard in the Select Committee that there's a whole range of people wanting to have a say. We also heard from different ethnic groups, also about those from the Asian community who are very interested in mental health and wellbeing strategies. So my question to the member will be around kind of how this is going to be implemented and what it means going forward, given the fact that we heard from Asian groups, we heard from different sectors of society, and since so many of us are probably going to have periods of mental distress at some stage in our life, how that's going to go forward. And I would just echo the words of my colleagues around the 12-month time period. I think I'll be interested to hear the members' view on what that means and the overall Minister's role going forward.
Katie Nimmin.
Get used to sitting in the chair and actually being able to take the call when I want to answer something. So look, I just want to address a couple of things that I didn't get the chance to before the dinner break. The question actually, hang on, where will I start? Firstly, I think I'll address the question about the commencement date of 12 months. I think that's probably because it's clause 2 that is recommended by the Select Committee to delay the requirement to have the strategy by 12 months to allow time for necessary engagement and development. And I think my answer to that, and I did say in the second reading that I was supportive of that. Obviously that came as a result of hearing from people that submitted, from officials as well. I don't want to set anybody up to fail. I want this to be a robust strategy that makes a difference. And so, as I'd said at the time, if the 12 months is what is required to get that up and running, obviously the original bill was passed in 2022, and obviously those strategies that were already originally included had some time to be established and inform the work that they were doing. So, look, I think that's important. I'd rather not rush the work that the Minister has to do to get this ready, because of course acknowledging that this is a members bill, it's not something that is necessarily being done at a government level, and so I want to be as supportive as I possibly can. So I think that's my answer to that question. Going back to one of the questions from Sam Uffendale, to consult with the mental health and wellbeing strategy, actually rather to consider advice from the mental health and wellbeing strategy. Again, I think, given that that is the advice that was received from submitters, that was supported by officials, I think that's the best course of action. My answer to that as well was whatever is going to make this most effective. That's what I want to see. This is not my own personal agenda. This is for the outcomes of mental health in New Zealand, and so whatever it is that we can do to make sure that's most effective, then brilliant. And so if the mental health and wellbeing strategy said, look, they'd rather that their advice is considered rather than they have to be consulted at every level, then that is wonderful. Actually going to a point that Ingrid Leary raised, and I'm surprised she's trying to shut the debate down because I actually haven't answered her questions in full yet. One of the questions she asked was, how do we enable the workforce? As well, obviously, what I'm putting in this members bill is to have a mental health strategy, and inevitably that will call for either stronger workforce, more targeted workforce, or greater workforce in some cases, I have no doubt. Of course, I won't be writing the strategy. Here what I am asking is that for there to be a statutory requirement for there to be a strategy, I have no doubt that part of that strategy will be informing what workforce is required, how we enable that, how we support workforce development, and in the right areas as well. Recently visited with a group of primary school principals, in fact, with the Minister of Education, and they spoke about counselling in schools and having that support available for the students, and enabling that work at a level there as well. And so we've got to look at where is this support going to be most effective and most impactful, and I have no doubt that that will all come through in the strategy. And while I have my time, I will also get to the point, actually, thank you very much to, I think, Hamish and perhaps Carlos. I'm going to conflate both questions together. One of the questions was about the strategy and how it fits in with the other strategies. And I think that's a really good point that I actually was thinking about earlier in the evening. Obviously, as was mentioned, the original Paiora Healthy Futures Bill had strategies for women, various ethnicities, for rural communities. I think rural communities is a great example to make where it lies with mental health in particular. I've seen some really poor examples in strengthened mental health and support in rural communities. The Rural Support Trust do a fantastic job. There is obviously, access to general services through the health system, but we know that there is a greater issue in rural communities. And so I have no doubt that these strategies will integrate in the same way that strategies for women and rural and ethnic would already work together. And I expect that these would also be the case. And not that it's typical practice, I suppose, to respond to questions asked from the...
Katie Nimmin.
Thank you. Not that it is...
Katie Nimmin, still on her feet.
Thank you.
Giving her another call.
Chair. Not that it's typical, I suppose, to take questions when the member's sitting down, but also trying to close proceedings. But Ingrid Leary did mention Ingrid Leary did mention the GPS. I did actually already answer that question and how it fits into the GPS, much like I imagine the intention of the Paeora Healthy Futures 2022. When those strategies were in place, I have no doubt they were intended to be integrated and considered when the GPS was being created, much like this will when it is next reviewed and redeveloped. And I really look forward to that. I really look forward to a well-informed GPS with a strong mental health strategy. And I think that that is a really important one for us. And I also look forward to Sam Uffindale's third question that I'm still burning to answer that I did miss in that first time that you were on your feet. All right, and I'll take this.
Vanessa Weening.
Chair. So just going through the, by clauses, the mental health and wellbeing strategy. Now, it might seem very obvious to some, but I'd just like the member to draw out a little bit more why we changed the reference to addiction with wellbeing, and some of that can be, the reason I ask, it's one of those things in health where health is really this global, holistic concept of, physical, biological, social, and sort of spiritual well-being. So to me, it's kind of repeating the same thing to use the term well-being. And actually, addiction is a very important part of the mental health complaints and conditions that people suffer from, and are we in any way deprioritising addiction through reducing that and not having that at the forefront? Certainly know in my experience in general practice that addiction is a very huge problem in the community. It doesn't just relate to alcohol addiction, but we have drug addiction, there's gambling addiction, we have, there's plenty, there's other substances, inhaled substances, so even addiction to pornography. So all of these things can really affect people's mental health. They globally can contribute to other conditions as well. So people who have addiction problems with gambling, for example, often have financial stress, and that then impacts on their mental health just through their general stress in their life. And so I'm just wondering if you could explain a little bit more about that terminology, that the importance, whether or not this is in any way deprioritising addiction. Did we, is there a complete focus change on that? I mean, in the section 48A, it does mention about minimising harm from addiction is included, but I'm just thinking if the overall title of the bill somehow changing and removing addiction has deprioritised that in any way.
Dan Bidwell.
Yeah, look, I wasn't going to take a call on this bill, but I feel compelled to outcompete my colleagues this evening. But no, seriously, Madam Speaker, this is a serious topic, and mental health is, I think we've all got our own stories of mental health challenge in our own families and settings, so very, very encouraged by this bill. But Madam Speaker, there is one question that I have lingering from this bill, and relates to an organisation I'm about to run a half marathon for in a week and a half. It's the Mental Health Foundation, and I'm really curious to understand where organisations fit in this mental health strategy, like the Mental Health Foundation. There's some great, fantastic, high-impact organisations out there doing great work, far better work in my opinion than most government agencies, to make an impact in the mental health space. Great initiatives in Northcote. Shout out to Hearts and Minds. So my question to the fantastic member, and I'd like to just acknowledge Katie Nimmons and her work in bringing this bill to the House, but my genuine question to her, because I haven't caught up with her for a while, so I thought I'd just do this in a formal setting like this, is to ask her what the how she sees the role of community organisations in the mental health space, how she sees them fitting into particularly 46A, Section 46A, and the preparation of the mental health strategy, so that I think there's a lot of organisations out there in New Zealand that would be really keen to understand that and appreciate any reflections from the member on this fantastic evening in the House. Thank you.
Katie Nimmin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And to answer the question on addiction rather than wellbeing, I'm really glad the member asked that question, because actually that was something that took me a little bit longer to kind of come around to in the changes recommended from the Select Committee. And obviously I don't have to take them all, and you know, I can maintain my own personal view, but of course I really respect the process. This is not, you know, like I said earlier, it's not my own personal agenda. I want to see there be a mental health strategy. I think that's really important. I think, you know, we have got a lot of work to do. As members earlier talked about, breaking down the stigma, treating mental health issues, whether they are short-term or long-term, like we do with a dislocated knee. A nod to the member, Carl Bates. But, you know, for me, I think that's really important. And so the terminology, you know, I think sometimes can be a little bit just about what fits into the system. And I think that was the recommendation, and I do take that on board, that, you know, the term well-being, mental health and well-being is more widely recognised and acknowledged within the health system as sort of the typical terminology. And I think, you know, addiction comes within that. And so if we start to define, we probably get into a position where people want to add more amendments. They'll say, you know, the mental health and addiction and, you know, suicide prevention and, you know, recovery and, for example, and I don't really want to open that can of worms. So if we can be broader and refer to it as mental health and well-being, knowing that addiction does usually tie in or is typically considered part of, if you're obviously dealing with addiction and recovering well, you know, it's all about your well-being, but obviously it is a mental health illness. Or a mental illness, rather, sorry. And so, look, I am confident with that, and I think, again, advice from officials in having that, and then supported by the committee, I am confident, because, of course, you know, we don't necessarily want addiction outcomes. We want people to have good mental health and good well-being, and having people free from addiction is one of those outcomes. And so if we get into defining what each and every one of those mental health outcomes is, I think we sort of probably sliding down a slippery slope. And so, look, I'm really happy to be guided. I thought the process that the Select Committee went through was really good. Lots of good people did submit to it, great organisations, and just to acknowledge them, which I think is a lovely segue into the point that Member Carlos Chung raised. Sorry, not Carlos Chung, it was Dan Bidwa. About how this fits into organisations. Credit to you for running a half marathon. It's not something I could do, but we all do different things for mental health, and I think that is something that's got to be considered in this strategy. And like I say, I'm not the one writing it. You know, I'd sure love to, you know, contribute some thoughts, absolutely, but we can't do this on our own as a system, and it's an impossible task if we think that the New Zealand public health system is going to do all of this. But a strategy sets the tone, it sets the direction, it sets the intention, and a lot of people jump on board with this. And I did acknowledge in my speech, probably second reading, about an organisation called Mates for Life, doing this absolutely out of the love of their own hearts, and receiving funding from all sorts of places that's not public at this stage. And so I think, you know, again, for them, they're working off what we said is our intention and our goal, and that's driving them, but it's not necessarily their funding. So I think, you know, to that point, The strategy or the strategic intention, our strategic objectives, what we're wanting to achieve, is what gives the signal to these organisations to get involved, to get on board and to match up. And so, hey, look, if some of them think, hey, I'm going to go out here and do this because this lines up with what you're saying and perhaps I might get funding for it, look, that happens all the time and we do see that. But, you know, we'd rather be lined up with the system-wide approach and how that's going to work and, you know, get those results, because at the end of the day, everything that these organisations do is to get results. And if they can add into what it is that the system's doing, we're going to get a far better outcome for New Zealanders, and this is the very intention of what we're doing. You know, I obviously feel very strongly about this, you know, and I'm really pleased to have support from the whole House, because what we've really got to do is have a joined-up approach that gets us results, that is future focused, that leads where the funding goes, and that connects in every sector of our health system, not just in you know, rural communities or ethnic communities where we know those statistics feature higher on suicide rates, mental health cases. At the moment in Hawke's Bay, obviously, we've got considerable issues. Thank you, Madam Chair. We've got considerable issues in Hawke's Bay after Cyclone Gabrielle. And identifying targeted response after an event, whether it's Christchurch earthquake, which I know people are still dealing with, and I have a friend that has a traumatic response every time a truck goes past her house because of the Christchurch earthquakes, and I know that she's not alone in that there has to be ways that we target those events, and it doesn't mean that we have to have a new response every time that event or an event happens, that we have a post-disaster approach. And you can only really achieve that through a strategy that is statutory. And I go back to the earlier point that I made in reference to how this fits in with the GPS. This should be an ongoing process for every GPS that is designed for every 3 years, is that the mental health and wellbeing strategy is considered as a fundamental aspect of that in every single decision that we make. Because all that we can do otherwise is make estimated guesses, fling money into the atmosphere and hope it lands somewhere, and that's not what's going to get us the results. And especially learning from what we did last time, redefining that, and then targeting it better in the future. And I'm really excited. That is fundamentally what this is setting out to achieve, and why I keep saying I don't have my own personal agenda of what's going to be in this strategy, and I couldn't possibly comment. But I really hope that what we achieve is a far better target to where we're going to go in the future. And so I'm really, really excited about that. And so that sort of broadly answers the organisation. If we set the tone right, organisations will fall into line and do a fantastic job, as some of them already are. But I tell you, I get the feedback that they are struggling to find, in previous years, been struggling to find a sense of direction about where they fit into the grander scheme of things. And so I think that's the way that I would address that question. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Shannon Halbert.
The question on the debate be now closed.
The question is that the question on the debate now be closed. Sorry. Yeah, the question is that the debate now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. The party vote has been called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
Sorry?
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
Votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
Darlene Tana.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The motion is not agreed. Sam Uffindell.
And thank you to the member, Katie Nimmin, there for that quite succinct and detailed answer that she gave. I did ask a number of questions in my earlier opportunity to speak with her, and so there was another couple of questions that I will get to for the member. Look, during this process, we did have a number of submitters come through, right? Obviously, there's been a significant surge in mental health instances, and COVID has exacerbated that, or it certainly did. I think you'll probably see that mental health of youth in particular has trended in a negative direction for about the past 12 to 15 years. And that's really come to the forefront, and COVID really pushed that out and exacerbated that a lot. So we did hear a number of submissions, and we did hear them from youth groups. We did hear them from Māori, young Māori. We heard them from individuals, and I think some of the really touching ones that we heard were from family members of individuals, and especially family members or parents of young people who were suffering mental health episodes, mental health illnesses. We heard from mental health and clinical organisations. We heard from healthcare specialists, workforce representative bodies, and one of the overriding things that we heard throughout all of that is that they wanted their voice to be heard. They wanted to have a say in that. And I was curious there if the member has an opportunity to answer sometime this evening around whether she heard any of the submissions there, and whether there were any that really stuck with her. I'd also be quite interested to know whether the member thought that through this bill, or whether committee amended it too at the committee stage, whether it has taken account of that request, that ongoing request from submitters for their voices to be heard. We heard from youths how they feel that often their voice isn't considered, and they want to be part of that decision making. Look, and we recognise that, and I have mentioned it before, that the acute increase in mental health concerns among our youth, and we want to make sure that we do incorporate those voices. Look, it's no point us designing stuff. I think the member over there was about to get to your feet, or no, just rearranging, adjusting your legs. But look, where I was going with that, sorry, I was going to give you the opportunity if you wanted to say something. Where I was going with that is that we want to make sure that we are incorporating those voices. So if the member, I'd like her feedback on whether she feels that we have done enough with the adjustments we've made at the committee stage, or whether she believes there are opportunities for us to go further in that response. We also had Te Hiringa Mahara, who supported the introduction of mental health and wellbeing strategy that will fall under the existing Paora Healthy Futures Act, and bringing in, being a new strategy. Curious as well whether the member had looked at that piece, and if she had, what her thoughts were around that. So I guess my overriding point here, Ms Nimmin, is that there were a number of submitters, and I'm just curious around how much of that you followed, and what the key points that you took out of that were, and whether you also think that the amendments the committee made at committee stage reflected the will of the submitters, obviously keeping in mind that we have a direction that we want this bill to go in. Thank you.
Jenny Marcroft.
Madam Chair, privileged to stand today and ask some questions of the member, and congratulations now at the committee stage of your members' bill, the Paora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill. And I'd just like to acknowledge in the House tonight those members of the Health Select Committee who worked on this bill that have posed questions to the member. We did, as the chair of the committee, Sam Uffindell, has outlined, considered a number of submissions, and we heard oral evidence from 19 of those submitters. And they did traverse a number of issues, and I think it was really important in particular that we heard about the value and the importance of the patient voice. And I'd also like to note that on the Mental Health Commission, they also too value the importance of patient voice inside the organisation of that commission. And I'd be keen to hear from the member what she and how she values also the patient voice, and how did that come through in terms of the submissions we heard. Madam Chair, I do have another couple of questions, because we do recognise that it was the Mental Health Foundation who we heard from, but also as the bill was drawn into your name, and originally I think into your predecessor's name, and I want to quote them, that they said, without a mandated strategy, because this bill is about implementing a strategy, decision makers could simply revert back to using outdated but deep-rooted deficit models around mental health and addiction, and focus on solely expanding services. And we know that as we increase services, it doesn't necessarily pave the right pathway of the direction of travel that we want our mental health and wellbeing strategy to take. So having that strategy is an approach that they say that can't and hasn't, just expanding those services is an approach that can't and hasn't solved our wellbeing crisis. So just reflecting on the vital importance of having a strategy. And some of the submitters that we heard from supported the strategy's broad focus on mental health and wellbeing. Others did actually, and I think we have heard already tonight about the emphasis actually, it should focus on addictions in that strategy. We also heard there was debate on whether developing a new strategy might overshadow existing initiatives like the Kia Manawanui Aotearoa. So I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that. And my final question to you is, in the bill, it talks about the Amendment Act being able to better enable long-term planning. Could you just give your vision of what that long-term planning looks like, what your expectation of what that long-term planning and then delivery of that planning would look like? So thank you very much.
Katie Nimmin.
Thank you very much to the members. Firstly to Sam, and thank you for coming back to your third question. I'm really pleased about it, because I do recall now when you said that. Look, I appreciate that, because obviously my take on the submissions were that they were really in favour of this, and obviously some of them largely the same submitters during the 2022 Act where the mental health strategy was omitted. Really pleased to see it come back again, but again want to make sure that they get it right. And then just to speak to a few of the clauses that haven't been talked about, was one, obviously clause 416. That wasn't really so much raised. Clause 7, keeping the name as originally drafted, with a broader health and wellbeing approach. And then, of course, well, obviously, and without disregarding clause 2 and clause 4, you know, I think the significant things were maintaining the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission's independence, making sure that we don't get too focused on the word addiction and that it's a broader issue, and really just the approach and what it entails. And I think, you know, inevitably submitters get quite excited potentially about what the strategy might include, and so then we've got to consider, and I'm really pleased that the Select Committee did consider how then this piece of legislation can enable that. All of those things that the submissions covered, you know, are we having and do we have a piece of legislation that enables all of those concerns and hopes and aspirations? And I think, and with huge respect to the Select Committee and the drafting of the Minister, the current Minister, the former member, that they do, I think, pay good heed to those points. And then, of course, the one that I think is most significant is the delay of provisions by strategy provisions by 12 months to allow time to preparation. And I think that kind of comes down to hearing from organisations that there just needed to be time to do this right. And so I think that, you know, take great comfort in the fact that, you know, action can be taken in response to those submissions, that this is going to be something that we do and do well. And then I think to take from that then the points raised by Jenny Marcroft, and thank you to the member for those 3 questions. talking about long-term planning, talking about having a strategy, and does it overshadow existing functions and initiatives? And then, of course, how do we hear from or get the patient voice and include that? I just want to acknowledge something that the Minister of Mental Health has already done, which is the Suicide Prevention Action Plan, and how much emphasis was put on getting those with lived experiences voice and getting their views and making sure that that was informed. And so I think that that's really a signal for how this is going to go, and I'm really pleased about that. So I think, taking really good care of not only how we develop it, but then once it's developed, how it is, put out into the universe, so to speak, and getting those voices involved. So you asked what my vision was for the long-term planning of that. I'd like to, as any good MP would like to see, a real focus on data and what works and what we need to address. And like I did signal before, the issues in rural communities, breaking down stigma, helping people be more comfortable to talk about issues and getting quick support, really, rather than people having to go through so many hoops to get the support that they do get, and especially having to, feel like they pass some kind of severity bar, which often we don't want to wait until it's, and actually in any case, in so many cases I have seen, where people feel like they have to do something really bad to get the support that they need. And so these are all the things that we need to consider. So I did say earlier, and not in this context, but to add it to this context, what I'd really like to see from a long-term planning point of view is workplaces, individuals, friends, whānau, see mental health or mental illness in this particular respect to be in the same as physical. And I think a lot of people have a really hard time acknowledging invisible things. And sometimes, you can liken it to back pain. Back pain is one of those things that's really hard to prove or to show to anyone, but it's debilitating. And because you don't have a cast, it's not something that people necessarily see or take seriously at all times. And so I think, to give that lens to it as a helpful metaphor. So I really like to see that be the case. And then finally, to the point about overshadowing existing initiatives and what the strategy would do, I'd like to see that where those initiatives are right and doing what they need to be doing and achieving outcomes, they won't be overshadowed. They will be absolutely learnt from, brought into the strategy, and go on to do amazing things. And so in that particular case, if we've got functions or groups out there doing stuff like I keep mentioning Mates for Life, I can't help myself, they're fantastic, then I would say that those will be, learned from, developed in how we can have this in a workplace environment, because this is something where, companies are getting involved in, training their staff like first aiders, but with mental health, and the on-flow effect of that is huge, and that is a direct removal of cost burden on the emergency system. Because we know how to triage it. So these are the things that I think if we're doing them right, and we're doing them right now, nothing will get overshadowed, but there will inevitably be things that we'll highlight that aren't working. And I think that that's necessary, because that means the strategy is working. And so, like I've said a couple of times, I don't get to write the strategy, but I really look forward to seeing how this goes. And again, very pleased that we've had whole of house support on this. And yeah, look forward to, I suppose, debating it on third reading. Thank you very much.
The question is that clauses 1 to 8 and the schedule stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The motion is agreed. I will report this bill without amendment. Take care, Sadie. Hope it all works. He's coming. I could jump up there and come back down here, but I'll wait for Mr. Speaker.
The House is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, the committee has considered the Paiora Healthy Futures Improving Mental Health Outcomes Amendment Bill and reports it without amendment. Mr. Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The bill is set down for third reading next sitting day. I call on members' order of the day number 3.
Interrupted debate on the second reading of the Crimes Theft at Employer Amendment Bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those, no, hang on, sorry.
No.
I'm taking the call from Carl Bates.
Right. Oh, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the opportunity to speak on the Crimes Theft by Employment Amendment Bill. I thought, given there has been several weeks since we last considered this bill, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I thought I would just take a moment to remind us of the bill in front of the House. Madam Speaker, this bill was introduced to the House during the 53rd Parliament and was then taken over by Camilla Bellich of the opposition as a private member's bill in the 54th Parliament. The bill would insert a new section 220 AA into the Crimes Act 1961 to provide that an employer's intentional failure to pay an employee any money owed in relation to that employment is theft. Madam Speaker, the bill details that theft by an employer in the context of this bill, should it be passed by this House, would have a maximum penalty of 1 year's imprisonment, a fine of $5,000 or both. In any other case, the maximum penalty would be a fine of $30,000. So this bill was brought to essentially ensure that in circumstances where an employer intentionally steals money from an employee, essentially by not paying them, that employer would be held accountable under the criminal jurisdiction as opposed to the civil jurisdiction. One of the challenges that we traversed when we went through the Select Committee process, chaired by Katie Nimmin, member for Napier, was what is exactly the size of the problem that this bill is trying to solve? What are the number of employers that are actually undertaking theft from their employees? Through that Select Committee process, we worked through a number of amendments to try and clarify some of the intent. The amendments, all amendments of the bill through Select Committee were unanimously adopted by the Select Committee, Madam Speaker. The recommendation of the Select Committee on the bill as a whole, though, by majority, was that it doesn't get passed by this House. However, the amendments were accepted by majority. The first amendment and thing we tried to clarify through the Select Committee process was the meaning of an employment agreement. We thought that it was important that the meaning of an employment agreement had the same meaning as in Section 5 of the Employment Relations Act 2020. And so there was a new subsection 3 inserted to make sure that was clear to anyone who was reading the bill. The second amendment that we traversed was clarifying the coverage for home workers, Madam Speaker. So under the Employment Relations Act, employment agreement includes a contract for services between an employer and a home worker. the term home worker being defined in Section 5 of that Act, and we thought it was important that we made clear that this covered home workers should it be passed by this House. The third thing that we wanted to make sure was clarified through an amendment was what entitlements are covered. And we spent some time as a select committee, Madam Speaker, determining or looking at what exactly would qualify as theft by an employer, how you would determine what the entitlements that were covered are. And so we needed to make sure that this was clear in the bill when it was presented back to the House. So we thought that the bill should be clearer in the payment in question, being the payments required under an Act of Parliament, because often an employer can choose to pay additional things to an employee. There might be particular circumstances when they provide additional benefits that aren't necessarily part of the package of employment, and so we thought it really needed to be clear what the bill covered, and we defined that as being payments required under an Act of Parliament. The challenge, however, even with these amendments in place, Madam Speaker, is at the end of the day, the relationship between an employer and an employee is currently covered under the civil jurisdiction, under civil law. And essentially, this agreement wants to take part of that relationship and put it into the criminal jurisdiction. At the moment, we have three pieces of legislation that essentially provide an umbrella over these sorts of circumstances. We have the Employment Relations Act, we have the Minimum Wage Act, and we have the Wages Protection Act, which really is related to unlawful deductions by an employer. This additional piece of legislation would add an unnecessary piece of legislative compliance when there are already existing mechanisms to ensure that employers appropriately remunerate and pay their employees. Indeed, the Community Law Centre's Aotearoa expressed concerns about how this could be difficult to prove. One of the things that came up through the process of consideration in the Select Committee was, when is withholding a payment from an employee intentional? And would you end up inadvertently being in a scenario where you have an employer criminally liable because there was a mistake? And look, to be fair, we addressed a number of these issues, but not to a level of satisfaction, I think, Madam Speaker, that would make sure that employers could feel comfortable that should this piece of legislation be part of the statutes in this House, that they couldn't get caught up in unnecessary and costly and additional layers of compliance that this House would essentially burden them with. And I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, when you are traversing the mighty...
You don't bring the Speaker into the debate, Mr Bates.
When Madam Speaker, when I am traversing the mighty electorate of Wanganui, which I know you happen to pass through from time to time, but the Wanganui, wonderful Wanganui electorate, when I'm talking to both employees and employers, Madam Speaker, what they're looking for right now is certainty about the future of the revenue of their businesses so that they can pay their staff, and employees are looking for certainty of their jobs and the relationship that they have in terms of their employment relationship with the success and the continuing success of those businesses. And I think really both parties are aligned in wanting to ensure we reduce the legislative burden, the red tape, the compliance that sits around businesses, so that the money that they have can go into where it's most needed, and that is keeping those businesses open and functional and returning a return, and ensuring that we're able to provide wage growth to employees. And every time we add another layer of legislative compliance, we just add something else that business is going to have to or those businesses are going to have to deal with. And that sort of relates to the other part of moving the relationship about employment from the civil jurisdiction to the criminal jurisdiction. And even the NZTU agreed that it could be difficult to prove when a non-natural person was being dishonest. That it would be challenging to exactly understand in a court of law when a company, as opposed to a person behind it, when a company was being dishonest in not paying an employee. So not only do we have a very smallly defined or ill-defined lack of clarity around the size of the problem, we have a solution to the problem that is going to create another level of legislative burden that's going to muddy the waters of the employment relationship between the civil and the criminal jurisdictions, and we're going to add to the challenge that there already can occur in the employment relationship when you have those small number of employees that are vexatious in their relationship with their employers. And so, Madam Speaker, as per the Select Committee report, I do not commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Madam Speaker, the reason Carl Bates' speech was largely incoherent is because the thinking behind it is equally incoherent. The idea that because this is the pearl, the idea that because an employment relationship is a civil contract, then an employer shouldn't be liable for stealing is the parallel of that is if a person working at a bar nicks money out of the till, it's a civil relationship. We don't want that to be criminally liable. Of course, an employee who steals from their employer is criminally liable. If they intentionally deprive their employer of property, then they're criminally liable. But this is Mr. Bates' argument. It's all a bit confusing. If the employer intentionally deprives an employee of their property, that's not criminal. The asymmetry of that relationship is typical of the National Party. This is not some complex bill. It just says this: if you steal stuff from your employee, you're criminally liable. If you know that you're obligated to pay, you've got the money, but you intentionally choose not to pay them, you intentionally deprive them of their entitlement to wages, you're criminally liable. And what does the criminal law do? It sets boundaries between right and wrong. And to steal from your employee is wrong, it should be criminal. The idea that it's a bit too much admin. In fact, the member used the term red tape, as if paying your employee honestly is red tape. That is shameful. That's someone, I think, who once called himself an accountant. And yet here he is defending the right of employers to steal from their employees by intentionally withholding wages illegally. This is not a complicated bill. And as for the difficulties of prosecution and what's the burden of proof and evidence, well, that's a prosecutorial decision. And as we know, the Solicitor General has a very fulsome set of guidelines on when to make a prosecution. There are two fundamental elements. Is the evidence there? Does it meet the evidential threshold? And is it in the public interest to prosecute? It's not rocket science. So yes, if the evidence is cloudy, you probably won't get a prosecution. If it's not in the public interest, you won't get a prosecution. But where we have a clear case of an insurer knowingly taking wages from their employee, then prosecution should and will follow. That's why this is a bill that's properly before this House, and I'm hopeful that other parties in the House other than the National Party will support it. I'm sure the ACT Party, who are property mad, will support it, because the right to property is one of their foundation stones. And our former friends, who used to be our coalition partners, New Zealand First, I'm hopeful will stand up to what they say they stand for, which is the rights of workers, as does the Labor Party, and make sure this bill passes to the House. As for the National Party dancing on the head of the pin with ridiculous and incoherent arguments about red tape and the civil and criminal distinction and employment relationship, really shows them up. They should be ashamed of themselves. Very proud that Camilla Bellich has brought this bill to the House. I'm very hopeful we'll see this through to the next stage so we can look after workers' wages properly. I absolutely commend this to the House.
Mike Butterick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good evening. I haven't spoken in the House for a while, so perhaps I'd just like to start with a shout out to all of those in the Wairarapa electorate, from Central Hawke's Bay, Aotearoa and the Wairarapa. Spring is here. Most have had tax relief. Interest rates are on the way down. Hard-working parents are now able to get family boost payments. Commodity prices are better than they have been. And just in case the news hasn't got through, announced today, the inflation genie is back in the box. Inflation is now at 2.2% for the year ended September, and the darkness before dawn, as Nicola Willis previously described the state of the economy under the previous administration, is finally starting to lift. Thank you for trusting us as a government to manage the economy out of recession.
And that's your minute to do general debate. Now you will speak to the bill.
Thank you. Now, the Crimes Theft by Employer Amendment Bill in the name of Camilla Bellich is not one that we can support. The bill has been introduced for the purpose of criminalising the act of employers intentionally failing to pay employees rather than treating it under civil law. The main provisions: the bill would insert new section 220AA into the Crimes Act 1961 to provide that an employer's intentional failure to pay an employee any money owed in relation to the employment is theft. The bill would also set maximum penalties for this new offence of theft by employer. If the employer is an individual, the maximum penalty would be 1 year's imprisonment, a fine of $5,000 or both. In any other case, the maximum penalty would be a fine of $30,000. We have a view in the National Party that a significant number of employers are good employers. Yes, there will always be a very small number of employers that aren't, but that doesn't mean we need to run around and impose new legislation to address an issue that already has a clear pathway of resolution. That pathway, which I might add, is a long-held practice in New Zealand's civil jurisdiction of addressing issues of the sort that this bill seeks to address or reinvent, of doing so through a civil process. This bill is unnecessary as there are prevailing mechanisms that actually already exist. The Employment Relations Act contains provisions to address circumstances where an employee isn't paid or paid less than the amount stated in their employment agreement. The Holidays Act contains provisions that address non-compliance and also allow for interest to be paid on any unpaid entitlements. And the Wages Protection Act and the Minimum Wage Act contain provisions preventing unlawful wage deductions. Transferring the ability to adjudicate a dispute to a criminal court won't speed up the process. It will almost certainly slow it down, which will not result in any improvement in outcome. All this bill will do is transfer said disputes from the employment relations space for potentially deductions from pay slips and not paying into the criminal prosecution space. This, Madam Speaker, will more than likely result in a number of unintended and unnecessary consequences. So to sum up, Madam Speaker, At present, the failure to pay an employee is currently dealt with as a civil matter under the Employment Relations Act, where the mechanisms I've already mentioned exist, where the employer and the employee have a clear duty to act in good faith, and penalties already exist if they don't do just that. And the actual theft of money is dealt with under criminal law. And I refer to an article 23rd of May 2023 that says, and I quote, "Such a law could, however, potentially make it far more challenging to undertake a deduction from wages, even in valid cases, and has the potential to foreseeably expose the employer to criminal liability, or at least the threat of such risk." The Wages Protection Act 1983 and 40 years of case law makes it very clear on how a deduction is to be actioned. The advent of this may give miscreant employees more impetus to refuse to allow deductions in legitimate cases, end of quote. So we don't need to impose further unnecessary complications on those in our region that are the lifeblood of our local economies, those small, medium businesses that have persevered for far too long under the burden of a recession they didn't cause. Not now, when there's light at the end of the tunnel. It's not necessary to implement new and needless legislation, adding frustration, cost and complexity. That's why National doesn't support this bill, Madam Speaker. Perhaps Labor may want to reflect on this bill. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, they've been sidetracked dreaming up further ways of relieving those in our communities that have endured so much for so long under their administration. The Labor Party's latest attempt to do this seems to be fixated on not only more rules, but more tax. They seem quite addicted to tax, Madam Speaker. I'll get to the bill, but they'd tax our land, they'd tax our beds, and they'd tax the tables upon which we're fed. Yes, back to the bill. All this bill does is transfer disputes, potentially around deductions from pay slips and not paying, from the employment relations space into the criminal space. And we believe that would have all manner of unintended consequences. We heard in the Select Committee from the community law centres of Aotearoa that they expressed concern that the offence would be difficult to prove and easy to defend, noting that dishonesty offences are typically very difficult to prove. Business New Zealand noted the very high threshold that beyond reasonable doubt imposes in criminal cases, and compared to the balance of probabilities standard in the employment court, and how this makes proving intention especially burdensome for prosecutors. The New Zealand Council of Trade Unions pointed out that mens rea can be very hard to establish for non-natural persons, as my parliamentary colleague Carl Bates alluded to earlier. It was a very good speech from Carl, the very hard-working member for Parliament from Wanganui. It's a great electorate, that, almost as good as the Wairarapa. The New Zealand Law Society, they submitted that Section 219 of the Crimes Act 1961 frames theft with reference to dishonestly and without claim of right, taking, using or dealing with property. They contended that the use of intentionally in Clause 4 could inadvertently capture situations where employers genuinely withhold paying employees money owed. That Clause 4 could create situations where employers are made criminally liable for not paying money that is legitimately and intentionally disputed, while the employer lacks the intention to deprive their employee of what they are owed. And overall, there are existing provisions in the Employment Relations Act, as mentioned previously, to protect employees with pay disputes, and the use of the Crimes Act would have too many adverse consequences and be too difficult to prove. So, as I said, Madam Speaker, the National Party, apologies. Yeah, I can turn lots of pages if you like.
The
I
member
could
was
finish
reing quotes.
I could finish my I could finish my poem if the member over there would like. It took me a while to write. I was just talking about how they'd tax our tractor and they'd tax our ute. And that's
Now you're back on the off the
back
bill.
back on track, Madam Speaker.
Back to the bill.
So, to finish off, National won't be supporting this bill. It's unnecessary. It just adds more regulations, another complexity that employers don't need. There are many mechanisms that already exist to protect employees. Madam Speaker, we do not support this bill.
This is a split call. I call Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to start with something that a friend of mine who's another employment lawyer once said to me, and it really stuck. When you don't have capital, time is what you've got to sell. That's all you've got. So when somebody takes your time and contracts that time and then takes it from you, it's actually more serious than it is in many situations. And I want to give an example of where I've seen this impact. I had a case when I was a junior, so I had a senior lawyer and I was the junior, and it was in the Employment Relations Authority. It was probably the tribunal back then. It was quite a while ago, and it was with O Calcutta Restaurant. They took on some Indian employees from India. They took $2,500 for them to come into the country, and then they employed them on contracts which said that they would be paid $350. I think $250 was actually paid, but they had a contract that said $350. And then they had another contract with this company seal on it saying the lesser amount. When they made a fuss about that, they were working, by the way, 92.5 hours a week. They were working lunch and dinner. When they made a fuss about that at all, they were chucked out on the street and they were accused, basically told that they would have to leave the country. I remember threats that were made about how they would never be paid, and they weren't paid at that point. So the employer intentionally took their money. They had children back in India. They were terrified about losing their ability to work here. That's an example of what happens when you don't watch. What was the strangest thing about this case is halfway through the case, we were talking about the fact that they paid this extra money to come to the country, and the tribunal member wouldn't believe it because they'd never seen it before. And it became something that was really, I look back and I think, if we had only noticed what was going on and how serious it was, if we'd only noticed, perhaps we would have avoided the pain that was caused to so many more employees in this country by that kind of habit and that behaviour, which we had a blind spot for in New Zealand. So while I absolutely think small businesses are good employers often, and medium ones, and I am absolutely appalled that this would be suggested as a punishment to them. It is not. Those people pay. They pay their workers. It isn't always the case. Sometimes you get this kind of scurrilous act. And the word key here was intentional. You had to be at the beyond reasonable doubt stage to meet this test. It was when you intentionally took someone else's money, and that might be all they had. That might be all that they had to trade on. And you took it and you disempowered them. And it is a power relationship, and we accept that in the employment situation. Now, what's the difference? Why is it that Camilla Balich and Ibrahim Omer went for a criminal standard here? Why is it? Because when we say this is a crime, we say this is serious. We take it seriously. It's very different. And there's another really practical reason. Because the state looks after people in the criminal area. Criminal victims, the state looks after them. It says, no, that's not okay. You can't take that person's money intentionally because they worked hard, and you must not take their money. That's called theft, and it's serious, and we take it seriously. And the state prosecutes, not the individual. Think about my 3 men at O Calcutta. Do you think they had any money? They didn't even have anywhere to sleep that night. They were not going to take a civil prosecution through without the help of someone. And in that case, it was actually the help of a union. They hadn't actually joined, but the union stepped in and helped. And that's how they got there. But most of the time, those people, they're never going to take a case. They're never going to take a civil case.
Now, one of the saddest aspects of that case, and we did win the case, and they didn't actually close up, they did end up paying those guys out. One of the saddest aspects of that case was they only got paid for 40 hours a week because the rest wasn't even contracted, apparently. So there was so stolen time as far as I'm concerned there too. We have a long way to go in this country before we get the settings right. And the first thing we have to accept is that there is a power imbalance. And we have to accept that people in this situation, they deserve as much protection as we give other victims. These are victims, and tonight, if you vote against this bill, you're voting against the recognition of people who have been exploited and power has been misused. The power of money is a big thing in the life of somebody who hasn't got it. Thank you.
Cameron Brewer.
Madam Speaker, what a bunch of crocodile tears. What a bunch of crocodile tears. Anyone would think that they've never been near the levers of government. Well, can I remind the Labor Party that they've been in and out of government for nearly 100 years. And now, after 6 years, with an absolute majority of 65 MPs and having a full opportunity to put it through as a government bill, you have the tenacity to turn up to Parliament tonight and advocate for workers. And most of you are former constituent MPs. Can I point out some of the MPs here? Can I point out some of the MPs here?
A little bit too much use of the word "you" tonight from both sides. Actually.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. For a
Thank
second,
you,
I
Mr.
thought you
Brewer.
were saying I was transgressing from the bill.
No,
But
you're
not
on
at
the
all.
bill.
I know you give us a minute's grace.
You're on the bill. No, you only get half a minute. 'cause you've got a
Okay, well, let me
split
start
call.
that grace period now, Madam Speaker. We are the party of workers, and the Labor Party know that. Shannon Holbert knows that. He knows that the person that represents the workers of Glenfield is Dan Bidwar. He knows that. He knows that. And we're also, Madam Speaker, the party of democracy. And we listen to the parliamentary, non-partisan decisions that come out of the Education and Workforce Select Committee. And can I read this, Madam Speaker, straight off the explanatory note, recommendation of the Education and Workforce Committee that the National Party is taking adherence to here. The Education and Workforce Committee has examined the crimes, bracket, theft by employer, close bracket amendment bill, and recommends by majority that it not be passed. And so after this, and Camilla Bellich knows, this has been going through, this was first reading over 14 months ago, and the scrutiny, the painful scrutiny and examination by the Education and Workforce Select Committee, and that has come out with the recommendation that it not be passed, and now they have the cheek to oppose what our judicious, conscientious and hard-working Education and Workforce Committee have recommended after listening to submissions, after listening to officials, after listening to business groups and industry groups. And Camilla Bellich, she can go on as much as she wants, but she had 6 years. She had 6 years. She had 6 years and an absolute majority. She could have stood up in caucus, Madam Speaker, 7 years ago and said, why don't we make this a government bill? I'm so concerned about it. I'm so concerned about it. She could have stood up 3 years ago with 65 MPs. She was jammed in the corner because there were so many MPs. They didn't need to consult with anyone. They didn't need to consult with anyone. They could have just done this on their own. They could have just whipped it up in the caucus room and said, we're passing it. We're so concerned. The crocodile tears that Helen White's been crying tonight. But no, suddenly they get into opposition. They get into opposition and they're all of a sudden interested in this piece of legislation. They're suddenly interested in this piece of legislation. And it's all our fault for ignoring the prosecution, the hard-working, conscientious Select Committee. We are the ones that are listening to the non-partisan Select Committee. The Education and Workforce, Stephen Abel, committee that decided on merit, and so happened to be majority, that this not be passed. We listen to what select committees have told us and the work that they have done and the examination that they've taken out, and on balance, Madam Speaker, we are not going to go against the Select Committee and their hard work for the last 14 months. We are the party of workers. We are also the party of business. We believe, as my colleague Carl Bates has taken us through chapter and verse, that 10 minutes went so quickly too, how these areas are comprehensively covered. The complexity that this would bring about is not worth going down that track. That's why 100 years of Labor parties have never taken this step. The protection is there, it's well and truly covered in a comprehensive way for New Zealand workers. Mike Butterick went through the different statutes that are in existence to protect workers and the opportunities that are there for those that have had wrongdoing against them. And Madam Speaker, National Party, hand on heart, as the party for workers, cannot support this bill and go against the intentions of the Select Committee.
Shannon Hilbert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do love a good debate from my friend, my mate over there, Cameron Brewer. You know, the thing I like about him is he plays it straight. You know where you stand. But there was one of the most terrible speeches that I've heard from him, because, Madam Speaker, he talked about the National Party being the party of workers. In fact, I'll tell you what they're a party of, Madam Speaker. They're a party of cuts. They're a party of chaos. They're a party of broken promises. They're a party that is out of touch, just like the Prime Minister. They're a party of tobacco. And just for Cameron Brewer and Dan Bidwar, they're a party that is closing down the North Shore Women's Centre on the shore. How shameful. Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege. It was my privilege to have delivered a lot of things to the North Shore, unlike those two. Schools, police numbers, you name it. They haven't done anything yet. But Mr. Speaker, tonight it's my privilege to be able to talk about this particular piece of legislation, and I love that I've racked them up, because they know, Mr. Speaker, that they have delivered nothing. They have delivered absolutely nothing to Auckland's North Shore. Just like the Minister of Auckland, they've sold out on Auckland and they've sold out on our communities. Mr. Speaker, now that they've quieted down, can I acknowledge my colleague, and she hasn't had 6 years in this place, but my colleague, class of 2020, Camilla Bellich, and a good North Coast and North Shore resident herself. There are some good work that she does, but can I acknowledge you, Camilla, and the work that you've put into this particular bill, and also my brother, Ibrahim Omar, for the work that he has done in bringing this bill into the House and carving this particular pathway. I look back, Mr. Speaker, to his maiden speech and his commitment to this House, and absolutely his commitment to workers, and that's what the Labour Party stands for. Mr. Speaker, I just don't understand how it is that the National Party doesn't believe that not paying their employees shouldn't be a criminal offence. How is it that tonight they can vote against this particular bill that sets up a higher threshold when our most vulnerable workers are ripped off by their employers? I remember myself, and I like to think that many people in this House have had a vulnerable moment in employment, perhaps when we were teenagers, perhaps when, like me in hospitality, you had a run-in with the boss and they threatened not to pay you. Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation means that you do have to be paid. Mr. Speaker, this bill amends the Crimes Act to clarify that intentionally not paying an employee their wages is in fact theft. The law as it stands does not address this, and wage theft is mainly following up through the civil courts rather than enforcement through the police. Mr. Speaker, I like to think that around this House and in many cases today, we have been able to support members' bills on Members' Day because they are particularly good kaupapa. And this is another one. that comes before this House, and it's a test on who supports workers, who supports our kaimahi, our most vulnerable workers, to not only be paid what they're worth, but to be looked after and recognised under our workforce legislation. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on both the ACT Party, the National Party and New Zealand First tonight to support this bill, and I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Mark Patterson.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is my experience in this House that there's nothing like an employment relations bill to bring out the fire in both Labor and National and where those divisions lie. So it is for the true balance and New Zealand First to come through and sort through the mess that we've been listening to. First of all, for this crimes theft by an employer member bill, this is New Zealand First opportunity to contribute this to this bill. It was put into the House during those dark, windswept days when we weren't represented in these halls. And as Duncan Webb, the Honourable Duncan Webb, articulated in his speech, whilst we may have changed horses in the ensuing period, we actually haven't changed our core values, and that is very much we are an egalitarian party. New Zealand First, because we haven't had the chance to be in this process up until this point, we're taking the last call here, not for any nefarious reasons, but for the fact that we weren't part of that select committee. The bill did come up quite unexpectedly at the last Members' Day, and we wanted to listen very carefully to what both sides had to say before taking it to our caucus for discussion. It is the view of the New Zealand caucus that this bill is not without some merit. New Zealand First has always taken a balanced approach to employment relations. We absolutely believe that a fair day's work deserves a fair day's pay. We have an absolute history of championing workers' rights, and particularly around increases to the minimum wage, which we've taken into and been successful in coalition negotiations. We actually had Dennis MEAGER, the chair of, or the chief of the First Union, speak to our convention on the weekend. We're genuinely interested in hearing workers' perspective on employment relations issues under this government. Conversely, we also understand that employers are critical to building this economy. They risk their own capital, often put their family home up to provide employment and a living for others. 97% of the employers, the businesses in this country are in fact small businesses, Mr. Speaker, with under 20 workers or more. In fact, so much do we understand this. I could go back to the Honourable David Parker over there, he would remember this. We absolutely arm wrestled Labor to accept retaining 90-day trials for those small businesses under 20 workers in the 52nd Parliament, because we do understand that critical balance between employees and employers. I'd like to commend the member, Camilla Bellich, for bringing this bill forward and taking it, picking it up from Ibrahim Omar, the original proponent of this bill. And thank you, Camilla, for your constructive engagement as we have worked through some of the details. There's New Zealand's first view that there are two clear anomalies in the law. It is already a criminal offence for wage theft for immigrant workers on work visas. New Zealand First cannot see why New Zealand citizens or permanent residents should not be afforded the same process of legal redress. Secondly, it is a criminal offence for an employee to steal from an employer, and this to us seems an inequity. So New Zealand First will be supporting this bill through to the committee stage. We do, however, have heard and we've listened carefully to the concerns on this side of the House. So we do want, there are some things that we want to see examined further through that committee stage. This bill must focus on real crime, intentional and malicious acts of theft by employers, not unintentional mistakes or delays due to cash flow issues. Without clear distinction, the risk is that honest employers facing financial hardship may be unfairly penalised. Moving this issue from a civil to a criminal jurisdiction changes the burden of proof for both employees and employers. Criminal cases require more evidence and resources, potentially straining the justice system or making it conversely potentially harder for workers to successfully pursue cases. Further, we believe that the shift from the balance of probability to beyond reasonable doubt will increase the difficulty for employees to prove theft by employers. The higher threshold could mean fewer successful prosecutions. This requires further investigation to ensure that the bill truly benefits employees without creating unintended consequences. So New Zealand First is eager to ensure this bill does go to the committee stage, does get tested by all parties in this Parliament. We will remain engaged and working through the finer details. I'm sure the member will help us to alleviate some of those concerns. But at its very core, we believe that business is about paying and being paid. A fair day's work deserves a fair day's pay, and you should be paid. So with that, we'll commend this bill to the House, Mr Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
AG New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
Darlene Tana.
1 in favour.
The ayes are 63, the noes are 60. The question is agreed.
Crimes, Theft by Employer Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. Call on members, order of the day number 4.
Corrections, Victim Protection Amendment Bill, second reading.
Victim Protection Amendment Bill be now read a second time.
Rima Nakale.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, it is actually an honour and a privilege to stand before my colleagues and yourself today for the second reading in a member's bill in my name. And this bill, as we just mentioned, is the Corrections Victim Protection Amendment Bill. It was drawn out of the ballot on the 1st of February 2024, this year, and the first reading was 20th of March this year as well. It was open for submissions, Mr Speaker, between the 6th of April and the 6th of May, and 12 submissions were made. And I take that as a positive thing, that there weren't that many submissions. And the way I'd like to take it in this instance is that means that a lot of people were very much in support of the intention of this bill. This bill at its core, Mr Speaker, is about victims. And I don't shy away from the fact that victims and protecting victims plays a huge role in the course and the direction of of my actions and my thoughts, especially having the privilege of being a Member of Parliament. This Members' Bill has also opened up my eyes to the oscillations of lawmaking, Mr. Speaker. And I recall, I go back to the first reading, and you know, I was very excited about what we had ahead of us because of how much it would be able to protect victims, especially reflecting on some awful, abhorrent examples of how victims were being contacted by the perpetrators of the crime against them from prison. And I'm still pleased that we are charging ahead with this bill, and I'm hoping that we still will have, or I still will have, the support of the House. But significant changes have been made, Mr. Speaker, and I guess that's where I come back to the oscillations of lawmaking and the eye-opening experience thus far that this has been for me. Because I reflect back to when we started receiving advice from corrections. And the advice, and it's noted in the departmental report, essentially, prima facie was changing the whole, not changing, but seemed like it was changing a massive part or parts of the bill. And to be honest, my human nature was like, what's going on here? I thought we were going down a certain path. Why are these drastic recommendations being made? And we conversed about it, Mr. Speaker. The Justice Select Committee, I'm very blessed to have my colleague, James MEAGER, as the chair of the Justice Select Committee. He's compassionate, he's able, and he's extremely acute. And acute. Cute like my little brother, but acute. And what I appreciate was the patience of the Justice Select Committee and correction staff as I navigated through the recommendations that were being made. And so we asked our questions, we got some thorough answers, we went back and we asked again, and recommendations that were made, and we proceeded to accept those recommendations, is that first and foremost, and this is holds quite a weight and magnitude with respect to the intention or where the bill is going, is that we're going to ensure that the provisions only apply to people in prison. Now, as much as I and many people would have loved for these restrictions to apply to people that are under the care of corrections out in the community, the fact of the matter is there's about 26,000 people in the community, and it would be almost impossible for corrections to make sure that they can keep an eye on all of them and all the communications they're making. So we've brought it back, we've brought it to just affecting people that are in prison. Secondly, just excuse me, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, we've amended, we've deleted what was Clause 5 and Clause 6, but we've essentially expanded what was Clause 4. So the amended Clause 4 of the bill now is going to be amending the powers and functions of the Chief Executive of Corrections in Section 8 of the Principal Bill, the Corrections Act 2004. And after Section 8(1)J, it's going to insert Section JA, ensuring that processes are established and maintained by corrections to inform visitors of prisoners and recipients of prisoner communications of measures they can take if they do not want to be contacted by a prisoner. We also accepted the recommendation that we amend Section 77 regarding outgoing telephone calls to add, after Section 77(5)(a), in deciding what conditions, if any, to impose, the Chief Executive or the Commissioner of Police must take into account the interests of the victims. And I'm pleased. I'm pleased that we've managed to get across the line so far the word must take into account, as opposed to may take into account the interests of the victim. Mr. Chair, we've also amended section 104, and that pertains to general considerations relating to mail. And we're adding in section 104G, after the interests of victims, we're going to insert including, in particular, being free from unwanted contact from with prisoners. And we're amending section 128, and this is pertaining to offences by a prisoner. We're actually adding a new offence, and that new offence, section 121.28.1R, will be, hopefully, that a new offence that a prisoner cannot contact a person or solicit anyone else to contact a person who the prisoner knows or ought reasonably to have known that they don't want to be contacted. This part in particular, we did spend quite some time considering this, what entails this ought to have known. But in the end, I, and so far the committee, feel comfortable with that amendment, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the people that made submissions. Sorry, before I do that, I would like to state that we have removed one of the clauses that was saying that corrections had to include in their annual report a report about these measures. We've removed it because the strong advice from corrections was that it was not very feasible, doable, but I'm comforted by the fact that we can ask questions during annual review to try and extract that information as well. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the people that made submissions, and in particular I'd like to highlight victims' support. And what I appreciated about the written submission of victims' support is that they spoke about how victims deserve to feel safe. Absolutely, 100%. And this essentially encapsulates a big part of what we're trying to achieve with this bill. They highlighted that victims deserve to be free from re-victimisation. And when we look at what's been happening in the last few years with respect to perpetrators being able to contact the victims of their crime, that's what happens. It becomes a re-victimisation. So this law will help to ensure that victims are free from re-victimisation. Mr. Speaker, I appreciated the fact that they said victims deserve to have autonomy. So sometimes victims want to keep some level of contact between their family and the perpetrator. And the way we've amended this bill touches on that. And indeed, assisting victims to move forward. Or when they have autonomy and they make that clear choice, I do not want to be contacted by this person in prison, that helps them to move forward as well. Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone that's been involved in this kaupapa so far, and I hope that the whole House can continue to support this very important bill. I commend it.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Dr. Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for an opportunity to say a few words about this bill, the Corrections Victims Protection Amendment Bill. I'd like to start my contribution by acknowledging the member, Reo Māori, for her very studious shepherding of this bill through the Select Committee process. And as she has just noted, like with any bill, there's an intentionality behind it, there's an impetus behind it, but sometimes the details need to be worked out, and I can attest to the fact that she took on that role with great aplomb, and the Justice Committee was able to get the bill to this stage with that cooperation in mind. Labor's going to support this bill. We think that victims of crime deserve to feel safe and supported, and in particular rightly so when they don't want to have contact or any type of contact with the people that cause them harm, their offender. And that's why, to a large extent, Corrections already has non-contact conditions in place to support that right. But this bill, as introduced, sought to strengthen those conditions, but as has been discussed, as introduced, was operationally quite difficult to implement, given that it also would have included all of the monitoring and communication of people on community-based sentences and on orders and on parole, which I think was roughly about 26,000 people. So, as you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, Corrections can't practically monitor the communications of all of those people outside the prison system in the way that they can comprehensively do it inside the wire. So the Select Committee requested that the relevant agencies continue to monitor the safeguards that are practically available and to them now, which was all that we could really do, and then it proposed these. There was a few amendments, but the two main ones were introducing a new offence of making unwanted contact to make it an offence against prison discipline. And as we know, the Act already provides a suite of punishments if found guilty for that transgression against prison discipline. And also to insert a new section to require Corrections, as Reo Māori said, to take into account the interests of victims. And that might not seem like it's terribly robust, but it does provide that legislative foundation to say, actually, this is a priority, and when we're thinking about prisoners' communications in regard to their telephone calls and mail and things like that, one of the things that you have to take into consideration at the top of the list is the interests of victims. So this approach, in an effort to make the bill workable, still supports victims and makes clear what those obligations are to the Department of Corrections. And it's those obligations that I think are really important, certainly to us on this side of the House. During our last term, when Labor was in government, we made the largest ever financial investments into victims. We launched operational pilots, pilots in the courts. We tripled the level of funding for victims assistance schemes, and actually even doubled the level of funding for victim support. So whilst this bill doesn't do a huge amount, it doesn't do anything that's incongruent with our stance, our previous stance, and our long history on supporting victims. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, we will be supporting the bill at the second reading.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kia ora, and I am happy to speak to Reo Māori's bill. And I just want to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that Reo is from Lebanon, and right now it's terrible what's going on in Lebanon, and we as a House, I would like to acknowledge the suffering that is going on there, and how hard it must be for you to be witnessing that in your homeland. The Green Party centres, Mr. Speaker, the rights and protections of survivors, including those of family violence. Family and sexual violence is a scourge on our nation. It's one of our greatest shames, it would be fair to say. And the statistics alone create a frightening picture, made worse by the fact that we consider how little of it is unreported. It's very important that we centre our approaches around the impact on survivors, or as we commonly would call them, victims. The bill aims to protect victims of crime and individuals under a protection order from unwarranted contact by prisoners. It's undergone significant change through the Select Committee, this bill. The Department of Corrections raised concerns about the operational and practical challenges, and let's to be clear that the Department of Corrections supervises 26,000 people in the community and about 9,500 prisoners, making it difficult to monitor their communication. The Select Committee recommended an alternative approach to prevent prisoners from making unwanted contact with victims of crime, to create a new offence under prison discipline where a prisoner contacts someone who the prisoner knows or reasonably ought to know does not want to be contacted. And that is appropriate. Somebody who is a survivor, who is a victim, should not be contacted by the person who has committed the harm to them. We absolutely support that principle. It also suggested establishing an obligation on the Chief Executive to be required to establish and maintain processes to inform visitors of prisoners and recipients of prisoner communications about measures they can take if they do not want to be contacted by a prisoner. And it is right that corrections should be informed of that information by those who are survivors of harm. It also requires that corrections take victims' interests into account, in particular being free from unwanted contact when deciding what conditions to impose on prisoners regarding outgoing telephone calls. Now, despite the creation of a new offence, on balance, the Green Party continues to support this bill. To the second reading. It supports victims to control what contact they receive from prisoners and make clear the department's obligations to victims. It supports our party's policy to better enforce no contact orders and generally to support the victims of crime. In part, this is because it includes people who have a protection order against somebody, including those who seek protection from family violence. We do not, Mr. Speaker, support the too easy knee-jerk concept of tough on crime, because for decades governments have created a justice system that ignores the drivers and the causes of crime and instead puts people in prisons with inadequate rehabilitation support. And often, as we know, and there's very strong literature on this, those people who end up being the perpetrators of harm were very often themselves the victims of harm. In no way having been a victim of harm justifies you being a perpetrator of harm. In no way. But for us as a society to understand the systemic causes of harm, we need to have the ability to dispassionately recognise what is the origin of the characteristics that lead to harm being caused by people. Very often, they themselves were the victims of harm. That is why we reject this simple headline, tough on crime. We need a more sophisticated and compassionate and, frankly, scientific, evidence-based understanding of the drivers of harm in our society. These approaches on tough on crime have failed to address the underlying drivers of crime and in many cases have pushed people further into crisis. This is a bill that we commend, for it establishes a very important principle that those people who are the victims of crime should have the ability to take control of their own circumstances and to protect themselves from further harm from those people who have harmed them. And so we will be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look, it is actually my genuine pleasure to rise on behalf of ACT and talk on the Corrections Victim Protection Amendment Bill. And I want to really commend my government colleague, Reo Māori, for being able to get this bill drawn and then move it forward in the process. In fact, Reo Māori and I actually have quite a lot in common. We're both lawyers, or retired lawyers now probably we would say, both lived in Sydney for a long period of time and have both had a bill drawn out in this Parliament. And I actually have the pleasure of sitting alongside Ms Narkley in the Justice Select Committee, and it is a real pleasure to work with her in that Select Committee, along with all the other members of that Select Committee, particularly when we have a bill like this where we can actually work constructively together. That's not always the case in the Justice Select Committee because this government does have a different approach on law and order, which I would like to say is victim-centric. Also, though, wanting to make sure people are punished for crimes. But I do, before I come back to how I think this fits nicely into the coalition government's crime agenda, I do just want to reflect on the bill and the process, because it was genuinely constructive, and I do want to thank James MEAGER, the chair. I don't know if I'd describe him as cute, but that has been said. But he did a very good job. But I'd also want to acknowledge actually all of the members of the Select Committee, including the opposition members, because this was actually a very constructive discussion. And as has been covered, the bill, as introduced, has been altered, but the intent behind it, I think, has been honoured. And I actually do want to thank the corrections officials and, of course, PCO. And I see that Minister Mitchell is here in the House tonight. And so I would like to say that the corrections officials were amazing during this process. And so as the responsible minister, you should pass that on, that they really did go out of their way to make this workable. And as we have heard, there was some issues that we uncovered as a Select Committee around the workability, but we were able to forge on. And again, Reo Māori was very gracious in working through those issues with us, and also being open to changes while still being honest to the intent of this bill. We obviously did have some submissions, not too many, but the ones we did have were very impactful and did hone in on the details. And so I think what we've ended up with really is a very useful members' bill that is actually going to offer an additional layer of protection to victims. And so, you know, again, these are people where protection orders are in place. Obviously, the person who has caused them harm is in prison, and they do not want to be contacted by that person, whether it's phone calls, emails, post, whatever that kind of communication is that wants to be stopped. And so, you know, what we now have is a requirement on the Chief Executive to put in place these processes and actually articulate what they are and make sure that they are understood. And then again, that was a change that was put in place. And obviously this new punishment section, or we'll call it that, really the new offence of unwanted contact, adding that in. So again, that gives corrections the power to actually do something when a prisoner actually intervenes in this regime. I think it was, obviously one of the things we did talk about was, corrections having, and again, Mr. Abel talked about the number of people actually under the control of corrections, some 9,500 actually incarcerated, but many, many more in the community. But of course, that was impractical to place this onus on corrections to deal with, just have this restriction of people in the community. I think that actually uncovered a very important issue around actually interdepartmental communications. Again, communications between the courts, corrections, and even the police when these kind of protection orders and things in place. And I think, again, as a Select Committee, that's something we want to follow up on, because it does seem that we don't actually have the kind of connectivity about when protection orders and etc. are in place. And again, I think that's something we want to follow up on. I just want to return to say how I think this fits into actually this government's agenda on law and order, and that's why I think it was, it was really good that this bill was drawn out. We've gone through the Select Committee process. I think we're going to get to the Committee of the Whole House process and hopefully a successful third reading, but that's all in the future. But this government, and I think, again, reflected across the three parties, we do have an approach on law and order that is victim-centric, and making sure that actually the rights of victims are upheld. And, a part of that is actually some of the other changes in law and order that we are introducing, and again, there'll be a lot of discussion in the coming weeks around things like 3 strikes and the other changes around sentencing that we're going to be doing. But again, that really is us saying that, things in New Zealand have got out of control and we want to put tougher measures in place. But I do, again, Mr. Abel, we don't always, we want to have people properly protected and incarcerated where necessary, but I do think rehabilitation is a worthwhile thing. So again, we've already introduced the changes so we can actually have some rehabilitation programs for people on remand. And again, my own bill addresses some issues around rehabilitation programs, but it is very important. In fact, we were lucky enough as some members of the Justice Committee travelled during the recess actually to Christchurch, and we actually visited the women's prison in Christchurch and actually got to spend some time in a therapeutic community, which I think was a really, really interesting experience that had only been opened a few months. And again, Minister Mitchell, if you get the chance to go down there and meet with that therapeutic community, I think it really is a very interesting model. And we heard actually from the people in that community about how it was turning their lives around. Some of them had actually asked to be transferred into that prison just so they could participate in that program, and it was really a kind of multidisciplinary, really trust-building community. And again, obviously we need to see the results. It had only been opened a short while, but it had very promising results, and actually the women there really invested in actually wanting to turn their lives around. And so that's obviously another thing that we're very keen to encourage, because we don't actually want people returning to prison. That is very expensive, and actually when they could be contributing members of our society, that is a much better outcome for everyone. And so again, I think it's great timing that Ms Narclay's bill got drawn, because I do think it just adds to the wonderful complement of policies and initiatives we've got across the spectrum, and and it really I do think will make a difference for victims' interests and rights. And so, again, I think, as I said, it was a very rigorous process where we addressed the issues that were uncovered. And again, I think it was a select committee process actually working at its best. And while it is only a short bill, I think it will actually do great things by, again, reinforcing that, where prisoners do not want this unwanted contact, and that is known that is stopped. And again, it was very heartening to hear from corrections about the processes that they would already have in place, but would expand and make sure that this really was well known to victims about their rights. So again, I think this is an excellent members' bill. It's been a pleasure being part of the committee to work on it, and it's great to see we're getting kind of widespread support across the House to do something for victims. So I will definitely be commending this to the House, and ACT is very pleased to support it.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Casey Costello.
I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak on the Corrections Victim Protection Amendment Bill, and it is my first opportunity to speak on this important piece of legislation, and I would like to recognise my South Auckland neighbour, Reo Māori, for bringing this and traversing this complex process to get this bill across to this stage. And I think fundamentally we're talking about enhancing safety within correctional facilities by introducing just another obligation on the Chief Executive and prison managers to prevent that unwanted communication. And we've talked a lot about victims today, but I think we also need to recognise that this is about those that are subject to protection orders, and that's an important component as to what we're doing. And it's not lost on me that this is the second time I've had to speak this evening in this House about the ability of us as a government to implement greater protections, to think more broadly about what we're trying to deliver for our communities, and to ensure that we have some level of safety, and recognise that we are trying to deliver across the House really practical solutions. And they may be incremental, and you may think that it's not quite everything you want it to be, but I think it's a really important piece of legislation, because we're not just talking about that this is an obligation on the corrections process to inform, but it's, in some degree, it's an empowerment of those that are subject to protection orders. It's an empowerment of the victims to be able to take a little bit more control of their destiny. And I talked a lot today about how we know that the protection orders aren't giving the security that we want. We know that they're not giving that safety net to the extent that we want to have them. But I think as we educate and empower those that are vulnerable and those that have been victims of their rights, and this is just another opportunity beyond the intention of what you've wanted to do about the communications, it's actually another opportunity to talk to our vulnerable people, to our victims, empower, strengthen, and give them some hope as to their ability to control their destiny. So I think in that regard, I would credit that the bill has actually achieved something a little bit more than I think we first thought it would. The other component I would really like to touch on is about corrections themselves. And I think this is an organisation that is often demonised and is often held to account for not delivering everything we want, that they are the necessary evil that we really don't want. But when we look at corrections and we look at the proactive way in which they contributed to this legislation, they really did come to the party to try and find a practical way to navigate, recognising their limitations, but also offering the opportunity to do something better. These are people that are truly committed to providing some protections from those that are vulnerable. But contrary to the discussion that we've heard across the House, they are committed to rehabilitation. They are committed to trying to break a cycle. And there are some really dedicated and hard-working individuals in the corrections sector. And I think I'd also like to use the opportunity, because it's been raised in the House tonight, about this idea of understanding the drivers of crime. And I think we can stand on this side of the House with this government, recognising that we have done something so significant in terms of shifting the dial on criminal activity, because the one really solid determinant beyond all others is the education we give our young people. That will be the determinant as to whether we shift criminal activity. And that is part of this discussion that I really think is important, that we look at all aspects. We're not just talking about victimhood, we're actually talking about breaking the cycle of crime as well, empowering the victims. And I think that education start, that ability to give your destiny under your control, is one of the strongest things we can do to ensure that we break the cycle of criminality. And that is the hope that we want to give young people. We do not want to rob them of their potential. We want to recognise that every child has that great opportunity to be more and better than they even dreamed they could be. And I think this is one of the things that makes me so proud to be part of this government. I think we also want to touch on the fact that there is this tendency to talk about, you know, your life is in somebody else's hands. We really need to drive that personal accountability and that responsibility and your ability to control your destiny. And that's why I like the fact that we are talking about a piece of legislation that will inform those that are victims, that will inform those that are vulnerable and have protection orders of their powers and their ability to control their destiny. So I think it's a really important piece of legislation around how we're going to move forward and discuss better opportunities. I talked a bit earlier tonight about the woman whose husband, as soon as he was released from prison, went straight to her house after being released from murdering his second wife, and the intervention. What I didn't mention was at the same time the woman had lived for nearly 9 years in a state of constantly being harassed. That's why she'd moved houses so many times. That's why she had, because all of his network, as soon as they were released from prison, they would track her down and they would find her in the protection orders. And I granted that's 30 odd years ago, when I was a lot younger and could still pass the PCT. But we're now talking about a time that it worries me that not much has changed, not much has shifted. So all of these little steps that we're delivering, all of those little opportunities we have to ensure that we are respecting the rights of those that are vulnerable, that we are strengthening the level of importance that these protection orders have, that we are making sure that when you are in custody, that when you are serving your penalties, that you are deprived of some level of rights, that you are constrained to some extent, and there is accountability for when you break those rules. So I really commend the effort that's gone into this, and the Justice Select Committee, I can appreciate going through the notes how much you've had to navigate to get this one over the line, and that is the beauty of this process, the legislative process, is that there is compromise, there is opportunity to think of a different way to come to the same end conclusion. I would like to talk briefly about New Zealand First position on this space, and we have talked repeatedly about our determination to put our victims first, to create a wraparound response, to make sure that we don't create more victims and that those that are victims are better supported and better protected. And really, as we go through this whole process of all of these incremental pieces of legislation, what we're saying is that we hear you, what we're saying is that we understand, and that when you have members of Parliament who are prepared to stand up and do the hard yards to find a way to navigate a piece of legislation that will give us some really smart solutions, even if they're little increments, even if they're little steps in the right direction. It's really encouraging about our democratic process, about the parliamentary process, about how we make laws, is that we can take a problem, we can identify that there's something that we might be able to do better, and we can take little steps forward to ensure that we achieve it. And that's really encouraging. And it's encouraging across all of the platforms we're doing. It's encouraging about the fact that we recognise how important education is. It's encouraging that we recognise how important it is to have a good home and to get our young people out of motels so we can break that cycle. It's encouraging to be able to sit in this House and come across pieces of legislation that we can all collectively come together and go, hey, this is a great idea. It's not perfect, and maybe we can build on it, maybe we can do more. But right now we've got a piece of legislation that says, hey, how about this? We will do something to make sure that our vulnerable people are heard, that we're listening to them, that we're prepared to pass a piece of legislation and do the hard work. Because I can appreciate, Rema, this has not been an easy process for you, but I commend that you got this bill drawn. I commend that we're actually sitting here today looking at one more way we can make sure that victims know that they will be protected, that they will be heard, and that when you have a protection order, we will make sure it means something. We will make sure that more will be done to ensure that you will be safe and you'll be protected and you'll be empowered and you'll be able to be move forward with your life. So I commend the bill to the House.
The Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Mr Speaker, tēnā koutou te whare. Like the other speakers in this debate, I do want to congratulate MP Reo Māori for the work on the bill up to this point. And I'm sure that she has been doing a whole lot of really important work to get the bill back to the second reading as it is now. And as other speakers have alluded to, it did change during the Select Committee process. I'm not a member of the Justice Select Committee, but having heard from the Department of Corrections about difficulties operationalising the bill as it was, there were pretty substantial changes. And the Justice Select Committee proposed an alternative approach that would be more feasible for implementation. I just wanted to follow up on the comments from my colleague Steve Abel about how important it is to have a survivor-centered approach to justice and how important it is to avoid re-traumatization. A survivor-focused approach systematically focuses on their safety, their rights, their well-being, and their expressed needs and choices, ensuring that survivors of family violence are protected from unwanted contact can be seen to align with that approach, and that's why the Green Party is supporting this bill. However, I do want to take the opportunity in this debate to point out that a survivor-centred approach to justice is fundamentally different from some of the current tough-on-crime stance, which this government is pushing, which I unfortunately don't think is evidence-based and won't reduce harm over the generations. In fact, could lead to more harm, unfortunately. When it comes to family violence, it ends up being the justice system itself that can cause as much harm as the actual family violence, and it certainly leads to perpetuation of violence in many aspects of our society. And I think, as the previous speaker, Minister Casey Costello, said, like, we do need to listen to the people who are most affected, and I think the Green Party absolutely supports that. And if we did listen to survivors of family violence, I think we would be taking a better approach overall to how we address restorative justice and justice in this country. And the imminent apology that is going to result from the inquiry into the abuse in state care, I think, is a good example where that was a really painful process, a difficult process, and while some steps are being taken, we're still falling well short of what is needed to address the harm that was caused in those circumstances where it was the state that was responsible. So I think, hopefully, as we can see, there's a lot of support for this bill across the House. Maybe this is an opportunity to shift away from adversarial processes towards genuine restorative justice and build some cross-party support for a more effective approach to reducing crime and harm in our society. As such, the Greens strongly urge the government to continue prioritising Te Orerekura, the vital system-wide changes that advocates, because that strategy, and I have to acknowledge the work of the Honourable Marama Davidson and Prevention of Family and Sexual Violence Minister, and also the work of my former colleague MP Jan Logie, who was the Undersecretary who started that work. That is about primary prevention over a 25-year period, and it is a blueprint for change. Again, Casey Costello in her speech, the Honourable Casey Costello, mentioned that not much has changed in 30 years, so maybe, it is time to take a different approach. And it's hard to take seriously the government's commitment to that approach when funding has been cut to so many providers in the prevention violence space. Literally 18 million per year has been cut from prevention community contractors, and some of those people have been delivering key evidence-based functional family therapy and other proven methods of preventing family violence. But anyway, to summarize, the Green Party is supporting this bill. It is a step towards fostering a survivor-centred approach within our justice system, and that is a good thing.
Hana Rafiti Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā tātou te whare o tira aroha mai mo te mikirapu i ngā wāhi kōrero. E mihi ana ki te mema o tēnei pire nāna I kawe mai ki roto I te whare paremata kia koe Rima. Tēnā rā koe mo te kawe I tēnei pire whakahirahira mā mātou ki te kōrero. Waihoki ai whakaro nei ana ahau me tō tātou pāti ki tō iwi ki o whānau kei tō iwi take ki Lebanon hoki. I rise on behalf of Te Pāti Māori ki te whakātu ki te kōrero mo tēnei o ngā pire, the Victims Corrections Amendment Bill. Te Pāti Māori supports this bill, and he reo whakamiha hoki ki te komiti whakahaere I roto I te Justice Select Committee hoki. For our whānau at home, this bill intends to protect victims of crime by preventing their perpetrators from contacting them, giving the protections order in place for victims. It amends the Correction Act 2004 to create an obligation for prison managers and CEOs to ensure that victims and others who are subject to protection orders under the Family Violence Act 2018 are protected from unwanted communications from prisoners. This is a serious and pervasive issue in Aotearoa, affecting people of all ages, genders, ethnicities and socio-economic backgrounds. However, we all know that Māori are disproportionately represented. People living with this trauma should not be forced to relive it through ongoing communications from their perpetrator. This is a common sense, pragmatic, yet simple law change that would provide relief and protections to victims of crime. I was truly surprised to know that this was not a law already here in Aotearoa. Ko tā te Pāti Māori e manoko hia I roto I tēnei pire, ko te tiaki I ngā tangata kua patua I te tikino o ngā tangata kei ngā whare here here, kia whakahaumaru I a rātou, kua kite, mō ngā tangata kua kite I te pane te pauaru me te rawa kore. Kia tiaki I a rātou wairua hinengaro tina nā whānau hoki. Kia koroaitia, kia haumarutia, ko te maru apo o tēnei o ngā pire hei tāhuhu I te tangata. I roto I tēnei o ngā pire, e whakāturia I te mana o rite, Māori are overrepresented as both victims in the criminal justice system. We are the most impacted group by any changes made in this space. This bill will bring a positive change for victims. It allows us to listen to the families of victims and crime. And it is what is needed to address the harm. I roto I te mana o te mana mokopuna, this will go a long way in protecting mokopuna and whānau who have experienced this violence. This is a straightforward bill that we intend to still support from Te Pāti Māori. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
James Meager.
Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Previous speaker started her speech by apologising for getting the order wrong. I don't think she needs to apologise because I was watching the TV and the numbers up the top as well, and I thought they were one behind too. So I think we can put that down to a technical blip rather than any fault of the members. So just wanted to note that for people watching at home and just to congratulate you and welcome you back from overseas. What a great achievement for you as well. Mr. Speaker, it's quite difficult as the chair of a committee to get up after 8 people have spoken and then do your traditional job of recapping what happened in the select committee and who came and submitted and what the process was. So I thought I would do that. However, I thought I'd go a little bit off-piste at the start and talk about the sponsor of the bill, Reo Māori, and her advocacy for the bill throughout this process. Because I think, first of all, I want to congratulate the member for having her bill drawn. It's the second one of my colleagues that I've jealously had to congratulate tonight for having a member's bill pulled in their first term, and one which will hopefully have support of the House, and I think it does, and it will be seen all the way through. But I wanted to make the comment on Mrs. Nakle's advocacy and support for victims and victims' rights. Because having sat on the Select Committee with my colleague for almost a year now, I have not seen a more fierce advocate for the rights of victims and for victims' issues on that committee than anyone else who sits on the committee. To the point where I think sometimes other members of the committee may get a little bit tense or might have some concerns about the way that my colleague does advocate for victims, because she isn't afraid to point out when offending has impacts on victims. She isn't afraid to push back on submitters who take a slightly maybe one-sided approach to the justice system and forget about the rights of victims. She is always there to support them. She is always putting forward what she thinks is the right thing to do, which is to put victims at the heart of our justice system. And that is what this bill is about. So I really congratulate my colleague for bringing it forward. I'm sure it's the first of many, many bills like this that she will be able to speak to and sponsor in her long time through the House. And can I acknowledge the support that she has out there, not only in her electorate but at home as well. I know her number one fan is probably watching late at night. He always is, and he'll be texting through his support and his commentary. So just to Roger out there, big shout out to Roger and thank him for his support for Rema in this bill too. Look, Mr. Speaker, it's important that I put that on the record, because throughout the process of this bill and of many bills that we face and we scrutinise in the Justice Committee, victims are central to everything that we think about. It's central to this government's approach to justice. It's central to this government's approach to crime and to corrections and to rehabilitation. The number one focus is about reducing the impact of crime on victims in our community. And this is a small but meaningful step in doing so. And I wanted to take the House through some of what the Select Committee did discuss through that process that we undertook for several months. So as we've heard, there were a handful of submissions made, 12 in total. Now that doesn't seem like a lot, certainly not as many as that we have received on other bills, and it's certainly not as many as I anticipate receiving on some of the bills that we will be considering shortly. However, we should not substitute quantity of submissions for quality of submissions. If anyone has the opportunity to go into the Select Committee tool and to read the departmental report, you will see a very thorough analysis of the submissions made by those 12 individuals and organisations, and especially from the 3 oral submissions. And I wanted to put that on the record because a lot of the time people think that it's the number of people submitting on a particular issue that count, or it's the number of forms or the number of emails that you can get through that really makes a difference. And yes, while quantity does show strength of opinion for or against an issue, more often than not, Select Committees are persuaded and convinced by the strength of arguments and the quality of arguments made in submissions. And we've seen that here in this bill, where most of the submitters were strongly in favour of the bill, and most of the submitters made their submissions around the rights of victims as well. And as we've heard, the Select Committee did make a number of changes to the bill on the basis of advice by our corrections officials. And I wanted to echo the comments of Mr Stevenson, who spoke very highly of the corrections officials. He has had a lot to do with them recently for his own bill, and I'm sure will have quite a bit more to do in a professional capacity, not in any personal pastime capacity. But I would echo his high praise for the officials from corrections. We've seen them for a number of bills now, including the quite substantial corrections amendment bill that we walked through. And on every occasion, their advice has been clear, it has been concise, and it has been valuable in the Select Committee's consideration of what changes to make to this bill. And in particular, this case, and I know Ms Narkley won't mind me mentioning that there were probably times where there was perhaps a little bit of disappointment that some of the advice coming back indicated that the bill might not have been able to achieve what it originally set out to achieve. And that's fairly common in members' bills because we often have an idea, it's a good intention, it's put into a bill and it's pulled out of the ballot, but then when the officials toss it around and they go through the operational implications, sometimes bills with the best of intentions just aren't able to be operationalised. And that's one of the bills in this case, and that's why some of the changes have been made to reflect the fact that as many members have mentioned already, the shocking statistic or number that corrections actually have responsibility, control or supervision of around 26,000 members of the community and 9,500 prisoners. And if you look at the departmental report, it goes through the steps and the kind of engagement and the controls that corrections have in place for those 9,500 prisoners, where they can screen mail, they can check mail, they can have access to emails, they can put in place controls on ingoing and outgoing phone calls. Those are the kinds of things which, while onerous, are able to be operationalised within the correction system. That is not the case for those 26,000 individuals in the community. And so it was very clear from the start that while I think in an ideal world we would like to be able to put some more controls and some more conditions in place to make sure that victims of crime and people who are subject to protection orders are not only safe from prisoners inside prison, but also safe from those who have offended and who have been released into the community and who may still wish to pursue victims or family members or those who just don't want to have contact made with them. And I would draw the House's attention to the section at the end of the departmental report, which does take members through some of the things that corrections can do to monitor communications of offenders in the community. There are some restrictions that can be put in place by the parole board. There are some controls that can be put in place. But when we're talking about 26,000 people, it's just not feasible to do so and operationalise through this bill. That's not to say we shouldn't stop trying to reduce those numbers. We shouldn't stop making those investments in crime prevention. We shouldn't stop Nicola Willis's social investment approach, where we will be looking at programs and measures that work, including rehabilitation for prisoners on remand. And I reflect on the trip that we took to Christchurch a couple of weeks ago, a very good trip, and we visited the Justice Precinct and saw the exceptional facilities, the court facilities, the police facilities, the linked up approach that the Justice Pipeline is taking. But also we saw what kind of services and facilities are available out there in our corrections facilities, our corrections institutions at Christchurch Men's and Christchurch Women's Prison. And I will reiterate how impressed I was with the women at Christchurch Women's Prison and the therapeutic unit that we went with. And I mean, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about trying to do our best to make sure we rehabilitate prisoners, and there is the stick side of it, there is the punitive controls, and having a new offence in here about prisoners who do contact people who do not wish to be contacted is the right thing to do. But there is also the side of this government and this government's approach, which is that we do need to make sure that when people are in our care and in our custody in prisons, they are given the opportunity for rehabilitation. And I was struck by the relationship that those women had with the corrections staff. It wasn't a master-slave relationship, nor was it a collegial buddy-buddy relationship, but it was one that was built on respect. And it was one where Minister Costello mentioned the idea of taking responsibility for your actions. And the women in those in that unit reflected back to me, and I'm sure to the group, that their experience in the short time that they'd been in there certainly made them realise that they were the ones who were accountable for their actions. They were the ones who could make decisions and make changes in their lives. And with the support of the corrections team and with the support of the community and the government, that is what can happen when we put the right resources in the right place. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a small change in the right direction. It will do a significant amount to provide reassurance to victims of crime that they will be free from unwanted contact. I look forward to hearing more about it in the committee stage, and I look forward to its passage through the House in the coming weeks and months. And with that, I'd just like to congratulate Mrs Narkley and commend the bill to the House.
This debate is interrupted and set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow. Good night, everyone.